golfers looking to retire soon, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Chance of rain in the late afternoon today, otherwise sunny skies and temperatures in the 70s.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. The Pirates last night took a heartbreaker 11-9 in 10 innings against the Phillies. Game 2 is today at 4:05 with coverage on the Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedar Brook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah, welcome in and good morning. Happy Saturday to you on a day that finally looks like it's going to be somewhat conducive to normal golf, i.e. above 50 degrees in southwest Pennsylvania. Live from a place that was a 14, 15, 16-year-old Mulsey's house of horrors when it came to golf team tryouts for North Catholic High. Conley Resort and Golf Club. It is the Going Low show. I say that because I mean that. Because I was trying like heck back in those days to get that 6th bag on varsity and scuffling mightily to break 90 here while teammates of mine were shooting 66. All true stuff. This is a place where every late August for a 4-year stretch, I came out here with high hopes only to have them dashed. And then, of course, that laid the foundations for a big net championship win last year. You have to taste failure before you can drink from the cup of success. That also happened to me numerous times at the Moon Open, tasting failure in spectacular fashion. Neither here nor there. It is Going Low, and man, we have a very busy show to get to today because we've got a lot to talk about this place, Conley Resort and Golf Club, in about 20 minutes with Josh Deno, who runs the place, as well as Suncrest, which is the sister course, which I have discovered in my later years actually beats me up even worse than this place does, because this has a handshake opener, Conley Resort and Golf Club. Suncrest has more of a, no, punch you in the face first couple of holes. But it is PGA Championship weekend. And I would say, just a little chatter off the air before we got on the air, it's clearly the 4th of 4 majors for almost everybody who doesn't work for the PGA of America. And probably some of those people would agree it's actually our 4th, we're the 4th. We get it. Most people like the Players' Championship more than us. The PGA Championship usually has this massive identity crisis. It's never really played at like the regular rota of great venues. It'll get played at great courses. Oak Hill a couple years ago. It'll be at Southern Hills, Kiowa, the Ocean Course. There's a list of names, but it's also at Valhalla and Quail Hollow. And Quail Hollow is a tour stop. So it's a tournament devoid most years of an identity as far as the majors go. The Masters is the Masters. That kind of just is its identity. It's self-evident. The U.S. Open is supposed to be the strongest test of golf, the USGA and the course versus the players in that sense. You know, that's why Oakmont is one of the anchor sites, because the Oakmont membership takes great pride in the difficulty of that course and the way they can ramp it up at a moment's notice, basically, to be ready for a U.S. Open. And then the Open Championship is links golf, the elements, ball on the ground, etc. And it's that version of the U.S. Open. It's the R&A's U.S. Open, if you want to call it that, but it's different kind of golf, which leaves the PGA, which used to be Glory's last shot when it was in August, as kind of an odd identity-less major. It definitely counts. Brooks Koepka's got 3 of them. I'm sure he's not giving them back, but it feels like almost 3/4 of a major most years compared to the other 3 at bare minimum, especially now that it's in May. We got no such problems with the PGA Championship, fellas and ladies, this morning, having juice. It's got tons of juice, and it's unexpected. Maybe the best part of the entire operation here is the fact that no one actually saw this coming, because most of the chatter leading up to this tournament was, Aronimek's going to get beaten up by these guys. Modern technology is going to overwhelm a Donald Ross Classic. Doesn't matter what they do. Doesn't matter how they set this course up. These guys hit it too far, hit it too straight, are too strong out of the rough, are too good around the greens. The course is going to be defenseless. Keegan Bradley won it. They got it. I think they ran it to 20 under when they had the BMW in 2018 at Aronimink. And so I think most people expected a birdie fest, kind of like what you get at Valhalla when they have it there. But, hey, it's at least going to be at a classic course that we don't really see very often, that doesn't look the same on TV as so many other tour courses. Take all the narratives, bunch them up onto a ball of paper, throw it out the window, put it in the trash, because Aronimink is winning through 36 holes. A1 story is that Aronimink is winning this golf tournament over any of the people actually playing. You've got two guys, Maverick McNeely, a guy who flies himself to tournaments on the West Coast, and Alex Smalley, a guy whose mother, I think, is like attached. She's like the confidant here. It's like a very unusual setup, but has been working for him. So two very opposite personalities there, tied at 4 under. Host of players at 3 under. The only major winner among them, Hideki Matsuyama, which, given the greens on this course and their severity and their slope and their speed, it's amazing that one of the worst putters of all elite players on tour, Matsuyama, is where he is. Oh, and then you've got dudes named JT, Scheffler, and Cam Young all lurking 2 back. Anybody within 5 right now, I think, in this tournament is probably in the game, which means even a guy like Koepka, who's won the PGA 3 times, is absolutely within reach. But it has been if you went into this tournament expecting one thing, it's the PGA, it's nondescript. Hey, we'll have fun, though. It's a major, and it's an excuse to kind of pay attention to golf on a Thursday and a Friday more than you normally would. It's an excuse to just have the TV on in the background, etc. If that was what you expected going into this tournament, you have gotten way more than you bargained for. Nobody has been able to go super low out here at Aronimink. I'm saying that like I'm here. I'm at Conley Resort and Golf Club, where I never went low. But nobody's been able to go low on that course. Nobody has been able to separate. There are probably 3 dozen golfers, if you actually look at this leaderboard, that are within reach of could conceivably say, hey, I could win this thing. I would say if you are in the field that is up to T30, so that cuts off at guys like Jordan Spieth, Rory at +1, Koepka, Schauffele, Ricky Fowler, even another name that obviously people know, Morikawa, multi-time major winner there. If you are in that group that's at +1 or better, which is a lot of golfers, I would argue that you've got a chance to win this thing. And I would think the PGA has to be absolutely thrilled because this has everybody talking, and not in the way that they're usually talking about PGA championships, which is, okay, that's nice. It seems like a tour event, a weekly tour stop that just happens to be elevated, and it's a major, and they've got a very nice trophy. You've got Scotty Scheffler talking about the pins being some of the hardest he's ever seen, saying they're harder pins than he's even seen at Oakmont. You've got guys like Justin Thomas talking about the setup. You've got players all across the map just sort of gawking at the fact that they've had such a hard time with this place, that they haven't been able to go truly low and separate themselves. And that's what it should be. Just to be clear, we need more of this. The low round of this tournament is Chris Gotterup, who's also in that group at 3 under, going out and shooting 65, finishing with 3 straight birdies. We should have more situations like this in major championships, in my opinion. That's the best round through 36 holes that anybody in this field has played. There's only one other round below a 67. That was Ludwig Oberg yesterday, who got back on track with a 66. It's a major championship. It should be like that. It should be wild and woolly. It should be something where, it's colder than we thought. It's windier than we thought. Well, we're still tucking these pins. Good luck. Like, that's what you want out of a championship like this. It's actually playing like a major. It's a PGA that is playing like a U.S. Open. And to me, that is just a golf fan, that is a feature and not a bug. Like, that is what you would want to have happen here. I have watched many PGA championships in the past where I kind of just pop it on the weekend. All right, who's leading through 36 holes? All right, let's check this out. And then just settled in for kind of a shootout. And it's a major, but it does feel like a tour stop. Like last year at Quail Hollow, I don't care what anyone says, it felt like watching a tour event. Other than the fact that at the end of it, somebody's going to get one added to the count, and it adds to Scotty Scheffler's last year. This has felt like a unique golf experience to watch. You don't see a Ronnemink very often. They haven't hosted a PGA championship since 1962 when Gary Player won. So you see visuals on TV that you're not used to seeing. You see holes that look different than what you're used to seeing. You see the greens canted and cambered and tilted like you're not used to seeing. You see guys having to actually flight balls, work with spin, deal with wind, all of that. Stuff that doesn't happen a lot in PGA championships is happening, and that is, in my opinion, a good thing. Like, there's been criticism of the PGA that they have set this place up too hard. I would, if I were Kerry Haig, who's setting it up for the PGA, who's in charge of this, I would be laughing in people's faces. I'd say, "Oh, you poor guys. Oh, you want to go win a major championship at 22 under? I'm very sorry, it's not going to happen." It's supposed to be difficult. It's supposed to be tough. It's supposed to be a psychological evaluation of these players, and it has been. About the only thing, like kind of the true, I think, golf nerds might say about this is that it hasn't produced a ton of separation at the top. If you look at that bunched up leaderboard, you understand that that's obviously the case. I would argue that that gives this tournament a phenomenal chance to be really compelling one way or the other. Either you're going to have a guy like Alex Smalley or Maverick McNeely who hasn't won one of these yet, see if they can hold on while there's a bunch of charging greats behind them, modern greats behind them, or a guy like Chris Goddard who looks like Brooks Koepka light as far as build, demeanor, style of game. One of those guys either breaks through, or literally the two best players in the world for my money right now, Scheffler and Cameron Young, two off the pace, just go bonkers this weekend and assert themselves and maybe have a Sunday duel. Or maybe you get Rory McIlroy, who was hideous in round one, charging today for the second straight day and putting himself back into it. Even, no matter what way you slice this, it has turned out phenomenally well for the PGA of America. It really has. It's been a smashing success through 36 holes. And it's been, I think, everything that a major championship should be. Like, you can shoot a low score out there, but you can get into reasonably big trouble. You have to hit some interesting shots. And I know this maybe isn't always the most compelling viewing if you like to, what I'm about to describe, if you like to watch these guys sweating over really difficult shots, it isn't the same thing. But they've had to make a ton of consequential 8 to 10 foot putts. And 8 to 10 foot putts that are, by the way, needing to be started outside the hole because of the amount of break in these greens and where these pins are being placed. To use this phrase, that's good eating for me. That's what I want. I'm just wondering if that's what other people out there want. I'm wondering if that's the kind of thing that scratches the itch for a golfer or golf fan, because it does for me. And I think it's the clear best PGA that we've had in a while through 36 holes as far as just the setup and the way it's playing. If you want to say 2023's was pretty fun because Koepka won and kind of did his thing again, and Michael Block did Michael Block stuff and became the story for a while, fine. Michael Block ejected yesterday and then missed the cut by one shot after looking like he was going to be pretty safe to make it. So he's not a story, and this tournament doesn't need him to be. Much more compelling than I thought it would be, much better than I thought it would be, and reasonably you could say that there's almost a guarantee that you get an interesting champion. I'm looking through the leaderboard right now, thinking about the weekend rounds. I'm trying to think of who in the top 30 or so players in this tournament, who within 5 shots of the lead would be a truly disappointing winner. Oh, that's kind of weird. Maybe if you want Ryan Fox, okay, fine. Or one of the guys like Nick Taylor, Corey Connors, one of the Canadian contingent that don't really move the needle, I guess. But man, beyond those guys, Justin Thomas winning it again would be something. Scheffler for obvious reasons. Cam Young breaking through. One of the guys that's actually at the top of the leaderboard finally getting maybe a career validating or defining win. All of that stuff is on the table, and it usually isn't at a PGA. And the fact that they're doing it while par is being well protected, and these guys actually have to grind and make putts just to save pars. Just very, very, very cool stuff. So hats off to the PGA, because I usually do not go in expecting a whole heck of a lot from this tournament, and it has delivered the goods and then some this year. We don't usually get this. One great story, by the way, one other part of this that has been deeply amusing to me, and I don't have to call it down the middle here. I get to call balls and strikes as I see fit. This is my strike zone here. Watching Bryson DeChambeau just fail to have a clue what he's doing out there it's glorious. I'm not on video today. We don't have our remote video set up. I am obviously on location, like I said, so you don't see me. But right now I'm looking to the heavens with a very happy look on my face, because seeing that guy hey, Bryce, the funniest part about him is he wants to be a YouTube golfer who also gets taken seriously 4 times a year when he enters these majors, and he's won one recently enough that you have to, take him at face value and take him seriously. I've seen people memeing stuff like doing his thumbnails on YouTube. Can I break 80 in the PGA at Aronimink? Very funny. He stunk up the joint in a big way, and frankly, for me, that's like a positive. I don't really buy the whole thing where he's this changed guy who's suddenly the man of the people. I think that's been a very carefully crafted act. And to see him just basically shoot himself out of the tournament in the first day and then kind of double down on it on the second day. He's slipping out of a shot. He's spinning around. I thought the Philly fans were actually going to crush him more, but because he wasn't on TV that much because he was playing so poorly, we don't know what the reception was like. But happy that he's not seeing a weekend, because that's a dude that probably needs to recalibrate what he actually wants out of golf and whether or not that actually involves trying to compete in tournaments seriously. I'm into the YouTube chat just to see what people are saying, and it's still people mad about the Pirates game from last night, which, hey, I get it. I do. I definitely get it. I'm afterglowing right now from watching 36 very good holes of golf, and to me, getting everything I want out of a tournament that's supposed to have massive stakes. So, I just can't get enough of this. And the one thing I will say about this year's PGA, to kind of sum up 36 holes, I do think the time is ripe for the PGA to kind of make it a fully fleshed out, thought out tournament. It's going to be warmer in Philly today. It's going to get firmer. I would like to see some pins put in the bowl a little bit, places where you'd put them for a member guest because you want people to feel good. Give them 4, 5, 6 birdie holes out there. Let somebody have the chance, if they play great, to go shoot 64, even something crazy like 7 under, getting to 63. I think that would be the perfect way to follow up 2 really, really tough days, weather tough days, with a day where you could get a lot of movement. And if a guy still doesn't play well, doesn't navigate the slopes, they're going to shoot 71 or 72. But if somebody handles their business, they could run away and make a charge here. I think that is the compelling part of what today is going to be, is how do these pins look when the weather, when the firmness of the course, when the speed of the course starts to make itself harder on its own. I think they tricked it out a little bit to defend par, and then they did almost too good of a job maybe for what they thought it was going to be. Now's the time, I think, to kind of turn the dial a little bit towards, all right, let's see if somebody can make an exciting Saturday out of it. Coming up next, Josh Deno. He runs the place and the other place, Conley Resort and Golf Club and Suncrest. He's also a man who has big golf opinions in general. We'll find out what's new here at Conley and at Suncrest. And also, we're going to talk a little bit about the PGA Championship with a man who has big takes on golf. That's coming up next. A lot more to do on Going Low right now on 93.7 The Fan.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Pasadena, the Rose Bowl, the first World Soccer Championship final ever decided by penalties. Italy versus Brazil. Scoreless after 120 minutes of suffocating heat. Roberto Baggio, Ildivine Coutinho, the divine ponytail, had carried Italy here almost single-handedly. Goals against Nigeria, Spain, Bulgaria. Now he steps to the spot. fifth Italian shooter. Brazil leads 3-2. Miss this, and it's over. Baggio strikes it cleanly, and it sails over the bar into the empty California sky. He stands frozen, hands on hips, head bowed. Brazil champions for the fourth time. Baggio would later say, penalties are only missed by those who have the courage to take them. A single image, a career defined.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Aronimink update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley lead the way. They are 4 under each, both with the United States, and then a handful of players who are 3 under, including Chris Gotterup, Hideki Matsuyama, Max Greyersman, Potgieter, and Stefan Jaeger. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Across our community, families are gathering, flags are flying, and summer's starting. If you've been thinking about a new vehicle, now's the perfect time. During the Spitzer Memorial Day sales event, lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $188 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSA MSRP $24,789. VIN TP453388. Rear-wheel drive model 1852. $49.99 do it signing. 36 months approved credit with TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, and 6/1/2026.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game. This is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Live on the road today on Going Low. First road show of the year, but we got a bunch kind of tightly condensed over the next couple of months on Going Low. We're live from Conley Resort and Golf Club, right up Route 8. We're going up Route 8 today. Yeah, come across to Butler. This is a true... It's like a homecoming. Hold on. We're taking pictures here. I'm doing like live narration on the radio. Our guy Gabe on promotions, who's running the broadcast today, is taking some pictures. So I wanted to clear the decks here. But we're at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Chris Muller, Craig Mankins today at a child's college graduation. So he is not here. But we got Josh Deno, who's running the place at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Now, what is your technical title? You're the operator, the general manager. What do I actually get to call you?
A little bit in between. Well, thanks for being here. I'm excited because you and I have done this a bunch of times at another location. It's the first time for Going Low to be here at Conley Resort, so welcome. I'm the assistant general manager for Golf and Resort Operations, which is an arm of St. Barnabas Health System that owns the two golf courses, Conley Resort and Golf and Suncrest Golf and Grill. So I'm responsible for the day-to-day here at Conley and help oversee what happens at Suncrest. We have an awesome director of operations there as well that's been there for 35 years. So, yes, the lovely Christina Mock. So we have a great thing going between these two courses, Chris.
Yeah, two courses that I grew up playing. Obviously, you were here. You heard me, my opening spiel about this was Golf Tryout Central for North Catholic High School back in the day, in late 90s, early aughts when I was there, and when we had kids who I think one of whom has gone on, our number 2 player my senior year was 2 years younger than me. I think he's been the assistant pro at Riv.
Okay.
At Naples, he was the head pro at Naples National. Sanctity head now. He is the head pro. He's been all over the place. Point being, I wasn't going to be beating out too many of these people for a varsity bag spot. But it's so funny. I was talking to Gabe while we were getting ready for the show. You weren't even in the room, and I used to think of Conley as, oh, it's so tough, it's so pressure-packed. And the older I've gotten, the more I've played, Suncrest actually kind of hits me with body blows more when I go out there.
It hits me with body blows, too. The great thing about these two properties, we have one crew that takes care of both. Our golf course superintendent, Penn State proud, Neil Finn, and his crew take care of both properties, and they stay in really consistent shape, but they could not be more different.
They're very different.
They're very different properties. So what the appeal is for folks that get to play both is that you have these neighboring courses that are really, really different properties. So, and Suncrest beats me up too. It beats me up far more than Conley does. And when I was younger, and I've loved these courses for now 15, 18 years, and it's such a joy to be out here after all this time. But Suncrest consistently beats me up a little bit more. It's a few hundred yards longer.
And if you plug it into the GIN app, and I always tell people, go get a GIN. Or
sure,
oh wait, has the USGA said GIN? Have they decided that it's Ted Ginn here? I forget. They've done a big marketing blitz on it. And I always say GIN because I think it should obviously be GIN, but you plug that in, and I use that obviously because I'm playing in events once in a while, so I got to keep a true handicap. I didn't plug in Conley, but Suncrest is like a 72 from the backs as a rating, and that's big boy golf right there. And
absolutely.
I'll tell you what was funny to me. As a younger golfer, only had been playing 3-4 years, maybe 3 years. I equated two things with, this course must be not just nice, but also this course must be challenging. If it had bunkers and water, and Conley has I think about 35, to 40 bunkers, something in that range.
Yeah, more than that actually.
And has some water. And Suncrest is I guess I will call it somewhat notoriously bunker-free course.
It is now, yes.
Used to not be, but very few back in the day, and then now it's fully bunker-free. But you want to talk about getting in trouble in the rough. You want to talk about getting in trouble with slope lies. And here the trouble is, don't hit it to that bunker, and here, don't go into the water on 7.
Yep.
But it's funny how like my sense of both courses has kind of evolved over the years. But we got a lot to talk about this course. Enough about my Suncrest Conley thoughts. Yes, my foibles, all of my failings here. You guys have something going on here. You told me about this before we came on the air. You were chatting back and forth about what we wanted to discuss. That only a couple courses in the entire area are utilizing right now. Can you explain what that is? Because when you described it to me as like just a surface level description, I was like, that seems pretty cool, and also seems like something people should know more about.
Thanks, Chris. You're talking about Notify. We partnered with Notify coming into the 2026 season, which is a new virtual tee time assistant. And unbelievably, Conley and Suncrest, and I think only a couple friends of ours to the south of Pittsburgh, are the only ones in Western PA using this right now. There's a bunch of folks in the eastern side of the state using it. But, you know, everybody's really busy and how they play. They got to fit it in whenever they can. And you've been down this route. I know between your celebrity or Pomp celebrity, you can just walk onto a golf course. But most people
America's
can't do that.
guest.
That's right. Most people can't do that. So you're searching all the time. Your favorite course is maybe booked up, and we have a tee time assistant that can put you on a wait list. So when you are looking for preferred times, even if it's for the whole summer, I want to play every Saturday at 10 o'clock. It's going to find the time for you and notify you when it's ready. Even if it's something all booked up, then it's going to let you know that's now opened up. You've been down that road of lots of searches, phone calls, keep coming back, keep refreshing an app on a phone or a search, and that's the only way to do it, to keep finding your time. And you just want to play, 4 players every Saturday at 9 o'clock, say at Conley or Suncrest, and we're going to notify you when that opens up, and you can just do it with your thumb on your phone. So we think it's coming down the road and some other places, but you've known me for a long time. I tend to be at the forefront of some of these kinds of things.
Trying to get out ahead.
So we've rolled it out this year. Pretty cool. You can hop on our website and ask it any question and start searching tee times for yourself.
All right, here's something I like to do. Let's just say that somebody's either new to the area, because I think if you've been in the area for a while and lived here for a while, you've heard of Conley, but maybe you haven't. I always try to, assume that there are people who have not heard of what we're talking about. Give me the elevator pitch for somebody to come and play Conley Resort. I like to do that because, this place has been for a long time a place where I think, personally, if you're like a serious golfer, my favorite thing about it is there's a handshake to start out on a par 5 that is a very short 5.
Yes.
It is you want to feel good. If you're hitting the ball reasonably straight, you might make a 3 if you hit 2 good shots.
Yep. And that's part of my pitch too. You have, I just commented on this to another publication recently that number 1 is a great handshake hole to open you up. It's one of the best opening holes in the area. I think a reachable par 5. You can score there, feel good to start your round, and then we get into a little bit tougher stuff. So Suncrest is similar with a pretty inviting number 1. But I think I was like you when I was younger, Chris. I saw lots of bunkers, lots of water, a little bit intimidating. You hear resort, but really it's still a pretty approachable place. And you get to our back 9, and you've heard me use this phrase, target golf, and people not like that, but that's golf, right? Great tee shots, really appreciating well-placed tee shots and approach shots. Yeah. We don't have just dog legs. We have like 90 degrees.
You do, yeah. You have like smoked chicken wings back to back on 11 and 12.
Right.
So here's my take on that. I knew we were going to get to that part of the course. I like this as a guy who, there's a lot of courses out here you can go, and if you want to just whale driver for 14 driving holes,
right,
have at it. I do like, as somebody that tries to get better when I play, and I want to be the best version of myself as a golfer, I guess if you're a single-digit handicap, you're still not good, but you're like, for weekend warrior standards, you're
pretty
decent.
good compared to most.
You're decent, right? There are holes here that force you to hit iron or less than off the tee and to place your ball.
Absolutely.
Frankly, if you blast a 4-iron on number 11 off the tee, 220 yards, dead straight, got news for you. You've hit a terrible shot for that hole.
You're in trouble.
If you've hit a 5-iron 175 to 180 yards with maybe a baby draw attached to it because you can work the ball, you've hit a terrific shot and probably have a good chance at making birdie.
Absolutely.
So the fact that you get those two and 10 is one where if you want a whale driver, you better be able to hit it straight and you can really score. The fact that then I've always liked this about the course, then you hit 13, which
line
is
fairways, both
which
sides.
is put on your big boy pants and put a big swing on the ball.
Plays closer to a 5, actually.
It plays closer to a 5. Then you come back up the hill for another one that's no picnic.
Number 14, that's right.
And then you get a very interesting par 3 or 4, depending on what tees you're playing on 15. And I have not even gotten to the hole that everyone talks about here, which is the 18th. It's just a very interesting back 9.
Yeah. It is, and I think 13, 14 is a pretty tough stretch there. 15, will take a break on you. 17, 16, 17, you have to have some really well-placed tee shots, and then our signature hole, 18, our closing hole, where you have to clear the water. You have the trees on the right, and you have a greenside bunker. And some folks don't like that, finishing off their round. I happen to love it. We made it a little easier this year. We took out some trees on the right side to open up that view and that approach. So it's a little more fair this season, but it's still a tough 3 to end your round.
I've seen
it's our number 2 handicap.
So my high school golf memory is we had a guy on the team who still plays actually in some mid-am stuff around here. His name's Doug Stadler. He's from out this way, actually. And so my senior year, he's a sophomore, and my buddy and I were the only seniors on the team. There had been a kind of an exodus after it'd been of a senior upper class laden team. We were the only 2 guys that hung in from our class. Okay, so you've got all these guys playing, and Doug, we got to go out first, and we had both shot 86, 87, somewhere in there. And so we're all watching everybody else come in. And Doug is over the green, but not in the water back of 18. So he's somehow stopped on the hillside.
Yeah.
And we all know he's going to be our number 1 player that year. Casually just pitches it in for 2. 66.
Wow.
66 as a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
And that's my only memory. That's my most vivid memory of 18.
And you got to be there to witness it. So.
Yeah, just he's playing a different sport than me.
Playing around with my superintendent last year, he did the same thing. It wasn't for a 66, but he did the same thing. So, and he called his shot before he did it.
So there's a couple other things. I think I've erred here. I should have been referring to you as Mr. President this whole time, right?
Yeah, I guess you could for.
I should have used I should have used an honorarium here.
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah. So I am the president.
Get the trumpet out and toot your own horn here for a second, please.
So I am the president of the Pennsylvania Golf Course Owners and Operators Association, known as the PGO. Much shorter and easier. So I've been involved with the PGO for 5 or 6 years, and it's actually how I came to Conley and Suncrest, is because I was in the association with our now current CEO of the system, and he had been on the board with me, and so it's a great association of operators and owners across the Commonwealth. I'm the president for 2026 and 2027. Great organization to be a part of, make everybody's business better, learn about some new things, and golf's a pretty small fraternity, actually. So as many folks can band together as owners and operators, it's a good thing. So I love it. It requires a good amount of time, but makes everybody better at what we do, and we kind of need each other in this tough industry.
Let's first off tell you, Conley Resort and Golf Club, come here. Make a 36-hole day out of it.
Absolutely,
in my opinion. Just go and say, I'm going to crack my knuckles and play both courses here and Suncrest and see what you shoot. Maybe we'll get a composite routing. We'll cut a little path through the woods for a tournament, perhaps.
You never know. There is a path through the woods, and we do have some golfers that go astray from both courses, where our number 7 tee aligns with their number 7 green.
Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't remember which green it was.
And we have some folks that wander through the woods from time to time, not knowing where they should be. But, you can make it through to both courses. And we have lots of stay in place, folks that come from all over the place. As an example, last week, a family from spread between Kentucky and New York comes back here and spends 4 days playing golf with us.
Nice.
So originally from the area, so they stay here, get to play both courses. We're in stay in play season from now through October, and have all walks of life coming here on a weekly basis to play 36, play both courses.
Now, here's an open-ended question that I did not prepare you for, but anybody that knows you, that's ever heard me talking to you, that knows of you in golf, knows you know how to run yourself a tournament.
I do.
Any plans on running any kind of that thing in the future here at Conley or at Suncrest, or both?
I would love to, and as I've teased players in the past, at my last stop is, now making an invitational, but we'll see whether we have
an invitational
instead of an open. So I do know how to run myself a tournament. I have a great time doing it, and it's kind of a labor of love for me. But you and I have talked for years about having a good match play.
Oh, my God. Don't even say it because I'll get fired up.
Yeah. And
the truest form.
Yes, absolutely. So I was talking with some of our older starters that when in high school used to be the case where they would play only match play, and now it's medal play. So years ago, that was what they were used to. So, yeah, it's purest form of bringing back match play, and maybe you and I can host the summer-long tournament of a match play bracket. So I would love to do that. So maybe we'll see that, and we don't have anything in 2026. Maybe we'll see that in 2027.
I want to ask you about the PGA. I know you got golf takes. So just your thought on a tournament that usually by this point would be somebody at 10 or 11 under and heading towards 20 under at Aronimink. You don't see that place very often. And the course is definitely the main character and is winning the battle so far. Just your 2 cents on what you've seen through 36.
Absolutely. And I think you and I share the view of, we'll be honest, it's probably in fourth place. And if we consider the Players a major, it's 5 out of the tournaments. But it has been a compelling couple of days. My pick was Cam Young. I thought he was going to break through this weekend. How he's competed in the last several majors, and obviously in Augusta in April was tremendous. And my pick was at 9 under. So you actually were one of the few people who foresaw maybe tougher scoring conditions. Well, but for the weekend, I did not think the first 2 days were going to go the way they've gone. I thought today and tomorrow, with it heating up and getting faster and firmer, and the weather changing out there, was going to be a difference maker. So, and that's not how it's gone. It has been like a U.S. Open the first 2 days. Who do you got? You sticking with Cam Young? Because one of the beauty, kind of the beauty of the way it's played so far is he did not really distinguish himself on day one. He was +1, which was obviously not out of the tournament by any stretch, but great player comes back with a great round and shoots 67, makes that eagle to close and toss himself right into the mix. Are you sticking with him? Because he was also my pick to win this thing. Okay. So I didn't know that. So we didn't talk about that before. So I'm still sticking with Cam, but there's like 25 guys within 3 or 4 shots here. So it's really unbelievable. I think today and tomorrow are just going to be so fun to watch with how many people are in striking distance. And listening to Rory, for example, yesterday, he thinks he's got a shot. He's 4 back or 5 back, and he's got a shot. So it's Cam and I thought JT would be probably top 5. So and we have those guys I think paired up later today. Should be a great day at Aronimink. Always a great day at Conley Resort and Golf Club out here with Josh Deno. Thanks, man. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for being out here. Appreciate it. Coming right back, I'll give you some final thoughts on the PGA, who I've got. You heard me just say now, I'm a Cam Young believer in this tournament, and I was. Am I going to stick to my guns or waffle, as is the tradition of many sports talk hosts before me? We'll finish up Going Low next, live from Conley Resort and Golf Club on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates fell by a final score of 11-9 in 10 innings to the Philadelphia Phillies at PNC Park Friday night. Gregory Soto blew his second game of the season, allowing 3 runs in the top of the 9th inning. And then Dennis Santana allowed 3 runs in the top of the 10th inning. Kyle Schwarber went 3 for 5 and had 5 RBIs on the night, including 2 home runs. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best 2 fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. In May of 1986, Bobby Rahal took the checkered flag at the Indianapolis 500, and a legend was born. This year, we celebrate the 40th anniversary of that victory and the beginning of the Bobby Rahal Automotive Group. For 10 days only, May 14th through the 23rd, the Rahal 500 sales event is on with every new BMW and Mercedes-Benz, only at Bobby Rahal Motor Car Company in Wexford, Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh, and Bobby Rahal BMW of South Hills. Visit Rahal500.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
This May at Hickory Heights Golf Club, take advantage of an exclusive offer. Half off initiation fees on all membership classes, including their new all-inclusive option. Host your next unforgettable event, graduation parties, showers, and private celebrations set against one of the region's most scenic backdrops. And now, the pub at Hickory Heights, offering exceptional dining, craft cocktails, and a beautiful patio with one of the best views in the city. Hickory Heights Golf Club. Join today and start enjoying affordable golf.
Plus finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title and plates. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Tucson rebate. Not all buyers are qualifying, in stock units only. Offers end 5/31/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for Memorial Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
There you go. Good shot.
If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Next to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Going Low live from Conley Resort and Golf Club. Malsey here, flying solo. Craig Mankins, he's got some family stuff today of the good kind. College graduation. Just still talking shop with my guy Josh Deno here from Conley off the air. Just really getting into the nitty-gritty of these two courses. Talking about things, nerd golf stuff like course handicaps, things of that nature. And just the continued polishing of Conley Resort that is ongoing. The man knows how to run a golf course in a golf tournament and keep it crispy out here. So I think I'm just going to continue to say maybe a 2-day match play event over 9-hole chunks of a 36-hole facility where I am, of course, gifted a number 1 seed in the easiest draw. So I can continue to try to add to my trophy case. Something to consider. PGA Championship Aronimink, it is going to be, I think, one of the more interesting weekends we can remember. I mean, Xander Schauffele won it a couple of years ago in what amounted to a kind of just a total shootout down the stretch. You will recall Scottie Scheffler would have won that one, but Officer Gillis and his torn pants intervened. I feel like people have completely memory hold that. But yes, that was its own kind of interesting. This is going to be, does the golf course continue to hold up? Does the PGA of America want the golf course to hold up? Do they want this thing to look like, from a score perspective, 8-9 under total? Did they want it to get to 12 or 13 because somebody goes low both days? Now, given that the name of this show is Going Low, you might expect that I would want 265s by somebody in that lead pack to win this thing, and somebody runs it up to 13 or 14. I think a protection of par is just as compelling as a birdie shootout, and the only thing I would say is I would like to see the course set up, yield a couple more birdies today, and then kind of go with a mix on Sunday of what the first 2 days really looked like and what I hope today would look like, which is pins more accessible. It's a tough needle to thread, but I would take this 10 times out of 10 over what we usually get from a PGA championship. And I do think what you're going to see the rest of the way here is the best players in the world separate. So kind of apologies here to Mav McNeely, who I think is a very good player, to Alex Smalley. Those two are tied for the lead. Even to Aldrich Potgieter, who sprays it all over the planet but hits it a mile. He's one off the lead. I'm still of the opinion that if you're picking a winner for this, if you gave me the choice of Scotty, of like this group of players that could win it, and group one was Scottie Scheffler, Cam Young, and who do I want to throw in? Honestly, if you gave me those two and maybe Matsuyama or the field, I would probably take those three. I might throw Chris Goddard in there. If Brooks Koepka was at 2 under, I would probably lump him in because we know he knows how to win one of these. I still think it's going to be one of the thoroughbreds that wins this. And I think the most compelling thing, honestly, that can happen, like we always talk about what we wish would happen in these tournaments, I'm very interested, compelled by, drawn to the greatness of Scheffler, the aw shucks, like, I like the process, guys. Me and Meredith are going to go home and make ravioli, but I'm not going to stab my hand this time. As much as Scotty continuing like a charge towards, oh my God, is this guy going to actually get near Tiger's major numbers? Tiger was great late in the career because you had the counterweight of Phil Mickelson being a legitimate challenger who you knew could maybe stand up to Woods on a given day. To me, Rory McIlroy only cares about the majors now and some of the bigger events, fine. He's also, as we've seen, vulnerable, I think, to maybe more of kind of a stinkeroo of a first round or like just kind of an odd quasi no-show of a tournament like he did for that first day. I'm not sure I believe, this is an insane opinion to say out loud, I'm not sure I believe that Rory is going to be consistent and sharp enough at most majors to be Scotty's principal challenger. You need somebody who is playing frequently, I think, to try to rise up there and be the guy who comes out of the pack maybe and tries to run down Scheffler and tries to be like that foil. And so, like, in that vein, the most compelling thing that could happen is Cam Young just puts his foot on the gas pedal, kind of like the way he did at Doral, and doesn't lap the field, but like forces a guy like Scheffler, who's starting the final 36 holes of this tournament at the exact same mark at 2 under par, forces a guy like Scheffler to actually keep up. Because Young's got the engine to do it. Hits very loud tools, as we've said on this show before. If he were a baseball player, it would be a 5-tool player now that he can actually putt. Bombing the ball. Doing so, by the way, with a ball that would apparently be legal under the rollback, which is kind of frightening because he's still hitting the ball 380 yards on some of these holes, like at Sawgrass on number 18. This is apparently a conforming ball for the rollback, which tells me it's not really much of a rollback at all. I would want Cameron Young to win this thing, not just because I picked him, but because I think that would be like an official sounding of, okay, a new challenger has emerged for Scheffler. Rory's in his mid-30s. He'll probably still be a threat at a lot of these moving forward, but Scheffler's in his late 20s. Cam Young's in his late 20s. Having two guys, or basically the same age, having two guys like that to maybe be dueling for a while now on the tour, I think would be a very good thing and a very good outcome. I would imagine that the tour would love this. I would imagine that like the people who run professional golf would love to see Cam Young, even though between he and Scheffler, like I would not say it's explosive personalities. There's something that draws you to watching both of them. Scheffler, the footwork, Young, the pause. You've got very distinct swings. Him winning this tournament and kind of doing so in a way that seizes it from the best player in the world would be, I think, very good writ large for the game of golf. So I'm going to stick with Cam Young, by the way, as like an actual prediction for this thing. I think he's going to get it done. He's too off the pace. There's nobody in front of him that you really think is going to go run away and hide. It could happen. Matt McNeely has largely putted okay. He's a great putter. If he gets really hot with the putter, who knows? Alex Smalley's putted out of his mind. Potgieter's putted out of his mind. I think those guys are kind of poised maybe because putting can be finicky to drop back in the pack. I think the guy who's playing like the best player in the world is going to end up showing that this weekend. I think Cam Young wins this thing, and I don't think anybody gets beyond maybe 10, at the most 11 under, and that's if they decide to make this course easy. Either way, Aronimink probably is the big winner from this because people thought it was going to be treated like a joke by these guys and look like a course that was outdated for the modern game. That hasn't happened, and to me, that's a very good thing for golf. Fan weather, Nelly, tell me if I goof it up, but I think I got it. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. You got 76 for a high today. It could rain a little bit later today, but it should be a very good morning for golf, and honestly should be a very good Sunday for golf. So, I don't know, good weekend to get out here to Conley Resort and Golf Club. Maybe make a double dip of it. Maybe go 36, go to Suncrest, and the house that beat up Mulsey, Conley Resort, the house that continues to beat up Mulsey, Suncrest. Two great courses, though, in great shape, great people as well. And we thank Conley Resort and Golf Club for hosting Going Low today, Josh Deno as well for jumping on to talk a lot about both courses and give us a couple takes on golf as well. I'm not going to give it away. Next week's Going Low will be hosted by me from a very funny, undisclosed location. I'm going to, just a broad preview, I'm going to be doing what all of us strive to do on Saturday mornings, which is make sure I get out to a golf course. So we will be broadcasting from a very funny, undisclosed location for at least right now on next Saturday's Going Low. Panther Insider Show, Pat Bostic is next. I will talk to you again on Monday at 2 o'clock on the PM team. Till then, adios.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is once again answering the call to help local volunteer fire departments. The third annual Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, will take place June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. We'll select a minimum of 25 volunteer fire companies to receive a deserving donation. Nominate your local VFD at 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Guardian Protection, True Green, and Oakmont Bakery. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the clubhouse leader for betting major golf, because right now all customers can get a 25% profit boost every round of the second major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download FanDuel and take your swing at boosted winnings. Some of the golfers I like as long shots this week. Min Woo Lee. Keep an eye on that guy. Min Woo Lee. Justin Thomas. He's a two-time winner. I think he can do it again. Justin Thomas at 50-1. Check him out. in the second major of the year. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. This Aronimink update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Right now, Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley, both from the United States, are 4 under par before round 3 of the PGA Championship gets underway. Those guys set to tee off later today at 2:40, and then there are 6 players who are all 3 under, all tied for second place. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome into the Panthers Insider Show. I'm Pat Bostic, here with you every Saturday from 8 to 9. That's 52 weeks a year. We're here on the flagship of Pitt Athletics, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, and we're talking Pitt all show long. Just a lot to get into today. We got current action going on, Pitt track and field at championships in Louisville, Pitt baseball wrapping up their regular season against Notre Dame up at Charles L. Cost Field. We've got so much going on to discuss with regard to football, being only 111 days out from kickoff. Pitt, Miami of Ohio. Steelers schedule was released, so we get to do that overlay and take a look at those packed weekends. And then, as Chris Peak so astutely noticed, a number of open weekends when it comes to games at Acrisure Stadium in the month of October. Could that be a sign, just maybe, that the North Shore is preparing for Bucktober and playoff baseball at PNC Park? We shall see. A lot going on outside of Pitt here, obviously in Pittsburgh and in Pennsylvania. Commonwealth has been a hotbed for sports action. Really the national spotlight has been certainly on Pennsylvania the past few weeks with the draft. Now you got the PGA Championship. You heard the Going Low show with Chris Muller just prior to me getting on the air here with PGA Championship at Aronimink outside of Philadelphia. And you got Phillies Pirates here in Pittsburgh at PNC Park, a big-time matchup, obviously between Paul Skenes and Zach Wheeler this weekend, but a huge series for both ball clubs. The Phillies playing a little bit better and getting their record closer to 500. The Pirates hovering a few games above 500 with a series win over Colorado. So just a massive weekend. And sticking with baseball, and we'll get into football a little bit later. We'll talk about some Pitt hoops as well. They continue to finalize this 2026-27 roster, officially announcing additions with Jonathan Powell, but also we're getting some leaks, some info that there's some new commits, a new commit in particular, a couple of them the past couple weeks that we want to talk about as well, and take a look at this roster in the aggregate. Regarding Pitt football, I really want to get into kind of just a little bit of a brain dump in our final segment. You know, I want to go offense, defense, and I want to go star player. So who's going to be the offensive MVP? Who's going to be the defensive MVP? Who is going to be the new emerger, the newcomer, the stock rising player that the Panthers see on offense and defense? And then who is the most important player, one that needs to really, really meet the moment and step up both offensively and defensively? And I want to get your thoughts on that as well as we begin to near 100 days from kickoff and a very important 2026 season for Pat Narduzzi and Pitt football with Mason Heinschel back at quarterback. So we'll dive into that. We'll get into the Pitt basketball roster in just a little bit in the second segment. But before we get into talking a little bit of Pitt baseball, and they eclipsed 30 wins and playing Notre Dame this weekend with a chance to put themselves in position, obviously, for the postseason. Had a couple tough, really quality opponents that it took it on the chin against Florida State, obviously, and North Carolina. But wrapping things up with Notre Dame, always good to beat Penn State in a midweek non-con game, too, as well. And obviously Mike Bell's team clearing 30 wins for the first time in his tenure and for the first time in 2013. But you guys have listened to this show. You know that one of our biggest supporters and really, frankly, one of the biggest supporters of Pitt athletics is a gentleman by the name of Pat Gallagher. And I've talked about him a lot on this show, and this is a particularly unique and special time to talk about it because PGT Trucking has been, a proud sponsor of the Panther Insider Show and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pitt Athletics, they do so much. They're celebrating their 45th anniversary, and there'll be a party tonight at Acrisure Stadium, their Million Mile celebration. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say a couple things about PGT Trucking. And these both come from a personal, a Pitt perspective, but also a regional perspective. You talk about this region and what makes it so special. It's companies like PGT Trucking that, stood the test of time, weathered the economic storms, have dealt with the steel industry going away and now coming back and found a way to evolve and adapt and become, one of the premier corporations in this region. And, they're celebrating their Million Mile celebration where they honor their drivers that reach that threshold. But, this is a wonderful company. And when we talk about PGT Trucking, when they advertise on the station, it's all about driving for PGT Trucking. And they've been named one of 2026 best fleets to drive for. They've had that same distinction in 2023, 24, and 25. They are a top 20 recognition from Carrier's Edge. They're top of the line, based here in Western Pennsylvania, celebrating their 45th anniversary, started by Pat Gallagher and then hiring Greg Troyan, who does such a terrific job. Chad Marsilio. I mean, they have a really good team over there. And I want to congratulate Pat on 45 years. It's hard to believe it was just 40 years ago. It seemed like yesterday that was celebrated. But that's a huge accomplishment. And for my money in this town, if you get a chance to know Pat Gallagher or meet Pat Gallagher, you're not going to find a better businessman who cares more about this region and its people, but B, a more generous human that supports and does so much for our community beyond just sports and Pitt, University of Pittsburgh, and things he's done at Robert Morris University and so forth, but also, what he does with the Light of Life Rescue Mission, what he does in and around the community, a man deeply rooted in faith, and one that has built quite the company that I think represents this region really well. So congratulations to Pat and the entire PGT team on 45 years, and here's to the next 45. We obviously our economy is evolving as we sit here, and this is not a business show nor a political one. But those truck drivers, that man the highways and haul freight from here to there, they make this economy go, and there's no better outfit that does it at a high level more than PGT Trucking. So I mentioned Pitt baseball, and I mentioned where they're at. Eclipsing 30 wins is a big-time accomplishment. The ACC is murderer's row when it comes to baseball. It's a terrific conference in baseball. It's rather top-heavy, but there's a lot of balance throughout the course of the league. And you took a look at the standings as we sit here. You got multiple teams that are over 40 wins with Georgia Tech and North Carolina, Florida State at 37 wins, Boston College at 36. You got a log jam, in the middle of the league that if you're at or around 500, it's kind of like the Big East used to be in basketball, right? If you're at or around 500 in the ACC in conference play, you're got a really good shot, obviously, to make the postseason. And Pitt is right in that middle tier right now, having just eclipsed 30 wins. They're obviously shy of 500 in league play at 11, just 11 wins in league play, and trying to climb that this weekend with Notre Dame on the schedule. But I want to really commend the job that Mike Bell has done with this program. Again, coming from Florida State, where obviously resources were different. Baseball is emphasized there at a high level, to a Northeast program, Midwest, whatever you want to call it, here at Pitt, that had made the transition to the ACC in 2013. And Joe Giordano did a great job over a long tenure as head coach, but certainly it was a program that needed to level up when it came to the conference competition that it was going to face. And, this team has had so many great moments this year, regardless of what happens from here. And their postseason prospects have taken a bit of a hit the past couple weeks. We talk so much about football and basketball on this show that I want to make sure these other programs get their just due. And we've talked to Dan Fisher, obviously, in volleyball, and Jay Vidovich and soccer, and Ben Waldrum and what they've done. Randy Waldrum prior to him, his father, that really brought the women's soccer program to the forefront. Keith Gavin in wrestling, but baseball. And I don't mean this as a cop out or an excuse, but they face an incredibly steep climb when it comes to trying to compete in a cold weather climate for the majority of their season against some of the preeminent powers in college baseball. And they've rallied off some really big wins this year. Swept Virginia, pummeled West Virginia on the road. They've hit the baseball at an unprecedented clip, with a top 5 offense in college baseball for much of the season. And I think it deserves commending. The effort done by Mike Bell, his staff, this team, and celebrating Senior Day. And Anthony LaSalla, the son of Chris LaSalla, who I have gotten to know so well and serves the Pitt football program with great distinction in his associate AD role. Anthony celebrating his Senior Day. I can remember him being on Santa's lap at the Meineke Car Care Bowl in 2009 when he was just a young pup. Now he's graduating college. Hard to believe, but he got a chance to be a part of what was a really good season for Pitt baseball, and I hope they can build upon that as they head into the offseason and look forward to 2027 and that campaign. I mentioned we get into Pitt hoops, and you talk about a program that has a big year on the horizon. Jeff Capel back for his 9th season. Jay Kuntz getting his fingerprints on this roster for the first time. Ricardo Greer and Ronald Ramon back on the staff with Kyle Saplicki and Milan Brown and Billy Hubley. They've got a great nucleus and coaching staff with some new perspective from guys that wore the jersey. But what matters most is who's going to be wearing the jersey this year. And we've talked about it almost every week. But right now I think we're nearing the point where we can start to look at this roster in the aggregate and talk about what it could be and what pieces they have, what their strengths might be, and where they go in terms of team development heading into 2026-27. We'll close the show with some Pitt football talk, discuss their outlook for 2026 as well. It's that time of the year, man. Spring sports wrapping up. Obviously, we got baseball here in Pittsburgh, still playing on the college level, and obviously the Pirates. But we start to look forward to football. We start to look forward to the next competition year, and oh, what fun it is to think about the possibilities. More of that on the Panthers Insider Show next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. After falling by a final score of 11-9 to the Philadelphia Phillies at PNC Park on Friday night, the Pittsburgh Pirates look to rebound on Saturday when they host the Phillies again. Bubba Chandler will start for the Pirates, while Christopher Sanchez will go for the Phillies. First pitch scheduled for 4:05. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 3 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the clubhouse leader for betting major golf, because right now all customers can get a 25% profit boost every round of the second major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download FanDuel and take your swing at boosted winnings. Some of the golfers I like as long shots this week. Min Woo Lee. Keep an eye on that guy. Min Woo Lee. Justin Thomas, he's a 2-time winner. I think he can do it again. Justin Thomas at 50-1. Check him out in the second major of the year. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It's Memorial Day all month long at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Stand proud and save big with stars, stripes, and offers you can't miss on our lineup of new Outlanders. Featuring premium interior, advanced safety technology, and affordable third row seating. Like the new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander. Drive one home today for 0% APR for 72 months. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panthers Insider Show, talking Pitt hoops right now as this roster begins to come together and finalize. And again, Jay Kuntz on the program a few weeks back gave some great insight as to where it is and was, and now we've got some more updates to dive into today as, again, the roster sheet starts to crystallize. We start to get near the finish line of what has been just a chaotic college basketball transfer portal season. Will it stop? Will it get better? I think not, but it feels good to be on the other side, and dare I say that Jeff Capel and Jay Kuntz and company have done a fine job in navigating that portal with some tough circumstances, coming off of a tough year with speculation about the future of the staff and the composition of the staff, including Jeff Capel's future at Pitt. Obviously, that was addressed prior to the portal getting underway. But certainly there's been an influx of new talent. I think there's more production, proven production, and there's an equal amount of upside on this roster. And I want to dive into it from my perspective and get your thoughts as well. Guaranteed Picks are brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years, and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. And my guaranteed pick of the day is, I think this roster is about done. We're about there. We've got some new developments at the tail end of last week that are intriguing. But what we know right now is probably what we'll know for the remainder of the summer and where this program will be. So we might as well start with the lone returner in Makari Moore. And again, forgive me for being redundant with this, but it's been so ever-changing that I think it bears repeating. And again, our job on this program is to keep you guys updated and also talk about where this program is and where it's going. And I think it's important to revisit that as the roster comes together, because each new addition, each new player changes the dynamic a little bit. Makari Moore is not a new player. He's a returner. I think he gives him depth at point guard, can play the point, can play the two. He's tough defensively. Obviously, he was a true freshman last year that came in and played some solid minutes at times and has a commitment to the program, obviously staying into year two. So was pleased to see at least one returner, knowing that the rest of the roster was likely going to get turned over, and turned over it was, certainly. We'll start at the guard spot for the Panthers. We have Makari Moore, your starting point guard without question. Hasn't been officially announced by the university yet, by the athletics department or Pitt basketball proper, but Nathan George, a transfer from Syracuse, was previously at Georgia Tech. A 10-5 type player, a distributor of the basketball, a bigger guy at 6'3", 185, can shoot it plenty good, but a distributor by nature. He reminds me a little bit, watching him play, and obviously Jeff Capel's style of offense is a bit different, but he reminds me a little bit of James Robinson when I watch his highlights. Just has a calm to him playing the point guard spot that I think, we've seen a lot of frenetic point guards play for Jeff Capel over the years, whether it's Xavier Johnson or obviously DeMarco Minor last year, that were smaller and quicker and faster, that wanted to find a shot and were searching a shot. This reminds me more of a Nelly Cummings or a James Robinson, probably more appropriately given his size, that can hold up defensively. How many times last year did we see, as I take a sip of coffee, did we see DeMarco Minor get isolated on a switch and get backed into the post? I don't think you're going to see that with Nate George, who's played at this level, obviously playing at Syracuse, is familiar with the league. League's familiar with him as well, but brings a steadiness to the point guard spot that this program really needs. I think Alon Sumler, also a transfer who comes in at 6'4", 200, gives them plenty of length, but could also handle the basketball. Coming from Charleston Southern, Buford, Georgia native. He is a guy that can score the basketball, averaging almost 19, 20 points a game at Charleston Southern, can shoot it, can get to the rim, and has had production on his ledger throughout the course of his career. Jalil Bethia is a little bit different, and he was announced as an official roster spot this past week. Transfer from Alabama, was previously at Miami. More playing time at Miami for a bad Miami team. They had a lot go wrong 2 years ago and got to a stacked deck, got injured at Alabama and got kind of put into the background a little bit, similar to Damian Dunn at Houston after his transfer from Temple. But this is a guy that can get to the rack, was one of the premier recruits in the country 2 years ago, has pedigree. He's got a bunch of Instagram followers. He's got swagger. And just, this is the upside I talk about. A young player, hasn't played a lot, but played enough to he's not going to be overtaken by the moment, overwhelmed by the moment, but a lot of upside with him. So you look at the guard position, the 1 and 2 spot. I mean, man, you got to feel really good about that group. You got a guy who's been in the program, Makari Moore. You got Nate George, who's played at Georgia Tech and Syracuse. And then you got Alon Sumler, who's hungry and wants to show he can play at this level, and Jalil Bethia, who's just trying to find a home. So it's a good mix of talent at that spot, and Bethia's not small either at 6'5", 190. You get out to the wing and the 3 position and could also play the 2, and Jonathan Powell's a guy that can shoot the basketball at an incredibly high level. 43% three-point shooter, played excellent at West Virginia before transferring to North Carolina and playing a role for that Tar Heels team. Dominique Diamande is a 3-and-D type player who was on a really good BYU team, and a tournament caliber team that he got lost in the flow a little bit, but really started to have his coming out party in the Big 12 tournament. Jay Kuntz actually shared that it was against West Virginia that he started to do some things. Really good athlete, foreign born, but has played the game in the States at the college level. And then Timothy Radovsky, I don't know how to say it. It's Timofey, Timofei, transfer from Bryant, 6'9", 215, playing the wing that can shoot it, and averaged double digits at Bryant, was an all-conference player at Bryant. So again, Power 4 experience, Power 5 experience, whatever you want to call it, high major experience with Powell and Diamande, and then shooting and upside but production and Radovsky that you can throw into the mix, provide depth, and can become a part of a rotation. You start to get to that 10 number. And we saw how thin Pitt was last year, and as it got later in games, we saw them get certainly tired out and not be able to finish those games in the proper fashion. And then you obviously go down low, and this is where I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Colin Hawkins. My apologies. Transfer from Gardner-Webb, who will be a reserve at the guard spot as well. So don't know as much about Colin Hawkins. He was announced, kind of got lost in the shuffle a little bit, but a 3-star transfer prospect according to 247 that will provide depth at the guard position for the Panthers. And the size that they don't have a 7-footer that they've added, but Baye Ndongo from Georgia Tech played a year with Nate George, highly accomplished 4-man that can play that spot. He'll play alongside Armani Mighty, who is transfer from Mercer, played at Boston College at 6'10". Panthers also added Craig Gilbert, a D2 transfer who has a really high ceiling, can really shoot and score the basketball from the power forward position as well. And then the last addition for the Panthers, Ibrahim Souare, also a transfer from Georgia Tech to Syracuse. So you see that connection between Nate George and Baye Ndongo, and then Ibrahim Souare, who was a defensive-minded, similar to Mighty, defensive-minded backup at the power forward, 6'9", 225 pounds. So got some size down there with Mighty at 6'10", 240. Ndongo can certainly hold his own, 6'9", 240 down on the block. And then certainly Craig Gilbert and Souare provide you a little bit more athleticism perhaps at those spots. But you've got 4 that can really man the low block. And then you throw in Chase Foster and Jamal Jones, the 2 signees. But Chase Foster, by all accounts, is Pitt's highest-ranked recruit. I think 37th he ended up at in the top 50 in terms of who's signing where and high school recruits at the power forward spot too. So a highly rated high school prospect thrown into the mix as well for the Panthers that adds to this roster. And that's really where it stands. So Mighty, Gilbert, Radovsky, Diamande, Bethea, Souare, Powell, George, Ndongo, Hawkins, Sumler, and then obviously Makari Moore, Jamal Jones, and Chase Foster. And you're looking at your 2026-27 Pitt Panthers. I think it's a team with a lot of versatility. I am highly intrigued to see how that group comes together. And obviously they'll do that over the summer months. And we won't see them until the mid-early fall when they'll get back going for the 26-27 season. That's the brain dump on the basketball side. That's the level set. That's where we're at. We'll do the same on the Pitt football side. We'll start with a schedule update. Steelers, Pitt, what's the crossover? What back-to-backs do we have? What open weekends do we have? And then star on offense and defense, key emerging talent, player that stock is going to rise the most, and a player that has the most riding on them for the 2026 Pitt football season. We'll dive into that next in the Panther Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates fell by a final score of 11-9 in 10 innings to the Philadelphia Phillies at PNC Park Friday night. Gregory Soto blew his second game of the season, allowing 3 runs in the top of the 9th inning. And then Dennis Santana allowed 3 runs in the top of the 10th inning. Kyle Schwarber went 3 for 5 and had 5 RBIs on the night, including 2 home runs. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Must finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title and plates. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Tucson rebate. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 5/31/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for Memorial Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. PA only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
If your AC is struggling, don't sweat it. Literally.
You got that right, Doran. At Southside Plumbing and Heating, we specialize in new air conditioning systems or full replacements to keep your home comfortable all summer long.
And unlike those big companies, Jake's techs aren't working on commission.
That means no pressure, no gimmicks. Our team knows what's best for you and your home.
Family owned, trusted, and built on doing things the right way. Call my guy Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating today, 412-431-7455, or go to the website, southsideplumb.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
It's Memorial Day all month long at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Stand proud and save big with stars, stripes, and offers you can't miss on our lineup of new Outlanders. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000 and ask about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
When a family is going through a hardship, life can change fast, and keeping a child in hockey can become out of reach. The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams regardless of financial circumstances. With scholarship applications opening this June, your support right now can make all the difference for families in need. Join us in making hockey accessible for all. Visit assistedgoals.org to donate today. That's assistedgoals.org.
It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Final segment for the Panther Insider Show for Saturday, May 16th. Beautiful weekend here in the Berg. Going to be outstanding weather. Chances some rain, and we'll just dive into it right now, won't we, Joel Nelson? And we will talk about the forecast for our lovely region of Western Pennsylvania for the weekend. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. So this weekend for our fine city is going to be absolutely beautiful. Today, we'll have a high getting into the mid-70s. Partly cloudy. There's a stray shower or thunderstorm possible. About a 24% chance of rain. A little bit of a chance of some showers overnight with the low dipping down to 62 degrees. And then Sunday, going to be gorgeous and seasonably warm. 85 degrees. Cloudy to start the day. Will become partly cloudy later in the day. Light and variable winds this weekend. Going to get into the 90s early next week. How about that? Going to be 92 on Monday and 90 on Tuesday as we head into Memorial Day weekend and head into the summer here in Pittsburgh. And the summer means we're almost to the fall. Not quite, but we're in the final season before the fall, which means football is right on the horizon. Got the Steelers schedule this past week, and we'll dive into it real quick. Why not? We talk about it a lot here on The Fan. Falcons home opener for the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday, September 13th. The Panthers obviously will play the day prior, so that'll be a doubleheader at Acrisure Stadium that weekend. That could impact game time. We don't know. We don't have game times yet, but Pitt will take on their second game of the year, take on UCF at Acrisure Stadium on Saturday, September 12th. So back-to-back, Pitt playing their second home game of the year. The Steelers with their home opener against the Falcons before the Steelers travel to the New England Patriots the following weekend. Pitt, the weekend of the 19th, will play on Thursday night that week against Syracuse. So Pitt's third game of the year is at home, a Thursday night game against Syracuse before they come home on the 26th of September against Bucknell. And that's really where things start to get interesting for this schedule as you look at the crossover and create this Venn diagram between Pitt and the Steelers and who's going to be at Acrisure Stadium. The Steelers will actually be home against the Cincinnati Bengals that Sunday. So after Pitt takes on Bucknell at home at Acrisure Stadium, they'll take on the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Cincinnati Bengals that Sunday in their first AFC North matchup of the year. And then there's some breaks in the action. The Steelers are at the Browns week 4, a Thursday night game. They do play at home on the 11th of October against the Indianapolis Colts for the second consecutive year. Pitt, rather, will be home on a Friday night. Excuse me, not on a Friday night. They'll be on the road on a Friday night, the second against Virginia Tech. And Pat Narduzzi and James Franklin square off for the first time, with Coach Franklin taking over the Hokie football program. Incidentally, Narduzzi and Franklin were at ACC meetings this past week where there was a lot of talk about a 2014 playoff. We might get into that a little bit today as well. But the point being made here is this, and we won't go through every game. There's too much to talk about. There's a gap for both ball clubs in October. Pitt will take on North Carolina in Acrisure Stadium on October 10th, and it won't return with back-to-back road games at BC and at Miami. It won't return until the end of the month. So 3 weeks will go by before Pitt comes back to Acrisure Stadium to take on Georgia Tech on October 31st. The Steelers, similarly, are devoid of some home games during the month of October. They'll take on the Browns on the road the 1st of October. They've got that back-to-backer where they take on Indianapolis on Sunday the 11th. Then they're at Tampa Bay. They take on New Orleans, but that's in Paris, France. And then they don't return until Sunday, November 1st to take on the Cleveland Browns. So that'll be a back-to-backer again. Georgia Tech on a Saturday for Pitt. The Browns on a Sunday for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So 21 days without games at Acrisure Stadium. There's a 10-day break earlier in the year. And listen, the back-to-backers, they challenge, they stress the turf at Acrisure Stadium. It's going to get a nice respite to get resodded and returfed during that middle part of the month of October, key part of the year, rather, when you think about it, as you prepare for the cold to come, the freezes to come in the morning, the frost to take over Acrisure Stadium as we get into playoff time for both the Pitt Panthers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mentioned it earlier that I wanted to dive in to kind of three key players on both sides of the ball for Pitt. And I wanted to get your thoughts on them as we enter the summer months and we get ready for this upcoming season. And I've categorized those three players in the following manner. Who's going to be the star, the MVP of the offensive side of the ball for Pitt, the defensive side of the ball for Pitt? Who's going to be the most improved? Who's going to have the biggest growth in terms of their role and participation and how they factor in for this Pitt football team? And then who might have the most riding on them? Who needs to perform at a critical position for Pitt that maybe that position hasn't performed well in the past? And we'll start on defense, because obviously offense, carries the headlines as we know. Points and lighten up that scoreboard, sell tickets. We'll start on defense though, because that's the foundation of this program. And if I come into this year and I want this to happen, I want to speak it into existence, I think the MVP of the defense for Pitt is Cruz Brookins. I think it's a safety from Steel Valley. Had a chance to sit down and watch tape with him. Obviously, got his bell rung a couple times last year. Needs to tackle a little bit more soundly. But he is a playmaker and fearless. And he's going to be relied upon heavily to lead that back end for Pitt. Cruz Brookins as the defensive MVP. I think the player that's going to see their profile emerge the most or grow the most is going to be Braylon Lovelace. I think we'll see him play in the star position where we've seen Kyle Lewis, where we see Rasheem Biles play in the past. He's not going to get trapped in the box too much where he's got to, make the tackle. He's going to blitz more. He's going to be in pass coverage situations more. He's going to make more plays on the ball. He's going to be around the ball more, not just directing traffic. Be curious to see if, Jeremiah Marcelin takes the green dot. That's going to be an interesting development. But Braylon Lovelace stands to benefit from moving positions back to a position that fits him more. I mean, he is an athlete. He can slide back in a heartbeat, and that's what makes him so valuable, is how flexible he is from a positional standpoint. But I think he's going to his production is going to go way up this year, and we're going to see more of what we saw against Georgia Tech from Agent Zero, from number 0, Braylon Lovelace. And then I'm going to go I'm going to go Splitsville on this one. And maybe we'll add a newcomer to this as well. Why not? We'll have a little fun. Jimmy Scott is a guy that I want to see have a big year. You know, I think Zach, I don't want to say too much about Zach Carruthers because coming off injury. I think Zach Carruthers is a really good player. But there's a lot riding on Jimmy Scott. You know, we've talked about it at length. The edge rushing position has underperformed for Pitt. And maybe part of that is because they've put more emphasis on the linebacking core and talent at that spot, so they felt like they've had to blitz more. But it's a chicken or the egg type thing, right? I mean, if you feel like you have to blitz more, is it because you want your athletes blitzing, but they're also good pass coverage players? Or is it because you think you can't get there with 4? And typically you rely upon the edge, the outside defensive end players to generate 4-man rush, right? To converge on the pocket, to win one-on-ones. And Jimmy Scott's a veteran player now that waited his turn and has an opportunity to become the next DN to really, get to that double-digit sack number. We haven't seen that from Pitt in a long time. I mean, we had those 2 bookends back in 2020 with Pat Jones and Rashad Weaver, and even Baldonado and Deslin Alexander were formidable. But it's been a minute. I think Jimmy Scott has a lot to say about that. In terms of newcomer, I think Pitt has a lot of bodies at corner. I'll be very curious to see who takes control. I mean, you've got so many returning players there between, Zion Ferguson and, there's so many good players. Obviously, Sean Lee, and so on and so forth. Drip, Shadarian Harrison. I mean, there are so many returning players at that spot. Could a Rayon Strader come in and make noise? Bigger corner, Pittsburgh native. Be fun to watch that position shake out in training camp. On offense, and we got a kicking and punting battle, by the way, too, which we'll follow. But let's deal in 80%, 85 to 90% of the snaps right now on offense and defense. The MVP is Mason Heichel. I think that's pretty easy. That's a chalk answer, right? And it needs to be, right? Pitt is heavily invested in keeping him here in blue and gold, keeping him as your starting quarterback. And the way they play, it's going to have every chance in the world to put up video game numbers this year. Video game numbers. And if he does, Pitt will be a really good football team. They've got a lot around him, and we'll get into that. But Mason Heichel needs to be the MVP of this offense and this football team. The player that's going to see an increased role, and I think it's going to help Mason Heichel, will be Ja'Carrion Turner. Boosie. I think he's elite. I think he's a top 3 back in the league. I think Heichel's a top 3 quarterback in the league. We talked about that. I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I mean, they're both really good. They're both young. But Turner has another gear. He's put some weight on. They've shored up that offensive line. They ran the ball really well this spring. He's poised to he could have a 1,000-yard year. Call it right now. Book it. Guaranteed pick brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. We'll double read today. 1,000 yards for Ja'Carrion Turner. Not a bad bet. Not a bad bet. If I could bet, I would. But I won't. Player that has the most riding on him, no question, Ntinho Olivieri, the left tackle transfer from Penn. They handpicked him. Had a great spring. If you're going to throw the ball a lot, there's nothing more important than protecting your quarterback's backside. That left tackle is a critical part of that. Got to be a big year for him, and I think he's a young man that could make himself a lot of money this year if he performs. Newcomer. This is a tough one. This is really a tough one because this particular young man is not a newcomer, but he hasn't been here for a minute. I think Sincere Lee is going to have a really good year. I think he's going to take Poppy Williams' spot. Kind of the move guy in this Cade Bell offense, playing the slot. Talk about Blue Hicks. Malik Knight could have a big year, but you kind of have to go receiver with newcomer because of how this offense operates. And I know CJ Lee is not a newcomer, but he's wearing a new number, wearing number 10. At least he was in the spring. That could change. And he's going to play a very key role for Cade Bell in this offense and be a very dependable target for Mason Heichel. So there you have it, guys. And the thing about it is, man, there's a lot of names we knew that I mentioned. We talked about Pitt basketball. There's a lot of names we don't know. And that's just the way, that's the way it is. For Pitt football, we know a lot of these names. And we need them to deliver in 2026. We're approaching 100 days from kickoff at Acrisure Stadium. And it's going to be a really, really looking forward to this season. You know, there's years, I always look forward to football. Starts to get warm out. You get excited. But when you know, I want to be careful. This is not I'm not trying to be biased here at all. But when you know the team you're covering or the team that you root for has a dude at quarterback, it just changes it for you, man. It just changes it. I'll leave you with that today. Again, so you prepare for this season. You know, you get your tailgates organized. You get a chance. You know every single game that you show up at Acrisure Stadium, you got a playmaker at quarterback that can change the game. That's the name of the game. That's how you win. Been a great show. Thanks, Joel Nelson, for handling all the things intricate behind the glass. You guys for listening and making this show a lot of fun. To PGT Trucking for year 45, congratulations. We'll see you guys tonight at Acrisure Stadium. And to all the rest of you, enjoy the beautiful weather this weekend. And always, hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Across our community, families are gathering, flags are flying, and summer's starting. If you've been thinking about a new vehicle, now's the perfect time. During the Spitzer Memorial Day sales event, lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $188 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 24,789, then TP 453388, rear-wheel drive model 1852, $49.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit with TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, and 6/1/2026.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Last night, the Pirates fell to the Phillies 11-9 in 10 innings. This afternoon, it is Bubba Chandler up against Christopher Sanchez, a 4:05 first pitch from PNC Park, and it's here on The Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And a good morning to you. A happy Saturday. It's sort of a happy Saturday. Thank you for that intro, Joel. It's a rough one. It's a rough one after last night. There's no other way to spin it. A lot of frustration right now in Pirates land, and understandably so. I guess this comes at a good time. I don't know. But the bullpen is, it's become a bit of a talking point. Has to be one. What happened last night can't continue to happen. Joel and I were talking off the air about the strides this team has made, and it's made some good ones. We've seen some really good things. We saw them last night. Brandon Lau, 2 home runs. Marcell Ozuna, 1. This team is scoring more than enough runs to win games. The problem is they're not winning enough games. And this isn't, like a first world problem. I don't know. I guess maybe it is. But what I'm talking about, I'm sitting here looking at 24-21. And it could be a lot better. It should be a lot better. The Pirates are doing 2 of the most difficult things to do. They're doing them well. They addressed their biggest offseason need and addressed it well. That being the offense. They have one of the best rotations in Major League Baseball. They have a top 5 offense. I looked last night. They were 6th in ERA by starters. They're either 4th or 5th in runs. And yet we're talking about 24-21. And I can go through a list, and I will, of games that they should have won. And they didn't because the bullpen didn't get it done. And you can go through individual performances, which we will. And it's not good. The Pirates were counting on a group of at least 5 guys to play integral roles in the bullpen. I would argue that just one of them has lived up to expectations. And he's 5th on that list. The Pirates have to have answers for their bullpen very soon. This can't continue to happen. On today's show, we'll talk to Steven Brol from Sportsnet Pittsburgh at 10 a.m. I have a one-on-one with Paul Skenes that I recorded yesterday at PNC Park. We talk a little bit about Sunday's game. Very good pitching matchup, Paul Skenes and Zach Wheeler. We'll get to that a little later in the show, but off the hop, we have to get into some of the bullpen concern, lay it out, what has happened, try to fix the problem as best we can, suggest a few things. There are some available solutions to the Pirates. Some of them aren't terribly palatable. Not going to lie to you. But let's kind of lay out the problem where the Pirates are. And if you look over the story this season, it's pretty easy to see where it's come unraveled and who's been guilty. In March and April, the Pirates bullpen had a 3.74 ERA. That was 8th best in Major League Baseball. And it's convenient. This stuff basically breaks down by month. Now, the trend started at the end of April, but we can just sort things by month. It pretty much works out. Gives you an idea of what we're looking at. Since the calendar flipped to May, the Pirates bullpen has a 5.90 ERA, 26 earned runs in 32 and 2/3 innings pitched. Overall, bullpen's pitching to a 4.23 ERA. That's 19th in Major League Baseball. Once again, that's far too low. I've used the analogy of the 2013 Pirates quite a bit in those Pirates teams of that era. And if you look at what they did well, it was not an offense that was going to blow your doors off, blow your socks off, whatever. The offense was good enough. The pitching was really, really good. The defense was really, really good. And the bullpen. Neil Huntington did an excellent job building a bullpen. We thought we were there. I certainly thought the Pirates were going to be better than 19th in Major League Baseball in ERA. And if you look at other peripheral numbers, it's not like, ERA is a flawed stat, that it's not telling the complete story. No, that's about where they are. They go out and sign Gregory Soto this offseason. When it happened, I thought it was a smart move. Dennis Santana has been outstanding the past 2 seasons. Isaac Mattson last year was really, really good. Justin Lawrence was hurt, but he was excellent. I don't think anybody's looking at his stuff, and I'm talking prior to this year. I'm talking about the offseason and those decisions that were made. I don't think anybody's talking about his stuff saying this guy can't get outs. You're saying, can he stay healthy? Well, he stayed healthy. The problem's been the stuff. The problem's been his ability to get outs. You make the trade with Tampa to bring in Mason Montgomery. Okay. Last year, Evan Sisk, I know it was an unpopular trade, but honestly, he's been pretty good. He's on my list of guys to talk about, but it's really like it's one of the few success stories in the bullpen this season. My man's got a 1.56 ERA. That's fine. It's been the other guys that you thought you were going to get a lot more, and specifically Santana, Mattson, and Lawrence. I know Soto gave up the runs last night. I know his last 2 games haven't been great. He's allowed 4 runs, 3 earned. It's been scored on twice. His ERA is still only 2.42. I think if you step back, and obviously there's emotions going right now because he couldn't hold the lead last night, gives up a 3-run lead. It's frustrating. They should have won the game. Agree with all of it. But by and large, he's pitched pretty well this season. We'll see where it goes, and I'm not absolving anything. But I think the bigger issues for a longer stretch of time have been Santana, Mattson, and Lawrence. And those guys were supposed to be either your 1A, 1B closing option, your 2 primary setup guys. It's not great. Mattson has given up 7 earned runs in his last inning and a third. Santana is probably the most concerning case of any of them out there. He's given up 8 runs in his past 5 1/3 innings. Look this up this morning. He's given up 9 earned runs. He didn't allow his 9th earned run last season until August 1st. That's how different he's been. I'm honestly curious. It's one of the reasons why I'm happy we're having Brault on here, because he knows a ton about pitching and can delve into some of the nuance here. What happened with Santana? His fastball velocity is down a little bit. His four-seamer averaged 94.7 miles per hour last season. It's at 93.8 this year. That wouldn't explain this level of drop-off. I think there's some smoke and maybe fire with his slider. If you look at how it performed last year, 157 average against, 283 slug. Those numbers have ballooned to 346 and 615. So to think about it simply, it is twice as bad, basically. If you look at the shape a little bit, doing this on Baseball Savant, it's getting slightly less horizontal break. To me, and this is one, this is where the numbers can go take a seat. You're watching it, he's pitching behind in counts and he's hanging it. That's it. Yeah, it might not be as sharp, but there are way too many times where he's 2-0, 2-1, having to throw a strike, trying to get it over for a strike, and then it's getting whacked. It's the difference when you talk about pitching ahead in counts versus pitching behind in counts. It also doesn't really matter. The guy needs to execute his pitches, and you need Dennis Santana to play an integral role in the back end of your bullpen. And it's been that same way with Justin Lawrence. There's a lot of talk about his potential and what he can be. Doesn't really matter if you're leaving that sweeper over the middle of the plate consistently, which he's done. He's got stuff. I love his delivery. If it's over the middle of the plate, it's not going to work. Isaac Matson's last outing in San Francisco, he did the same thing. He got the 2 strikes, and then for him, it's a 4-seam fastball grooved. That stuff can't happen. So when Ben Cherington talked on Thursday, the day game, we were asking him about the bullpen. I asked him about this on the Pirates Insider Show. It's obviously a popular topic of conversation around the team. Basically, what do you do? Like, something has to be done. You can't just keep doing the same old thing here. And he outlined 3 things that when you look at a major league bullpen over the course of a season, you have 3 options. Number 1, internal improvement. The guys you have to pitch better. Okay, it's fair. It's a rational way of looking at things. Like, you can't just DFA everybody. Gregory Soto has to pitch better than he did last night. Same with Matson. Matson didn't pitch last night, of course, but you look at Matson, Santana, Lawrence, they're capable of doing more and they need to. The second option is what worries me. And the second option being guys pushing for time who aren't in the major leagues. Where can you turn in your organization to get another arm? There's one option, and stay with me, I'll talk about that. And then the third one is external improvement. And that's sort of the magic bean here with the Pirates. Can they go external? Will they go external? Is there anybody available? What does that cost? Because I can sit here and say, yes, they need help, and they do. And I would like to see them go get external help. I don't think they have enough pitching depth. I think part of that has become an issue very early on. We're sitting here May 16th, and the pitching depth is thin. The guys you have aren't pitching terribly well. I'd love to see them go get somebody. How realistic is that? Think about it. If a reliever is any good, why is his team going to get rid of him? No team is looking at this. I don't care how bad it is. They're not looking at this and saying, you know what, we're out of it. Mid-May, we're done. Let's sell the assets, pack it in, whatever. If the guy's any good, he's on a roster, and the team that has him wants him. And if you're the Pirates, what do? Well, you can change that team's mind by paying. Are the Pirates going to overpay? Should they overpay? Can they overpay? Yeah, they can. I'd argue maybe they should. I'd like to see it, sure. But what does that deal cost? Who are you getting back? Is that pitcher better than what you have available? It's a tough one. Again, I'm not making excuses for it. I want to see them add. I'd like to see them bolster their pitching depth. 100%. That was true before last night, frankly. But I just have some questions on whether a deal like that can actually come together. And now as I circle back to the second one on that, I said I would work back to it. That's the best available option that the Pirates have. Somebody in the minor leagues pushing for time. Don't know what I'm talking about? Well, hang on. I'm going to get to it in our second segment because I think it's fascinating. It's been a storyline with the Pirates this week, and there's a whole bunch of thread to pull at. This is Bucko Talk. Greetings on a happy Saturday morning. We're going to try to make it happy. If nothing else, we're going to work through the bullpen's issues, some other issues relative to the team. I want to talk a little bit about what's gone on at third base, what's happening behind home plate, what sort of trends we might see there. There was something in last night's game that I think is deserves a bigger picture conversation, that specifically involving Brandon Lau, but a lot of places to go on today's show. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. You want to hit me up on Twitter or X at jmackey_PGH. Let me know what you think of today's show or what your solution is for the bullpen. And anybody with a phone nearby and you want to get involved, we would love to have you. These shows are always casual. Air your opinions. Tell me what you think about the Buccos last night, this season, what concerns you. Hey, if you have a solution, give us a shout. Let us know what you think. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. You can make a friend, Joel behind the glass. We'll take care of you and get you on with me. But in the meantime, like I said, there's an internal solution and a storyline bubbling with the Pirates. I'm going to get into that next. You are listening to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Aronimink update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley, both from the United States, are the only players who are 4 under par as round 3 of the PGA Tour is underway. Those players set to tee off at 2:40. There are a handful of players who have teed off earlier today, and behind McNeely and Smalley are 6 others who are 3 under. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. 84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The
Motor City Madman Ted Nugent hits the stage at Timber Rock Amphitheater on Friday, September 11th. Experience blazing guitar, high-energy hits, and an unforgettable night under the stars. Ted Nugent Live. Tickets are on sale now at timberrockамp.com. Don't miss Ted Nugent Live at Timber Rock Amphitheater, Friday, September 11th. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. We're making the best of it. Pirates with a difficult loss last night, frustrating to the Phillies. Had every chance to win that game. 6-run third inning. They led by 5 after 6. Should have won the game. This has happened far too often this season for the Pirates. We're talking about the bullpen. We're talking about the bullpen struggles. They need to be fixed. They need to be fixed now. The Pirates are doing too many things in other areas, talking about their offense, the starting rotation, to have it all blown apart by the bullpen. Appreciate some of the interest here. If you want to get involved, 412-928-9370. We'll get out to the phones in just a little bit. Hit me up on Twitter at @jmackey_PGH. A little of what I'm talking about, though, before we get to that, this is not a one-off. If you've watched the Pirates, obviously you're well aware. But go back to the beginning of April 8th, to be specific. That was the Justin Lawrence, Jose Urquidy implosion.
Mitch Keller throws 6 scoreless against the Padres, and they suffer an 8-2 loss. In Chicago, another Justin Lawrence game. Hunter Bucko and Urquidy also pitched in that one. Bubba Chandler had a pretty good start, 5 1/3, but the bullpen combined to allow 4 runs. Fast forward a little bit, 4 days, in fact, against the Nationals. That's a 10-inning game. Yohan Ramirez gives up a run in the 7th, and then Dennis Santana allows the winning run in the 10th. If you go to April 18th, that was the 13-inning game against the Rays. The Pirates were basically out of pitching. Yohan Ramirez is pitching until his arm's about to fall off. He gives up 3 runs. Cardinals game, April 28th. Hunter Bucko is thrust into duty, and that was his weird travel day, getting delayed in Atlanta, and he winds up allowing 5 runs. And then in the Giants series, that was May 10th, and they lead 2-0, 4-2, and 6-4, and lose 7-6. So once again, if you're doing the tough stuff correctly, which the Pirates mostly are, it's even more frustrating to have it come apart at the end in a bullpen that should be able to hold leads, that it's not. I thought Braxton Ashcraft said it well. There are games where you lose and games where you get beat, and this was one where we lost, and it was a lot of self-inflicted wounds. All right, let's get out to the phones. Some great calls here. Tony in Munhall's going to kick us off. We have Chuck in Uniontown, Ross and Shaler. Again, if you want to get in Russ and Shaler, if you want to get involved, love to hear from you. What's going on, Tony? Happy Saturday.
Hi, Jason. Thanks for taking my call. I look forward to these calls every Saturday, as you know.
Yeah, man.
Last night was terrible. I think it was the worst loss, of the season to this point.
Oh,
and I'm
totally.
not getting wrapped up in it, right? There's 162 games, but Jason, the Phillies are a good team. They were, 8 of 11 coming in. We had them on the ropes, right? We now have Bubba today, which is not one of our better starters. He kind of struggles with control problems, but we do have Skenes and Wheeler tomorrow. So if the Skenes day and I'm heading down, I'm looking forward to that. But just a couple points. So last night, Connor Griffin has been playing a good shortstop, but that error didn't really help much. If they would have got that out, you would have had an out to start the inning. But Soto was off. And you do that in baseball. That's going to happen, right? This is baseball. This makes baseball fun. No day is the same, and no player is on the mountain, forever, right? But I want to ask you a question because they need help immediately. And last week I talked about Tyler Anderson, but there's some outside help that maybe they can get. But the problem is, Jason, I'm looking at the standings this morning. Everyone's in the wild card race all throughout baseball.
Yep.
So, if we go to Boston for Chapman or if we go to Colorado for Quintana, is that going to be that simple? Now, we're probably going to have to trade some prospects out of this, but I say we go for it now because, the Skenes years are getting thinner. Hopefully he can sign long-term. I know you're going to get the Brandon Lau. Hopefully they can sign him. But on the farm, other than Dotel had some success, maybe Harrington. Is Clevenger hurt? Can you talk about him for a minute?
Tony, you have a list a mile long of stuff I need to get to, brother.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but like I said,
no, you're good.
They soured well, and they rubbed that off and go back at them today. But thank you, Jason, for taking my call. I really appreciate these calls.
All right, my man. I appreciate you.
Clevenger and some of the guys in the minor leagues. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. I love Tony. I love hearing from him. There's so much passion. It's just, I want to jump in and address one point, and then he makes another one, and then I'll jump in to address that, and then he makes 3 more points. It's great stuff. Thank you, Tony. All right, so Clevenger is hurt. It's a knee injury. He's going to be out for a while longer. Clevenger is not an option for the Pirates. Internally, if you're going to look at bringing somebody up, and again, this is where I'm saying that it's not a ton. If you want to try to force feed Thomas Harrington in here, I would not. His ERA is over 5. Antoine Kelly also has an ERA over 5. That's kind of what we're talking about, it's not great shakes down there. Wilbur Dotel I thought was very good. I'm surprised they're not taking another look at him, but they are trying to stretch him out as a starter. I think it's a balancing act. If you keep trying to do that, sooner or later you got to rob Peter to pay Paul. You've got some guys down there. I don't know if that's really going to move the needle. Is anybody excited about Hunter Bucko? Nothing against Hunter, but I'd rather see him stretched out as a starter and developing that way. It didn't really go well in relief up here. You have some more traditional relievers, Joe LaSorsa, Bo Burrows. They've pitched well. It's nothing against those guys, but I just and Burrows' ERA around 2, LaSource, I think, is like 2.5, 2.7, something like that. But they're in AAA for a reason. Like, I don't think those are the solutions that Tony's talking about, and that's going to take me to the first point I wanted to jump in and talk about, and I addressed it a little bit earlier. If Quintana, like Colorado and Quintana, or another team, I think Chapman and Boston was another one you're looking at. Like, if you sign these guys and you are still mostly in it, which, a lot of teams aren't going to punt on their season in mid-May, it's hard to pry these guys away. And it's not to say that you can't do it. I want to see them go use prospects to bring in pitching help too. That makes perfect sense. They should. They need to. We're seeing that. It's just we're at a time in the schedule where it makes it a little difficult to do that. I don't think teams are interested in letting good pitchers go this early in the season unless there's some sort of we know we're not going to be competitive this year. We have no designs on being competitive. And, I don't think the Red Sox are going to be flying the white flag. Maybe they do with Quintana, but does that really address your need? Like, honestly, they might need back-end help. Quintana could maybe give you some length. Even if he would go into the rotation, like, what does that do? I'm not against Jose Quintana, believe me. I just don't think it scratches them exactly where they itch. All right, Chuck in Uniontown. I'm going to shut up and listen to the man talk. What's going on, Chuck? Happy Saturday.
Good morning, Mac. But really, is it happy? No.
It's not. Nope, it's not, Chuck.
I guess we're breathing, so it's okay. Anyway, the malignant cancer has to stop immediately, or it's going to become terminal, and it's going to become fatal. Tonight and tomorrow are two must-win games for the Pirates. They have to win not one of them. They have to win both of them. Because you know what the itinerary says after this? It says St. Louis, Missouri. You want to go into St. Louis feeling bad? It's tough enough to beat the Cardinals if you're feeling good. You go in there feeling bad? But more to this thing about the pitching staff. I'm going to say something again, and I know nobody agrees with me, and I understand that. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, and it's this. Organizations are going to have to teach their prospects from the very beginning to pitch 9 innings of baseball. They did it in the 60s, and don't tell me, I don't want to hear anything about contracts or anything else, because back in the 60s, the money the teams paid to Gibson, Drysdale, Veal, Seaver, Marichal, and others was just as important to the millions of dollars that they're paying these pitchers today. Those pitchers pitched 9 innings, and the good teams, they didn't wear their bullpens out in April and May. The tough thing of this is that the bullpen was already overused in April. And what are you going to do? April, and your bullpen is overused. Where do you go? No, I think you have the only solution, Mac. You're going to have to pay. You're going to have to overpay to somebody else to get quality relievers in here. But what's really a shame of this whole thing is, just like you said, so many other areas of this team are going well. And, this was supposed to be a season of promise, a season that was supposed to be different than the 30 years before it. But if this bullpen situation is not straightened out, it may get more. This is going to turn into dust like the rest of them did. Yeah. And that's a shame, because this team, there's a lot of this team is pretty daggone good.
All right, Chuck. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I don't think the season is we're not at risk of having the season be over or be a complete failure or something like that. I think we need to maintain that perspective. And please do not hear that as, me saying that everything is okay, that they don't have work to do, that it's been acceptable or anything like that. It is clearly not. But you can look at other teams And there are other teams in much worse situations. And teams have gone from 24 and 21 in their first, 45 games or whatever. They've gone from there to something productive. So I'm not, and I know Chuck wasn't saying that. It's just, it has to change. It has to change soon. I love Chuck. He's one of my favorites. I love hearing from him. I think the world of him, but I couldn't disagree with him more on the 9-inning thing. I don't think that's going to happen. It's unfortunate. It's just, baseball culture today. It's the total opposite. I was surprised they let Braxton Ashcraft start the 7th, honestly. How they've handled him in the past and how they know they're going to have to be careful about his innings and all of that. But I think that tells you a little bit about how the Pirates think about their bullpen, honestly. That you're willing to go with Braxton Ashcraft for a 7th. He ends up topping out at 100 pitches. Has not been a high-volume guy in the past. Now, he does tend to do well third time through later in the game, so that's why they're giving him those opportunities. But it's a way to stay away from the bullpen, I think, is what we're looking at. All right, Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey brought to you by Westminster College. You can register for a summer information session today. Visit westminster.edu for details. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. That's back on June 17th and 18th. We're looking for 25 volunteer fire departments to receive donations. You can nominate your volunteer fire department today at 937thefan.com, presented by Guardian Protection, Southside Plumbing, Heating, and Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle today. Joel, you going to be at the Fan 5 Alarm?
That's a plan.
That's the plan.
How about you?
I don't know, man. What are the Pirates doing? Do you know their schedule?
Look it up as we speak.
Yeah. I don't have it memorized that far out. I mean, if I'm in town, I'd love to. I had a great time last year, and I won't be in town, Joel.
Got the West Coast trip,
swing.
I guess.
I'm going to be in Sacramento, looks like.
Have you been to that stadium?
I have not. Nope, first time.
I heard it's like a pitcher's ballpark, and I guess it's because it's technically a minor league stadium. But
yeah. I love my job, and I love going to baseball games for a living, Joel, but I don't know if I'm that excited to go to Sacramento in a minor league
you only
stadium.
have to. It's only 1 or 2 more years before you get to that Vegas stadium.
I know. I'm going to be excited for that. I wish we were going to the Coliseum, honestly.
Sure.
I'd never been to the Coliseum. I've always wanted to go. I'm sure it's a dump. Joe Louis Arena was a dump, but I love Joe Louis Arena. And Denver's not exactly one of my favorites either, but that's all right. I'm not there to take in the venue. I'm there to cover the team, and hopefully there's some much better Pirates storylines in a month. We're waiting through calls on the bullpen. Appreciate it. Lines are jammed. Let's get to Russ and Shaler. Wants to talk about the bullpen and ABS. What's up, Russ?
Hey, how you doing? This is Russ from left field. Hey.
What's up, man? Caught me off guard. Doing all right. How are you?
Good. Hey, I'm thinking, these guys are veteran pitchers. All the ones that are having issues, except maybe Matheson isn't as veteran. But I'm wondering if the ABS if they haven't adjusted enough to the ABS. These guys, as you mentioned before, we're always pitching from behind, and I've seen every one of those terrible games that you just brought up a couple callers ago.
Yep.
And I think that I think we haven't adjusted yet, and I think that so we can still have some internal upside by once these guys get adjusted to this ABS. They're not getting those low strikes anymore like they used to.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying a little bit, Russ. I also think they just need to pitch better. I think these guys are living. I mean, ABS isn't making Isaac Mattson throw a 2-strike fastball over the heart of the plate. Like, that just has to be a better pitch.
You're right. Not a 2-strike fastball, but a 2-0 fastball maybe.
Yeah, and it's not all been one thing, but I'm just saying his last outing, he got the 2 strikes and then left meatballs over the middle of the plate. Like, I don't think that's ABS. I think that's a lack of execution. But I mean, I'm not like doubting that it's had some impact. I'm sure it has, but it's also impacted every other team, and they seem to be doing just fine. So I'd like to see him handle it better.
We've been doing a number on a lot of people's bullpens. So we're not the only ones that have bullpen issues. We've won a lot of games and scored a lot of runs after 7th inning.
Yep. No, I hear you. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. Russ is right, and he makes a perfectly valid and informed take there. But, I mean, they're still 19th in ERA. They've still had 10 blown saves. Is it? The numbers aren't good. And I'm not, Yins have listened to me long enough. You know I'm not a sky is falling type. But I'm hopefully honest with you and, oftentimes fact-based. Like, on May 16th, you shouldn't have 7 losses where you've scored at least 6 runs, which the Pirates do. They're 18-11 when scoring 4 or more runs. That's worse than it should be. They have 10 blown saves. That's the 3rd most in Major League Baseball. They've done some good things and trying to give them as much credit as possible for the offense, for the starting rotation, and all of that stuff. But, I mean, the bullpen has to be better. You have to pitch better. You have to go get bullpen help. You have to, if you don't have it in the minor leagues, you need to go get it externally. And the fascinating thing here is you might have somebody coming back to help you. And I don't mean Jared Jones. I'd put him in the starting rotation. But if you bump Carmen Mlodzinski to the bullpen, all of a sudden that's exactly what ails you. And that was my tease prior to this segment. Carmen Mlodzinski, he has experience in a long man role. He has experience in late inning situations. You can do either or. Maybe you do both. I don't care. And I feel bad. It stinks for Carmen. He's done everything possible to keep himself in the starting rotation. And it clearly matters to him to be a starting pitcher, and I get it. I'd want to do the same thing. But I'd also want to win. And that's probably his role on the team for right now. All right, let's go to Scott in Moon. Let's talk about the team in general. What's up, Scott?
Oh, my. He's still just amazing.
Scott, are you there? All right, we lost Scott. Let's go to Jeff in Cranberry. Let's talk about the defense. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, how you doing, Jason?
Good, man.
There's nothing left to say about the bullpen. It's the worst in the leag.
It's not the worst in the league. Come on, Jeff. Come on. It's not the worst in the league.
It feels like it.
All right.
Mlodzinski has swing and miss stuff, so I like that plan. So at the end of the year, the defense is going to be rated probably in the lower third, and a lot of that will be stats. But this is one stat that won't come up. Last night, and I know you're going to say that's where you're going. I already know you are, Jason, but
I actually don't know what you're talking about, Jeff. I want to hear you out.
I turn on quick pitch every morning, and I see home runs robbed every night by lots of really athletic, dynamic center fielders and right fielders and left fielders. That ball could have been caught. We have the worst defense in right and center field in the league. Reynolds goes back, and I know what you're saying. Okay, that's a tough play. It almost went out. I get it. But that ball is robbed by lots of good center fielders and right fielders. It went into the abyss, the no man's land known as between Cruz and Reynolds.
Yep.
Never had a chance. That ball was kind of popped up by, and I know it carried a lot, but that ball is robbed by so many good, athletic, and smart defensive players. And again, that's never going to stop in the stat sheets. But that ball could have been, Reynolds kind of got in the area and looked at it. He didn't know what he was doing. I mean, that no man's land between right and center is brutal, and it is crushing this team.
I don't disagree with you, Jeff. But can two things be true? Because I think it's true that the defense between Reynolds and Cruz has not been very good. But I think it's also true that I would like my pitcher to not give up a 388-foot hit, which is what that was. Like, there's fault on the pitcher there. I'm not going to blame the outfielders because they didn't catch the 388-foot shot in the gap.
But high-level center fielders and outfielders, I think a lot of them make that play. Soto didn't have his best stuff, and I'll give Griffin a pass, but that was brutal. And then that ball could be played by, Major League center fielders and right fielders have to have communication. They have to know each other's moves, right hand, left hand. It's like a left guard and a right.
Man,
like a left
Jeff,
guard and a left tackle in football.
I know you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They need to be better and communicate better and cover more ground and all of that. That is all completely true, man. You're arguing a point when nobody's arguing against you. Absolutely, they need to be better. But like, that's not the hill I'm going to pick to die on that point. Just don't give up a 388 shot to the gap.
With an unbelievable division, which I guess no one will ever lose in our division again, but in a division that's playing like this, these games and that defense, it's brutal. And I don't know how many balls are going to drop in that dead zone there. I'd put O'Hearn in right. I don't care what you have to do. Get O'Hearn in right.
He's been in right.
First base. I don't even know, but
O'Hearn's been in
tough
right.
to watch.
Yeah.
I know. I think he should be in right every night.
Okay. All right, man. Appreciate the call. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they made that change for defensive reasons, and you can argue with it, I guess. They put Billy Cook in left field because it's a harder defensive position to play at PNC Park. Jake Mangum's hurt. Your other option at that point to play right field when you make that switch, like, it's kind of it. Like, you can take Reynolds out and put Nick York in. Are you gaining much there? I don't know. I don't think it's worth the trade-off in the bat. You know, if you need Reynolds up again, I think I'd rather just stick it out. It just, I didn't have I know the play he's talking about, and Reynolds was close. And yeah, you can say a high-level fielder makes that play. I think there's some validity to it. Maybe if Jake Mangum's out there, he makes it. I don't know. But that wasn't an option. Wasn't an option. I mean, you can sit here and say that, Torrey Hunter's going to make that play. Well, Torrey Hunter ain't going to be playing for the Pirates, so I don't know why Torrey Hunter was the first center fielder I thought of. But in any case, all right, let's go to Hayden in Castle Shannon. What's up, Hayden?
Hey, Jason. First of all, shout out Westminster College. That's where I go.
Yes. You're there now?
So, yeah, I go there now. I mean, obviously the school year's ended and everything. I'm going to go into my senior year next year and then student teach in the spring.
I love it, man.
Yep, it's awesome. So, anyway, the Pirates, everything that's happening with the Pirates last night, it's an overreaction. I think we need to calm down a little bit. It's frustrating seeing the division and the Pirates, 3 or 4 games over 500, be fourth in the NL. But I think we just need to chill out a little bit. Like, Santana didn't have his stuff, it's fine. Soto didn't have his stuff either, it's fine. I think what you need to look at, though, is the possible moving of Anthony Solometo. He has now dropped out of our prospect list, I feel like, entirely. I mean, he was a top 10 guy.
Yeah.
I say move him for Chapman. I mean,
all right, Hayden, let me stop you right there. Anthony Solometo had surgery on his left labrum, which was torn. He's going to be out for a year. I'm not sure he's going to nat Aroldis Chapman.
That's true. I guess. I mean, I don't know. People trade for anything. But, I mean, I'm
I don't know about that.
Barco.
What's that?
I'm also okay with moving Barco.
I mean, yeah. They might have to trade to get a reliever. I agree with you. My point earlier is I think that it's going to be very hard to convince a team that made an acquisition this offseason, a guy who's pitching well, on May 16th that their season's over, that they should get rid of that good reliever. I don't think that's going to happen in a lot of cases. So, I mean, if you're dangling Seth Hernandez, sure, that's a different discussion. They shouldn't be dangling Seth Hernandez. Sorry, Harry Callis, who suggested that. But, yeah, maybe Barco does it. I'd be fine if that was the deal. If it took Hunter Barco to get Aroldis Chapman, sure, 100%. I just don't think the Red Sox are doing that. And thank you very much for the call, man. I appreciate it. And that's the sort of the tough situation that the Pirates are in right now. I mean, there's not a ton of immediate relief help. Going to get somebody is going to be relatively difficult. You're going to have to pay through the nose, as we're talking about. This is a not sexy take, but like, your easiest path to improvement here is having the guys you have pitch better, helping them. That's why you have coaches. That's why you have analytics staffs. That's why you have people paying attention to this stuff. Has to be better. Let's finish it out with Jeff in Murraysville. Wants to talk about Pirates management. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not ready to say. I know everybody thinks that the Pirates are ready to go over the hump. I don't. I just think it's the same system, minus the skipper. And you know what? You brought in a new pitching coach. Could that have something to do with the common denominator on every reliever? I mean, this seems like there's a philosophy, and everything comes back to the philosophy of money with Bob Nutting. And I just think that with every decision, whether it's on the field, off the field, it comes back to what they're going to spend. And it's still that way, even though I know we said they spent more money this year. But I still believe 100% that it had to do with the commissioner of baseball. They were told because there was a lockout next year. I think it all comes back to this. And the fact is, you know what, it's still the mighty dollar. It's still, with Lau, you have a guy that's a one-year player here. And say bye-bye. I mean, it just doesn't feel like, you know, I understand that everything's falling right now on the bullpen. And it is the bullpen. But, again, you got 3 or 4 bullpen pitchers that are overtaxed, not pitching well. And to me, it's not one of them. It's almost all of them.
Jeff, was the payroll an issue when the Pirates were winning in 2013, 14, and 15?
I'm going to say yes.
The payroll was an issue? It was prohibitive? Did it stop them from building what was the best bullpen in baseball at the time?
No, but it did.
Okay, so why is the payroll now prohibitive when nothing has changed on the payroll end? The payroll's actually higher than it was back then. So why is the payroll the issue?
I just think that when they still make their trades and their deals and their decisions based on who's going to be here, that's what's prohibitive. It always comes back to money with the Pirates.
But
they
Jeff,
spent more this year. I got it.
Okay, the payroll's higher than it's ever been.
Can I answer your question though? One more. In 13 through 15, they didn't make the decisions to get them over the hump at the trade deadline to bring in players that could have really got them to the finish line. And
yes,
that's
they
where,
did.
Again,
they did bring in people. You can say they were the wrong people, but they brought in people. Justin Morneau, Derek Lee. Who else, Joel?
Okay.
They brought in reinforcements at the deadline. I don't. All right, man. We're going to move on. I don't understand the point you're trying to make. I mean, if you want to be mad about the Pirates not spending money, by all means, be mad. But it's not like their bullpen is not performing because their salaries have been low. Like, I just, no. The guys need to pitch better. If you want to yell and scream and say the Pirates should spend more money, by all means. But they've built bullpens on the cheap before. Bullpens are traditionally built on the cheap. They're built via analysis and scouting and coaching and finding things that other organizations maybe can't see. And they've done actually a pretty good job of that. Dennis Santana was a perfect success story. 24-25, Dennis Santana was one of the best relievers in baseball. He's not pitching well right now. Whose fault is that? It's Dennis Santana's fault. You can say it's coaching deployment. There's some fault there. Nobody is blameless. But, it's not because of his salary. He's still here. Same guy. He's just not pitching well. They went out and they overpaid for Gregory Soto. I think some people looked at that deal and said, what the heck are you doing? He's pitched well, by and large. In the past 2 games, he hasn't pitched well. Why don't we just live in that reality? I get it. If you want to complain and say the Pirates don't spend enough money overall on payroll, by all means, have that opinion. I'm not here to say that you can't have that opinion. But I don't understand crossing the wires and saying the bullpen has faltered because of it. All right, we have one more segment. Steven Brol coming up at the top of the hour. I am way over time. Joel's going to smack me around, but you're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for May is Lincoln Avenue Brewing's Jalapeno Machete Cream Ale. And the charity sales will benefit Save Our Strays Pittsburgh, an organization dedicated to rescuing abandoned, neglected, at-risk cats.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Phillies were 11-9 winners in 10 over the Pirates last night. Game 2 of the series is set for 4:05 today. It is Bubba Chandler up against left-hander Christopher Sanchez, and it's here on The Fan with coverage at 3 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th. You can nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, Kirkin Roofing, and Centimar on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and part of the Smale Auto Group family. Now available, 0% APR financing on all 2026 Chevrolet light-duty trucks, plus $1,000 trade-in rebate with a 2012 or newer car or truck. Ends June 1st. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at smalechevrolet.com for details. Smale Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
In May of 1986, Bobby Rahal took the checkered flag at the Indianapolis 500, and a legend was born. This year, we celebrate the 40th anniversary of that victory and the beginning of the Bobby Rahal Automotive Group. For 10 days only, May 14th through the 23rd, the Rahal 500 sales event is on with every new BMW and Mercedes-Benz. Only at Bobby Rahal Motor Car Company in Wexford, Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh, and Bobby Rahal BMW of South Hills. Visit Rahal500.com.
Bring your best friend to the match Saturday, May 30th at 7 p.m. as the Pittsburgh Riverhounds host Miami FC for Pups at the Pitch and Star Wars Night. Enjoy soccer, dogs, costumes, theme night fun, and a summer night at FMB Stadium. Fetch your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets. Zero Res Commercial Cleaning is helping businesses stay cleaner longer. Their residue-free processes uses no soaps or detergents, so your carpets, tile, and upholstery don't just look clean, they stay clean longer. That's why offices, apartments, medical facilities, and retail spaces trust Zero Res to help maintain their spaces, not just clean them. Check out this limited time offer. Get 15% off carpet, tile, and grout or upholstery cleaning. And when you bundle air duct cleaning, receive 20% off your entire commercial service. Visit zerores.com/commercial. Mention 93.7 The Fan. Commercial services only. Not valid with other offers.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Hi, I'm Jansen.
And I'm Michelle.
And we're a Henny couple. From the moment I walked into Henny, I felt so welcome. There wasn't any pressure, and sales associate Debbie's top priority was to find the perfect ring for Michelle that was in my budget. Once I had the ring, I proposed earlier than I planned because I was too excited to wait.
Jansen proposed in front of our closest friends on a day that is incredibly important to me.
I'm thankful to Henny for the experience and how special they made us feel.
Check out Henny Jewelers online at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Joe Ball GMC puts you in the driver's seat of the GMC Sierra. Right now, get up to $11,000 off, plus 0% financing on a truck built for power and everyday capability. Hurry in today or visit JoeBallGM.com. You can have it all at Joe Ball GMC.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
A mostly sunny start to our Saturday with afternoon highs near 80 degrees. Scattered showers with a stray thunderstorm possible with wind gusts around 25 miles per hour. A few showers overnight with lows near 60. Mostly sunny for Sunday with a few isolated thunderstorms with highs in the low 80s. And mostly clear Sunday night with lows in the mid 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates last night fell to the Phillies 11-9 in 10 innings. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon at 4:05 from PNC Park, and it's here on the Fan. Coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bubba Chandler takes on left-hander Christopher Sanchez. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More of them at 937thefan.com. Steven Brol joins the show next.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Jason Mackey here on a Saturday morning. Missed one read last hour. Fan weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Chance of rain in the late afternoon. We don't like the R word, but otherwise temperatures in the 70s. All right, let's get out to the Fan Hotline where we find Steven Brol from Sportsnet Pittsburgh, former Pirates pitcher, to talk a lot about pitching. Brol, specifically about the bullpen. Just what is your concern level with the bullpen right now? And good morning.
Good morning, Jason. My concern level is pretty high. I'm not going to lie. Look, this was a strength of the team in April. The problem is when you overuse a strength, it can become a weakness because the truth is, coming out of the bullpen as much as these guys have so far in the season, we were talking a lot of guys with anywhere from 17 to 20 outings before the month of May. Now you're getting into the point where, you're going to have some of that arm tiredness, and guys just need breaks. It's interesting because as a pitcher, when you go through this, it's not like you come to the field and you feel tired or you feel weak or you're sore or anything. It's just that when you go to throw, there's not as much zip on your fastball, or you don't have quite the same command because your legs aren't under you the same way. And we've seen that happening, with pretty much everybody who was used a lot in April. Johan Ramirez, Dennis Santana, even Gregory Soto last night, which is really the second time we've only seen him get hit like he did when we were in Texas. It's not great. Right now you got to find ways to give guys breaks. Isaac Matson has been on a little break, so hopefully he'll be fresher and ready to go after having a few tough outings. If Benoit can do what he did last night, then that helps a lot because you can get a fresh arm in there. It'll be interesting to see how everything's deployed.
Brol, I know this might be oversimplifying, or at least it seems like it is on my side, but like I'm looking at Santana's slider, it's getting hit a lot more. I'm looking at Isaac Matson's fastball, like in San Francisco, for example, it's over the middle of the plate. Is that what you're talking about? You're just getting kind of overused and those pitches aren't as dynamic or in the right spots?
Yeah, I mean, you lose command. That's the number one thing to go when you get tired. A lot of times you'll see starters, you can talk about the fact that they're throwing just as hard in the seventh inning as they are in the first, and that's because you can usually still get the velocity going when you're tired. It's just that you have a hard time getting your body in the right positions to command the ball well. And so, yeah, that's what we're seeing. A lot of pitches over the middle, some more walks, less strikeouts. Pirates were, right at the top of the league in strikeouts through the month of April, and then this month that has gone down. Dennis Santana is kind of a different story because throughout the whole season this year, he really hasn't been getting the same swing and miss that he did last year. So even though he was doing really well, it didn't seem quite as sustainable. And then we saw that again yesterday. So I was looking at this from last night. He gave up 4 hits in the 10th inning, and 3 of them were considerably out of the zone. So it's not even like he's throwing the ball down the middle. It's just that the pitches don't have the same whatever, whether it's the movement on the slider. For me, it'd be more so the fact that his slider, you can see it now. It's got a little bit of a hump instead of looking like a fastball the whole way and then diving off the table. Fastball velocity is down a little bit. Santana, I think with Santana, it may be something different that he's got to figure out. But if you could have him the pitcher he was last year, you would obviously feel much better. But that would mean more strikeouts, and we haven't seen that all season.
Man, that's fascinating. I didn't pick that up on his slider. So how does that happen? How do you all of a sudden develop like a little bit of a hump in your slider? Like I can understand not as much horizontal break or, leaving it over the middle of the plate, you're fatigued or whatever. Like how do you get a different shape like that? Almost it would seem accidentally unless they tried to do that.
No, it's accidental. I mean, so a guy, especially, we talk about this all the time in pitching, when you throw, a slider, you want to get on top of the ball. So when you throw a sweeper, that's the one breaking ball really where you want to get underneath the ball. You want to get on the side of it because that's how you get the horizontal movement. A slider like the one Dennis Santana throws from his arm angle out to the right side, you want to make sure you're getting on your fingers on top of that. That way, it looks like a fastball the entire way. If I were to guess, he's probably getting a little bit underneath it right now, and that is what leads to the ball kind of going up out of his hand instead of going straight and then breaking down.
Fair enough. We're chatting pitching with Steven Brol from Sportsnet Pittsburgh, of course, a former Pirates pitcher who has a bunch of interesting insight to add into this. Brol, while we're on the pitching track, I wanted to ask you about Bubba Chandler. Obviously, walks have been an issue with him. He talked about that this week with Kevin Gorman of the Tribune Review. How concerned are you? And when you look at Chandler, is it mechanics or is it simply a matter of saying, the heck with it, I'm throwing it down the middle of the plate? Like, how does he get back to throwing more strikes?
It's a good question. It's different because a guy like Bubba Chandler, you don't want to take anything away from his stuff, right? So we talk about guys throwing 80% or 90% and being able to take a little bit of velocity away and command better. I don't think Bubba's that kind of guy. I don't think that'll really change anything. I would think right now, his body, it's a lot of movement. He's not a very big guy, and he gets a ton of velocity. And usually that means that he's going to have to, you have to put your body in really good positions, really powerful positions, and kind of use your leverage more than a guy like Paul Skenes, who basically just wraps himself to a ball and then throws it, which is he's a massive human being. It's different. So what I would say is there's probably more of a timing on mechanics going to the plate. When you watch Bubba pitch today, for example, take a look at when he's out of his windup, how much movement there is in his delivery. He's got a big old leg kick. He's got a big arm swing. He kind of sits back into his back hip on the mound. He almost looks like he's, doing like a box squat on the mound on every pitch. And timing all of that up together can be a little bit difficult. Now, we've seen what he does when he does time it up, because that fastball explodes. The changeup is super nasty. The slider is great. When he times it all up, it's fantastic. The problem is, now that he has the reputation of not throwing as many strikes as he'd like, teams are going to be more patient. So they won't chase that fastball up at the top of the zone or just above the top of the zone the way that they did, for example, last year when they didn't really know him and he wasn't walking people. So now that you have that reputation, you kind of have to go into games knowing that. And if teams know that, then they will approach you a different way. And a team like the Phillies, we saw last night, guys like Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper don't care about how fast you throw the ball. They're going to make you come in the zone. And so if he can't do that, it's going to be very difficult. But I also, sometimes guys like Bubba Chandler maybe need a little bit of that extra fire, knowing they're going against a team like the Phillies, knowing they're going to get to face some incredible hitters, that kind of unlocks that next level and makes him focus in a little bit more. So hopefully we'll get to see that version of Bubba today, where he's just pounding the strike zone like we see Ashcraft do all the time.
We'll talk a little bit about Bubba Chandler later in Bucko Talk. Right now we're talking with Steven Brol from Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Brol, I had a question. It's kind of out of left field, but you have a really good perspective on this. Right now Trevor Bauer's pitching in the Atlantic League, and there's always a bunch of squawking to bring him back to Major League Baseball. And I'm not asking you for an opinion either way, but he's putting up very good numbers in the Atlantic League. You played in the Atlantic League. Does that mean anything? Yeah. Does that mean that it can translate to Major League Baseball? Do you look at that and say, oh, those are legitimate numbers? Or do you look at that as somebody who played in that league and you're like, yeah, that's nice, but that doesn't mean it's going to translate to Major League success?
Right. It's the same thing as trying to figure out if success in the lower minor leagues will transfer to the big leagues. Usually the Atlantic League is equated to around AA overall level of play, meaning that there are some really, really good players, and a lot of them are veteran guys who, are trying to find a way back into affiliated baseball. And then there's a lot of guys who are very raw, right? So it's interesting. It's hard to compare it really to whether those stats would play in Major League Baseball. I can tell you, I hit in that league. I didn't pitch. And a lot of the pitchers I saw, most of them were pretty good, pretty solid pitchers, but also batting averages are generally pretty high in the South Atlantic or in the Atlantic League. And I would venture to say that the only way to know if he's going to be effective in the big leagues is if you put him in the big leagues, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I will say this, pitching is a little bit different now because we have all of the data on the pitches themselves, right? So you can see if a guy's fastball has enough spin and if it has enough vertical break to be effective against major league hitters. And you can see if the slider or the curveball has enough spin and enough vertical or horizontal break to be effective against hitters in the big leagues. The thing you can't really tell are how it looks coming out of the hand. And that's something that can only be determined by hitters hitting against him. I would say the numbers are real. There are lots of good hitters in the Atlantic League, but the consistency of the level of hitters is not nearly as high, obviously, as it is in the major leagues, and that can make all the difference because if they have like one or two actually really good hitters in the middle of that lineup, you can kind of just pitch around those guys and face the guys who aren't as good, and you can't really do that in the big leagues.
Bro, you had almost an 800 OPS in the Atlantic League. You hit 283.
Oh, yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was fun getting back to being a position player again, Look, let's be honest, all right, pitching is great, but it's not like, you're not like a baseball player. You're a pitcher.
It's so
completely different
segmented.
thing. Yeah, well, that's just how it is, man. And so now, I got to play one more year as a full-on baseball player. And dude, it was awesome. It was so much fun. And I never hit like multiple home runs in my life. I was never a home run hitter growing up. So I hit 7, and that's just that is like the thing that I care about the most. It was so much fun.
Dude, I would sleep easy at night in retirement. Be like, yep, I proved I could hit. I could hit,
man. It's funny because there's a lot of really good there is a lot of really good talent in that league, and every year you see multiple guys get signed out of that league. Most of them go to AAA from the Atlantic League, and then it's basically if they can perform the way they did in AAA, then they'll get put up to the big leagues. Brady Feigl, who we saw with the Pirates last year for a few innings, I played with him. There's a guy, Brett DeGuss, who I played with last year, who got up to the Mariners in the big leagues last year. It's not that it's that far away. It's just that the level of play consistently across the board, obviously, is not nearly as high as the major leagues.
All right, I didn't want to drill down too deep in the Atlantic League. I do want to get to this, though. As far as solutions in the bullpen, Brol, I know Ben talked the other day about internal improvement versus bringing somebody up versus going to get somebody on the outside. What path forward is there? What's most realistic for the Pirates? Obviously, they have to get these bullpen woes figured out. What are the most achievable goals for them at this point?
I would say right now, the most achievable way that the goal has to be getting starters to go as deep into games as possible to give these guys breaks. Because look, even guys like Dennis Santana, who had a really bad outing yesterday, he has now given up 4 runs, or he's given up runs in 4 of his 21 outings this season. It's not like it has been this long-term thing. It has been a few outings that have not gone well. Gregory Soto, same example. He's given up runs in 3 of his 22 outings or whatever. Isaac Matson's given up runs in 3 of his 19 or 20 outings. These guys are still very, very good bullpen pitchers. I just think because they were used so much at the beginning of the season, they're unfortunately this happens to all relievers throughout a season once or maybe twice, depending on the reliever, where you don't have quite the same stuff as you usually do. Now, how long it takes to get out of that is what makes somebody a long-term big league reliever. And if you can just have a few outings where it doesn't go well and then get back to your dominant ways, then we'll see these guys still being able to thrive. The problem is you don't want them throwing a lot. That's why I like that Matson's gotten a break, because maybe when we do see him, I assume, come into the game today, he'll probably be a big part of the game today in a close game. Hopefully we'll be able to see the stuff back in a way that we have seen it in the past and not kind of, a lot over the middle of the plate and all that. It'll be interesting to see that, but honestly, right now, that's the best way to do this. Not trying to go hopefully grab somebody that might be better than what you have, but being able to get the guys that you have back to where they were at the beginning of the season. And then when the deadline comes up and the team is still in the throes of everything, that's when things can change. That's when you can go and find maybe an arm or two that will help this bullpen. And also, let's be honest, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when Jared Jones comes back with Mlodzinski and what that whole plan is going to be, because Mlodzinski, if he's in the bullpen, extends his bullpen so much because he is incredible in multiple innings out of the bullpen. So there's still a lot of things going on right now. But I think right now, unfortunately, it's more of we need our starters to go deep and we kind of hold the line and let these guys get back to where they were.
Is that what you would do with Mlodzinski, Brol? Put him in the bullpen?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's there comes a point, right, when you're trying to figure out what guys have and where they best fit. And with Carmen Mlodzinski, he's a good starter. He has been solid this year. He would be a solid 4 in most rotations around baseball. But this team has an incredible amount of starting pitching, high-level starting pitching. And in order to kind of bridge that gap in the middle of games for when guys don't go as long, Carmen Mlodzinski is just so valuable in that role. And it makes me feel bad because I want the best for Carmen Mlodzinski, and for his career, being a starter would probably be better. But if the team is trying to win, which obviously is the goal this year, with Carmen Mlodzinski, that's probably where the team is best suited to have him once Jared Jones comes back. Now, there's a bunch of different ways they could go about it, but that does seem like the situation that benefits everybody the most. But who knows? We'll see what happens.
Good stuff, Brol. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy the game today.
Of course, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Steven Brol from Sportsnet Pittsburgh, former Pirates pitcher. Appreciate his time and insight into the Pirates bullpen issues. I learned a lot. I usually do talking to Brol about when guys are, I don't want to say overexposed, but when you ask a lot of them, there are ramifications, and it's interesting to hear a former Major League pitcher talk about, you feel like you have it. Doesn't feel like your arm's falling off, but it isn't quite as pinpoint as maybe it was. The stuff isn't as robust, and we hear all the time the difference between winning and losing, between succeeding and failing in professional baseball and professional sports in general is just so fine. And I think we're seeing some Pirates pitchers on the wrong side of that. So Brault's solutions have starters go deeper in games. That's a little bit of what we saw last night with Braxton Ashcraft throwing 100 pitches, kind of minimize exposure for the bullpen, and at the same time try to get some guys some time away, some time down, kind of normalize those innings a little bit. Not necessarily an IL stint, but just not have to use them as much. And that to me takes me to, yes, starters deeper in games, but you might need guys like Brandon Beddois to come up here and provide a little bit of a surprise, give some innings to the group, and just whoever you have to bring up, you're going to have to get some guys up here to fill in the gaps and allow your leverage relievers some time down. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about Bubba Chandler and about the matchup today. There's also some position player storylines that we've seen unfold over the past week, specifically at third base and behind the plate. I want to get into those a little bit. I chatted with Paul Skenes yesterday about Sunday's matchup. We're going to play that when we come back as well. You're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Aronimink update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. 2 players are under 4, Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley. They are tied for first through the first 2 rounds of the PGA Championship. Round 3 already underway. Those 2 players set to tee off at 2:40. Meanwhile, there are 6 others who are 3 under. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Your property is your investment. Secure your property now in the event of a disaster. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh provides emergency services 24/7. Whether there's a fire, vehicle impact, break-in, etc., they secure your property, protect your investment, and provide peace of mind. 1-800-BOARD-UP of Pittsburgh provides comprehensive victim services, board up and roof cover, temporary fencing, and more. Staffed by emergency responders, they work with your insurance to get the cost covered. Easy to remember. Dial 1-800-BOARD-UP.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
Greetings from Breeze Airways, your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville, Kentucky, and 5 other destinations. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Enjoy nonstop flights and send a postcard home from somewhere new this year. Breeze makes it easy with nonstop flights, flexible change policies, and a seriously nice onboard experience. Enjoy premium seating with Breeze Ascent, plus high-speed Wi-Fi and tasty snacks. Book today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Dorn and Jake. Before that summer heat hits, let me ask you something. Is your AC ready?
That's right, Dorn. At Southside Plumbing and Heating, we're offering preseason air conditioning maintenance inspections to keep you cool when it counts.
And here's what I love about Jake's team. No commissions. That means no upselling, just honest service.
We're family-owned, family-focused, so you get real recommendations, not corporate pressures.
Stay cool and stress-free this summer. Call my guy, Jake, at Southside Plumbing and Heating, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, southsideplumb.com.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Hesitate to call it happy because last night's loss is certainly frustrating. It's going to linger until the Pirates play the Philadelphia Phillies today at 4:05. Bubba Chandler on the mound in that one. He's 1-4 with the 4.62 ERA. Christopher Sanchez 4-2 with the 2.11 ERA on the mound for Philadelphia. There's a bunch to get into with the pitching matchup. I think this is a very important start for Bubba Chandler, and I'll talk about that briefly before I get into tomorrow's starter, who is, of course, Paul Skenes. An excellent pitching matchup tomorrow. Skenes 6-2 with the 198 opposite Zach Wheeler, 2-0 with the 255 ERA. I talked to Paul about Zach Wheeler and about what that atmosphere is going to be like. Paul's answers were interesting. Not much for the pageantry. Reminded me a little bit of Billy Bean and saying, hot dogs and popcorn or whatever that line is, like that's for the fans. It's kind of where Skenes went with it. But Bubba Chandler today, he needs to walk fewer people, right? Like that's a pretty obvious take. Needs to be around the plate more. It's like your dad in a Little League game saying throw strikes. Like, of course. What do you think I'm trying to do? He's trying to throw strikes, but it hasn't happened. He has 27 walks in 8 starts. That's tied for the third most in Major League Baseball. Luis Severino and Jack Flaherty are the only 2 starting pitchers with more. And it's weird. I mean, Bubba was around the plate a ton last season. He only walked 4 in, 7 appearances last season, but he's walked 4 in 1, 2, 3, 4 of his starts so far. He's walked at least 4. Twice he's walked at least 6. And it has to cut down. Some of it can be physical. You heard Steven Brol talking about that. I also think it's part mentality. And again, I referenced this piece Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review wrote at Talking Walks with Bubba Chandler, who adopted an interesting attitude about an alarming trend. And it's basically Chandler saying, the heck with it. I'm throwing the ball right at people. And this is what Chandler told Gorman. I think I'm trying to do too much. I'm pitching a little scared because I don't want to walk people. That's when you're going to walk people. And that's what my eyes told me. I've been through that as a pitcher in high school and college. Like, I pitched scared sometimes because I wasn't very good. But, I mean, Chandler is good. He's got elite stuff. You're talking about a fastball that, averages about 99 miles an hour. It's in the 97th percentile. It has a bunch of performance metrics. You can look at, vertical ride or, whatever, the complex pitching stuff that people get into. It's a good fastball, but it's only a good fastball if it's around the plate. And guys aren't touching up Chandler's stuff. He's just walking too many guys. And then if he's behind in the count, he's having to throw get-over pitches, and it's not working out. One interesting part with Chandler's starts this season, he needs some run support too. The Pirates have been very good offensively. I talked about that earlier in the show. But when Chandler's been on the mound, especially lately, the Pirates haven't scored much. They've scored just a total of 6 runs while he's been in the game over his last 4 outings. They've scored 1 or 0 runs while he's been in the game in 4 of his 8 starts so far in 2026 from the Pirates game notes. They have to score more runs to support Bubba Chandler. That's obviously easier said than done with somebody like Christopher Sanchez also going a 2.11 ERA. He's been very good. So let's take a break from me talking and listen to Paul Skenes. I caught up with him after batting practice yesterday to talk a little bit about the game on Sunday, the atmosphere that Paul expects, Shohei Ohtani chasing him down a little bit or trying to chase him down for the Cy Young crowd, and how much Paul observes about crowds whenever he's pitching. Joel has that audio queued up. Let's give a listen.
All right, here with Paul Skenes. Paul, I know you've been asked a bunch of times, a big pitching matchup on Sunday. Just how much do you put into facing another pitcher? Do you think about Wheeler, or is it just another start for you?
It's just another start. Yeah, I don't put too much weight into who I'm pitching against.
What do you think about watching Wheeler, though? I'm sure you've watched him before. What do you maybe admire or think about?
Yeah, I think he's if I had to put one a label on one pitcher that I like to watch the most, it's Wheeler. Just around the league, I love watching him pitch.
When you're on the mound, somebody asked me this recently, how much do you think about the crowd and everything out, or are you like a blackout type, you just focus on the glove?
Sometimes I think about the crowd, but probably not in the way you would expect. It's most of the time it's just about executing the pitches.
Not in the way I'd expect. What way do you think about it?
Sometimes I think it's funny when they cheer or they don't cheer. That's kind of how I think about it.
Okay. That's good. I don't know. You stumped me, man. What do you mean?
Sometimes they cheer when it's like make noise on the scoreboard, and sometimes they don't cheer when it's 2 strikes and 2 outs and all that kind of thing. I just think it's funny.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. As far as Sunday's atmosphere, what do you kind of think about? What might it be like? I know you might be locked in, but what do you think?
Yeah, I don't really care. It'll probably be cool, but the atmosphere, I think, is for the fans.
You got kind of a job to do.
Yeah.
Paul, big picture, you've talked a lot about wanting Pittsburgh to have a winning baseball team. This place deserves to have a winning baseball team. You guys are on your way to doing that. Why do you feel that way, and do you feel like you've become one of us? When you say Pittsburghers, like I'm assuming you consider yourself part of that conversation now too.
Yeah, I think just being in the city for a few years now, getting to see how the people are and how the fans are. I think that Yinzers have, they love their team, they love their sports, and obviously we haven't won very frequently in the past. So I think it's our job to change that.
When you go out and around the city, can you blend in? Are you pretty anonymous? You don't have a build that you can blend in.
Yeah, I don't know about blending in, but sometimes I go unseen, so that's nice.
I wanted to ask you about another pitcher too, Shohei Ohtani. Speaking of like looking at other guys around the league, but he's mentioned wanting the ERA or the Cy Young. What's it like having a guy chase you? I mean, you're the incumbent there. Like having a guy kind of come after what is yours of his stature. Do you not care?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing about the Cy Young that's mine. Certainly not this year. So, good for him. I think everybody pitches, for probably a little bit different reasons, whether it be that or, a contract or just straight up winning. So, whatever motivates you, I guess, that's fine. So, I still have to go out there and pitch well. It doesn't change anything for me.
Just 2 more questions with Paul Skenes here on Bucko Talk, but you've let the rest of the world see your personality a little bit more. Just what's gone into that? Do you have some fun with that? What do you?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Just being around a little longer and getting more comfortable with it.
Okay, I was gonna say why now? Like I've seen it. Some other people have seen it.
Probably just more comfortable. Yeah.
Okay. Your birthday's also coming up. Are you fearful? Do you think somebody might do something?
I'm sure Mangum's going to do something just because I got him a cake for his birthday, but I think it'll be fun.
That was Paul Skenes talking to me yesterday at PNC Park about a variety of things. The closing there was meant to be a little bit fun and end on a lighthearted note. His birthday's coming up at the end of the month, and the way birthdays have gone around this team, I fully expect something to happen. I hope Jake Mangum is in the planning stages. Let's even get Connor Griffin involved, for crying out loud. He got pranked for his birthday, so why not get his input a little bit? But I will disagree with Paul in that the atmosphere is just for the fans. I mean, it's for everybody. This is what you're working to do. This is why people are upset and wanting the bullpen to get figured out, because you want to play meaningful baseball. You want to play games that matter. And I also understand Paul's perspective. Like, far be it from me to criticize what the guy is thinking about doing his job. That's his business. And if I was a pitcher, I'd probably be focused on the same stuff. But, it's why all of this matters. You want games like Sunday. You want games like the Pirates are trying to play. And to have those games, you need to have all facets of your game clicking. And so we need to figure out the bullpen here, and we need to figure it out fast. Hey, 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth softball and baseball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Couple more elements to today's show. We always try to take a look down on the farm. We'll do that briefly. I also keep teasing, wanting to talk a little bit about certain position groups, specifically third base and catcher. We'll get to those in our final segment. First, though, I want to talk about Joel being a vibe behind the glass, man. So the air is really on back there. It's very cold in the producer's booth. It's I don't know. It's almost like the press box at PNC Park, Joel. It's either freezing or it's really hot back there. And right now you've got on a winter coat and you're eating cereal right from the box.
Yeah, it's and the AC comes from the KDKA studio behind us.
And so they have Eskimos broadcasting this morning, apparently.
I guess so. So, yeah, the winter coat and just some box of cereal to just snack on.
So the cereal you're eating is an underrated cereal.
I think so. Waffle Crisp.
Waffle Crisp.
It's one of those like bigger bite-sized piece cereals that's like perfect.
So you like snacking on cereal. What makes a good snackable cereal?
Like what kinds? Or
yeah, like do you go for, like, I'd imagine Cheerios? Maybe not
those
a good
can work.
Can they?
Yeah, they could. Probably the bigger the individual piece, the better. Like honeycomb, those are really good. There's the Cookie Crisp, like the mini cookies, like the. I mean, it would be difficult to eat like Rice Krispies. Like they're so small, you'd have to like have a handful together and like bring it back. But I would say the Waffle Crisp I got now, or honeycomb, just simple snacking cereal. I saw my one buddy doing it with Cinnamon Toast Crunch a while back. Pool. So and then like ever since, just like stuck with me. Like, whoa, you can eat cereal to just snack on. Forget about the milk in the bowl.
Yeah. Do you like it with the milk in the bowl still?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But at work, I mean, it is tough to, transport milk in a bowl.
Sure. Yes.
I get that. What about Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Pebbles?
I'm going to have to get my hands on those sometime soon.
Okay. They're on the list, though?
Is that one of your favorites?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I am very boring with cereal. I like the same cereal every single day. My wife loves to rip on me. But like Raisin Bran with granola.
Sure.
I basically eat the same box. Every once in a while, I'll go, get some Honey Nut Cheerios or something to veer off the path. But I don't know. In my younger days, I used to be a little bit more adventurous. I'm not eating any of that healthy crap, though, Joel. I'll tell you what.
Sure.
I'd rather run and eat cereal that I want to eat than, eat Kashi or grape nuts or something. I can't do that. I'm guessing that's not part of the regular snack routine.
What's that? Oh,
like eating healthy stuff, eating the healthy cereal. That's no fun.
I feel like a bowl of cereal, though, it's something that obviously covers breakfast, but can also cover lunch and maybe not so much like dinner, but like a good late night snack too.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say it's perfect for any time of the day, really.
Yeah, it really is. All right, enough cereal talk. I could go on about weird cereal habits all day long. We probably shouldn't do that. I do want to take a trip down on the farm, though. Some interesting storylines at the Pirates minor league system. Yesterday in Indianapolis, they crushed the Louisville Reds 11-5 as Merlin Valdez had a big game, 2 homers. He's up to 7 on the year, had 3 hits total. Davis Wenzel had a 3-run homer and finished with 5 RBIs. Nick Samillo had a home run as well. Joe Stinson Garcia, boy, did he come back with abandon, had a 5-hit game, had a double yesterday, and scored 2 runs, also drove in a run. Altoona beat the Harrisburg Senators, the Nationals organization. Lonnie White Jr. had 3 hits. He had a double and a 3-run homer. Javier Rivas had a hit. That was a home run. Kiner Delgado went 1 for 4 with a double, a walk, an RBI, and 2 runs scored. Greensboro, which has suddenly become the nexus of the Pirates universe because of Edward Florentino and Seth Hernandez being on the same team. They won 3-0 over Jersey Shore, one of the Phillies affiliates. And Seth Hernandez, woo, buddy. We seem to talk about Seth every week on this show for good reason. And he did it again yesterday. He is now the Pirates' top prospect. Connor Griffin has graduated to major league player status. He's just a regular player, no longer a prospect. But Seth Hernandez is the Pirates' top prospect, one of the top prospects in all of baseball. It's only going to continue to rise. He had 5 no-hit innings, struck out 7. He did walk 4, but I believe generated 18 swings and misses, which at last check is very, very good. Fastball consistently in the upper 90s. The thing that I am most impressed with Hernandez by is his changeup. Honestly, like he's got a curveball, he's got a slider. They're very good. The fastball velocity is excellent, but his use of the changeup is very, very impressive. Bradenton was the only affiliate to lose. They suffered a 4-3 loss to Fort Myers. Murph Gray, who's had an excellent season, talked to Steve Sanders, Pirates assistant general manager on the Pirates Insider Show last week about Murph Gray and his development. He's hitting .360. Had 3 more hits, had a double and a run scored yesterday. Dom Fletcher is with Bradenton. He went 1 for 4 with a double. And Dylan Palmer is up to 16 steals for Bradenton. Also had a triple. My man can run a little bit. Let's get to our final break, and when we come back, I want to break down third base and catcher a little bit as the Pirates get ready to host the Philadelphia Phillies for Game 2 of their Series 405 today at PNC Park. You're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4:05 the start time tonight for the Pirates and the Phillies Game 2 of their series. It is Bubba Chandler on the mound, opposing left-hander Christopher Sanchez of Philadelphia. Coverage here on the Fan begins at 3 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is once again answering the call to help local volunteer fire departments. The third annual Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, will take place June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. We'll select a minimum of 25 volunteer fire companies to receive a deserving donation. Nominate your local VFD at 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, Guardian Protection, True Green, and Oakmont Bakery. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll. And they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends June 1st, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details. This Nurses Week, May 6th to the 12th, and National Hospital Week, May 10th to the 16th, we celebrate the incredible dedication of the team at Independence Health System. Around the clock, nurses and hospital employees bring skill, compassion, and resilience to every patient and family they serve, making our communities stronger. To every nurse, technician, caregiver, and support staff member working behind the scenes, thank you for your commitment, sacrifice, and humanity. We're grateful for you today and every day. Happy Nurses Week and Hospital Week from Independence Health System.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates. hits home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
It's Memorial Day all month long at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Stand proud and save big with stars, stripes, and offers you can't miss on our lineup of new Outlanders. Featuring premium interior, advanced safety technology, and affordable third row seating, like the new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander. Drive one home today for 0% APR for 72 months. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Thanks so much for finding us. It's just talking to Bob Pompiani in the conference room adjacent to the studio. You can, of course, hear Pomp from 11 to 1 every Saturday. You can air your opinions. Give Pomp a call, 412-928-9370. And thank you very much to Steven Brol from Sportsnet Pittsburgh for hopping on a little bit to talk pitching. I feel somewhat guilty in that we've spent the entirety of today's show talking about pitching. We really haven't talked very much about position players, and there's some interesting storylines going on with Pirates position players right now that warrant discussion. Let's start at third base. We've seen Jared Triolo play the past handful of games, and it's kind of got swept under the rug because Triolo has actually hit. But Nick Gonzalez has been one of the Pirates' most consistent hitters this season. Now, I do think Gonzalez is going to get back into the lineup today. Don Kelly said as much after the game last night. They obviously need Nick Gonzalez, and they're going to have to figure out how to make this work. I guess it's a good problem to have. I'm not upset by it. But if Jared Triolo produces, you're going to have to find places to put him, which is not the number one spot in the batting order. I don't care who's on the mound. I'm thankful that I think the Pirates learned that lesson, but if he's a super sub, that's totally fine. It's also related. Jake Mangum is going to come off the 10-day IL. He's eligible to come off today. It wouldn't surprise me if he came off of the injured list today. I was watching Mangum in the outfield yesterday, run around, do everything that you would expect him to do, participated in team defense, all that stuff. And I think that really helps the Pirates. Had a call earlier in the show talking about that ball. I believe it was the one that Bryce Harper hit that Brian Reynolds gave chase, was not able to reel it in. Ideally, in that situation, you're not operating with, a 3-run lead, trying to close out a game. You're not having Reynolds in the field. You're replacing him defensively with Jake Mangum, the way the Pirates have done things. Oftentimes, you'd like to have your corners be Mangum and Billy Cook. And I think Jake Mangum probably does get that ball. But that's another thing where, you have to activate a position player. That's probably going to bump off Nick York, I'd think. You could send down Billy Cook. He hardly ever plays, but they do like him for pinch running and defensive replacement stuff late in games. That makes sense. So if you're playing Nick Gonzalez every day, which is ideally, it's what it should be. Jared Triolo becomes kind of a super sub. He and Nick York, they're redundant. You have Billy Cook as your cone guy and your pinch running guy late. Jake Mangum's your fourth outfielder, and then your second catcher is Endy Rodriguez, Henry Davis. I don't know. And that takes me to my second point that I think is very interesting with this team. What do you do behind the plate? Because I understand what Endy Rodriguez brought on Thursday is something that the Pirates have lacked quite a bit. Getting the key hit, getting a little bit of power from the catching position, that has not happened. And the Pirates become a different team when you have a catcher who can actually hit. And I'm not advocating moving away from Henry Davis because I think it's probably a useless conversation. Henry Davis has improved to the point defensively where he has a spot on this roster. I think if Paul Skenes found out that he was no longer there, I don't think Skenes would be happy, and I don't think that's the best thing for some of the other guys that Henry catches. I think you saw the Pirates deploy Endy last night, so the afternoon game after a night game you can give to Henry, and Henry's working with Bubba Chandler. I think it's been a very clear improvement when you have Skenes. Well, Skenes really isn't even part of the equation, but you have Mitch Keller and you have Bubba Chandler working with Henry Davis versus Joey Bart and Endy Rodriguez. So if you're going to use that stuff to guide how you deploy your catchers, you're probably going to sick Henry Davis on one of the two, Bubba Chandler or Mitch Keller. If Mitch Keller can throw to Endy, that would work, or Joey Bart when he comes back. We don't have a timeline for that. But it's very TBD right now. It seems like those two positions, because if you go around the rest of the field with the Pirates, there's not a lot of, I don't want to say intrigue, but there's not a lot of decisions to make, really. If you have a right-handed pitcher on the mound, you're going to get Ryan O'Hearn in right. You're going to get Spencer Horwitz at first base. You're going to get Brandon Lau at second base, O'Neal Cruz, Brian Reynolds, etc. If you have a left-handed pitcher on the mound, it might be a little bit more creative. They've been keeping Ryan O'Hearn in there. Maybe you get Jake Mangum a start in there. Maybe Jared Triolo plays. That might be the only time you give Nick Gonzalez a day off. But catcher is the position where you can kind of make an argument to say, look, if Endy Rodriguez is going to hit, you got to give him some time. You got to give him a look. And if Henry Davis has a 519 OPS or whatever it is, like, I'm sorry. I appreciate your pitch framing. I appreciate your game calling. But I need some offense. And I don't care if the Pirates have the fourth best offense. If a guy's going to hit, I'm going to play him. That's my argument with Nick Gonzalez. He's come in and all credit to him, man. He had an opportunity. A lot of people were starting Nick Gonzalez in AAA to begin the year. And he's waited for his chance. He's gotten in the lineup. He's made the best of it. He's made swing changes. He's realized a little bit of what he is as a hitter. And he's been a productive member of this lineup. I don't want to take him out. I don't think they're going to take him out. So catcher is kind of up for grabs. And I'm curious, based on what Todd Tomczyk, the Pirates director of sports medicine, said to us on Thursday morning, where they don't have a definitive timetable for when Joey Bart's going to come back. They're giving him a round of antibiotics. He spends some time down. Obviously, he's on the IL for 10 days. He's not doing any sort of baseball activities. His foot is swelled up pretty good. Like, is that something that's going to correct itself immediately? I have a tough time believing that. Like, based on what happened to Bart's foot, it getting infected, it needing to, basically subside, and then what he's going to take for, let's say he spends 3 weeks down or something like that before he can resume any sort of baseball activities, to do that and then come back to catching, like, that's a fairly lengthy time. And in the meantime, there's a really good opportunity for playing time. And believe me, I'm not trying to Wally Pip Joey Bart. If anything, I really liked what Joey Bart was doing before the infection. It could turn out to be extremely unfortunate timing, but it's why the Pirates were starting to play Joey Bart, and it looked like a very smart move to play Joey Bart because they need a reliever. They could potentially shed a catcher. If somebody was interested, maybe Joey Bart plays himself into tradable territory, and they use that to go get a reliever. Okay. Well, that's out the window. Now they have to look at, if they want to go get a reliever, you're probably trading prospects, and even that is a suspect chance. But I mean, if you're making the prospect for major league player trade versus you're making a baseball trade, that's one area where I think it could actually work. If you have a team with a surplus of relievers that really needs a catcher, it might be willing to make that trade. The Pirates probably can't make that trade right now, unless you're going to trade Endy Rodriguez, but then you're bringing up Rafa Flores. I'm not sure that's going to work given some of the guys he's expected to catch if Joey Bart's out for any length of time. You see what I'm getting at here? It's not the easiest decision to make, but if you had 3 healthy catchers and you had confidence that Endy could produce, maybe you make the deal. So anyway, it sort of takes me back to what Steven Brol was talking about internal improvement from pitchers, having to get them some time away. I think that's what they were trying to do with Isaac Mattson last night, was actually talking to Pomp about Isaac Mattson warming up late in the game. He doesn't go in the game. I think they've tried to stay away from him a little bit, get him some time. They overused him early on, and they need to get these innings back to, sort of a normal state and get guys' stuff in much better shape. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A chance of rain in the late afternoon, otherwise temperatures in the 70s. Not a great forecast for a 4:05 game. Not going to lie, I'm a little worried about a rain delay, and we could be waiting around at the ballpark a little bit this afternoon. Joel, do you feel optimistic, or are you a little worried about today? What do you think?
I'm going to go take a look at the weather right now.
I don't mean the weather. I mean the baseball game.
Oh, the baseball game. Might all depend on which Bubba Chandler they get today, because I think we can all pretty much agree that if Christopher Sanchez of Philadelphia throws 6 innings, it's probably going to be a quality start, 3 or less runs.
Yeah. I have that same thought, Joel, that Bubba Chandler needs to stay around a while. And if he makes an early exit, it's not going to be good. But one guy to watch, Brandon Lau, by the way, I'll end with this. Boy, has he been a great signing for the Pirates. He's got it done production-wise. I love the leadership component. Last night was one of the more depressing clubhouses I've been in recently. And Brandon Lau steps right to his locker, speaks calmly. You understand the guy's perspective, and he's been around, and he's shared those same thoughts and experiences with his teammates. So he's been hot. Has 3 multi-homer games last season, including last night. We'll see if he can get one off Christopher Sanchez. Joel, thanks so very much. I appreciate this. Love coming in here and talking a little Buckos with you. Bob Pompiani is next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
The Steelers will not be playing in New Orleans. That game will actually be in Paris. In Paris.
Can we just agree that you should abandon accents?
Paris.
Nope.
I think I nailed that.
I don't know.
I don't know any French.
Oui.
Ooh la la. Ratatouille. You ever had the ratatouille?
No.
Okay.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Across our community, families are gathering, flags are flying, and summer's starting. If you've been thinking about a new vehicle, now's the perfect time. During the Spitzer Memorial Day sales event, lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $188 per month month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 24,789. Then TP 453388. Rear-wheel drive model 1852. $49.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, and 6/1/2026.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the clubhouse leader for betting major golf because right now all customers can get a 25% profit boost every round of the second major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download FanDuel and take your swing at boosted winnings. Some of the golfers I like as long shots this week. Min Woo Lee. Keep an eye on that guy. Min Woo Lee. Justin Thomas. He's a 2-time winner. I think he can do it again. Justin Thomas at 50-1. Check him out in the second major of the year. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. This Aronimink update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. A couple players already underway at the PGA Championship, and right now, Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley are both 4 under par. They will tee off later today around 2:40, and right now there are 6 players who are 3 under, all tied for second. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com right now. It's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And a very pleasant Saturday. Good morning to you, everyone. Bob Pompiani here, and things are warming up, not just with the temperatures as we may hit 90 degrees this week, but also with things going on and many topics in the sports world, and that's what we're here to do. Talk to you at 412-928-9370. That is the number. It's also the same as the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Jason Mackey, very comprehensive as he always is, during his show, spelled out a lot of the problems with the Pirates, which we will get into, and I'm sure a lot of people have opinions about it, but that kind of loss just cannot happen on a regular basis, and quite frankly, it's happened on a regular basis. And the bullpen seems to be in shattered pieces right now with guys who you expect to pick up the slack and do some good things. And yet that really hasn't happened here. So the bottom line is they got to get better in the bullpen. I think one of the solutions, if this is possible, because I'm an advocate of making sure the guys go longer than they're supposed to. I realize we're in May, and these are some of the guys who are on pitch limits, and everybody's so cautious and blah, blah, blah. But maybe going deeper in the game, and that's why I was telling Jason I was encouraged to watch Braxton Ashcraft last night go 7 2/3 innings, into the 8th inning. I'm thinking he's going to eat up innings. They got a lead to work with. It ain't going to be, got 100 pitches. Okay, maybe they can just get to the 9th, whatever, and then everything changed because the bullpen failed to do its job, although I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, an error by Connor Griffin opened the door for that. But still, if you're Gregory Soto, you got to get out of that mess by making strikes, by doing what you're supposed to do. He gave up 3. Santana gave up 3 in the 10th inning. And the concern about him is he's had no strikeouts in his last 31 batters faced, not one. And his ERA has ballooned to 4.42. At the end of April, it was 0.69. It's just been this rash of bad outings, and I'm not so sure. I'm not a pitching coach. I don't look at it and say to myself, well, his slider is not doing this or whatever the case may be. They have guys over there who are in charge of that sort of thing, so hopefully they get it figured out. In the meantime, you would hate to see a team that has improved offensively as much as this team has improved offensively now will become a problem if it's bullpen. How can that change? Well, number one, Ben Cherington can make a move. Normally, these are reserved for, as you get closer to the trade deadline, but he may be forced to do something earlier if this continues. Number two, again, starters go deeper into games. It would help today if Bubba Chandler could go 7 strong innings. Make it a little less, busy for that bullpen, which has been busy of late. And they have a tough pitching matchup today. Christian Sanchez is a very good pitcher for the Phillies, and tomorrow it's Zach Wheeler against Paul Skenes. So 2 tough pitching matchups. That game, though, it should have been a win. There have been others. We saw the one in San Francisco last weekend where they had a 2-run lead into extra innings and could not seal that deal again because of the bullpen. Carmen Mlodzinski is going to probably be the guy of all the people I see come to the rescue. Once Jared Jones gets up here, he may be the guy to go to the bullpen, and he can give you an arm that could be very, very helpful. The more surprising thing is Isaac Mattson. Not sure why, and I saw at the end of the game last night, he was up and throwing. Now, if that's the case, why wasn't he inserted into the game a little earlier? And I don't know if it's a rest thing. I don't know if he's injured. We don't get much information on that, but that's a concern not to have him out there in those leverage situations because I think he's done a pretty good job of handling some of those leverage situations. 412-928-9370 is the number to call on the many bullpen problems the Pirates have and how do they solve them. We're also going to get into the Steelers' schedule came out this past week. I know a lot of you have opinions about it. If you'd like to discuss, that's fine. But keep in mind, before you start asking about predictions on a schedule that's still, how many months away are we from playing a game? I always say this when people say, what's the record going to be? I have no idea, nor do you. It's kind of a game we play, but it really is just throwing darts at a board at this point. We don't know. All we know is there are some pretty good teams as the season goes on. And for me, it's the same situation I've seen in previous years, which is they got to start fast to endure some of the problems they may incur later in the season. 412-928-9370 is that number to call on that number. Also, Evgeny Malkin, he continues to be in the news because looks like he would love to stay, but I'm not sure if we've seen, other than hear from Kyle Dubas, because actions speak louder than words. He said a lot of nice things about Malkin, and he averages a point a game at his age. And I'm sure he'd like to have him back because, as Kyle Dubas said, there's no one blocking him since he's played wing. But the question is, why isn't that already done? When does that happen? What are the stumbling blocks, if there are any? Is it salary for a 1-year deal? Is it his desire maybe to have a 2-year deal? Something the Penguins probably don't want? It should be done sooner rather than later if it's as easy as what Kyle Dubas said the other day. Like all the right things trying to bring him back, and yet this lingers. So how long will it linger? 412-928-9370. And if I told you that Alex Smalley and Maverick McNeely would be your leaders after 36 holes of the PGA Championship at beautiful Agronomic, you would probably think I was nuts. But there are a lot of very talented guys in this field. 6 at 3 under. There were 48 guys within 4 shots of the lead. This is going to be a big day today and tomorrow, and it may go down to, a playoff if this continues. These guys are very much similar in how they play. This course is not giving up as much as I thought it might. I still thought 10 under par in that range was going to win this. Maybe we're on track for that at 4 under after 2 rounds. But, the bottom line is it's a very competitive thing. The one thing about Scottie Scheffler, he was a co-leader after first round. Scheffler, if you've watched him this year, he lingers after a bad first round. He kind of digs himself out. By the third round, he's still within striking distance. And by the last day, he pushes himself up into a top 5 position. He's in position again. He's 2 off the lead. And the thing about Scottie Scheffler that I really like is how he manages his game when his game is off. Unlike the day one at Agronomic, he did not hit a lot of fairways yesterday. He was really struggling to hit those fairways. But how do you still shoot the kind of score he shot? 69, which is 1 under. Given the fact that he missed so many fairways and he was struggling early on, 2 bogeys right off the bat. That's what makes him great. It's not so much that he can shoot 64 or 65. A lot of guys can do that. It's when he doesn't have his best stuff, does he show you why he's one of the top players, right now the top player in the world. He still scrambles and grinds and shoots a score that you would, watching him, think, there's no way he shot 69 based on what I saw. He can manage those issues. And when he's on, that's when he makes his move. And don't be surprised today if he makes that move. 412-928-9370. I also want to get into a big game tonight with Montreal and Buffalo, the Canadians, a team that I like, and I picked them to beat the Sabres in this series, ultimately to lose to Carolina, but you never know. They got some really good young players. They can score a lot of different ways. They're getting outstanding goaltender by Dobis, who I didn't know is capable of this. And now they have pushed Buffalo to the point where they may get eliminated in this. They lead 3 games to 2. Carolina continues to wait. They've had a lot of time off in this postseason, which I guess benefits them, but sometimes it may not. So Buffalo has to go to Montreal tonight and win to force a Game 7. Can they do it? I don't know. I still pick Montreal to win this. That's what I thought. I didn't know my pick was 7 games. But if Montreal doesn't win tonight, that opens up a whole different door. That's going to be interesting. Last night, the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA just dominated Minnesota to win this one in 6 games, 139-109. This is going to set up an interesting matchup in the West. I think it's actually the NBA championship the way I look at it, because I think whoever wins this matchup will beat any team, whether it's Detroit, Cleveland, or the New York Knicks. You got OKC with the player of the year, the MVP from last year, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who averages 32 points a game. He did not miss a game all season long. Chet Holmgren is his running mate, averages 22 a game, did not miss a game all season long. Jalen Williams could be the key to San Antonio winning because he's been not healthy, and he is a really good. He's had a hamstring. I'm not sure the extent of it and whether or not he can come back, but he averages 19 points a game, and he's not been able to play. So it's a deep team also. They have Isaiah Hartenstein to combat Victor Wembanyama, who has been terrific. And last night, they didn't even really need much of him, only 19 points and 6 rebounds. It was Stephon Castle. They have some great guards there. De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper is another young kid who's been terrific. And not even mentioning Devon Vassell. And he's been great. Julian Champagny. All these guys have contributed to the point where they go about 8 deep. San Antonio is going to win that series. I think they're underdogs. They probably should be, even though they've held their own against Oklahoma City in the regular season. So all these topics are on the table for you at 412-928-9370. I know the board's buzzing right now, so we're going to get to it. And let me know what you want to talk about, and we're going to try to go as fast as we can because we have a lot of callers. So keep that in mind when you call here. Chuck in Uniontown, you're first. And Chuck, I know you probably did not sleep well last night.
No, I did not. I didn't. Pounding the pillow and well, I don't swear, so, but I mean, I was hot under the collar, but that's neither here nor there.
About what mostly?
About blowing the lead. Too many blowing leads, Bob. And worst of it, a lot of them are happening in our ballpark. And that's terrible.
You're right about that. 11, I think it's 11 blown saves now.
And I've said before, the Pirates cannot be more than 5 games away from first place in the division at any time this year. and more than about 2 games out of the wild card if they want to have a chance. Because, Bob, it's not just the distance. It's that there's so many. The competition is going to be so big for the wild card this year, for one of the 3 wild card spots, because it's look at just the Central Division. And then if you're talking about wild cards, you're talking about competing against teams, non-leaders from other divisions. So that's why. And this isn't helping any, because the games you lose now are just as big as the ones you lose in September.
Right. Currently, if you look at the wild card standing, since you brought it up, the Pirates are not in it. They would be 2.5 games out of a wild card opportunity. And the lead in the Central Division, because everybody won yesterday, that's going to be even more difficult to navigate, I think, because right now the Cubs have a 5 game. It's not insurmountable. I mean, everybody's right in the same boat. The Pirates technically at this point are tied for last with Cincinnati, both at 24 and 21. But when you look at the wild card, you have the Brewers, the Cardinals, and the Padres all ahead of the Pirates. And it's still May. So, again, there's a lot of baseball left here, Chuck. I'm not going to overreact to it to the point where I go drastic. But, you get into Memorial Day and into June, you better start getting closer to those teams and not farther away.
Yeah, Bob, one more thing before I go. A call on Saturday says that the Thunder is going to beat the Spurs.
You say that?
The Thunder is going to,
You're probably.
We don't have an NBA team here, but that's going to be a great series. But I think the Thunder's still going to win.
Yeah, you may be right. I mean, they're defending champs. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that. I could see that, but I've been on the Spurs all season long. I love their depth. Now, San Antonio has to deal with 2 guys who are going to go after Wembanyama. Isaiah Hartenstein, he's a big boy, and Chet Holmgren. They have 2 guys who are going to try to get him off his game a little bit. They have the height to at least be in that conversation. But he does so much, not even just with block shots, which he led the NBA. I'm talking about altering shots. Anytime you get near the rim, he is probably the best rim protector in the game. So another thing would be how many times SGA gets to the foul line. That's his game. He gets a lot of calls. He goes there, and he makes most of his foul shots. So they're going to have to stay away from that. Should be a very interesting series. Greg in Youngstown is up next. Hello, Greg. I'm sure you have a litany of things you want to complain about today.
No, I am. And my first is on Kelly. The comments he made after the game and that situation were ridiculous. He's coming off super soft. He should have said after the game, instead of patting everybody on the back, he should have said, I expect more out of my bullpen. And then when he asked him about Connor Griffin, he should have said, hey, in that situation, he has to make that play. Not saying that he did great and whatever. You got to make that. I'm sick of this. Leland never would have said this. Never would have said this. And then let me talk about the bullpen real quick. What they got to do is Mazinski and Jared Jones is going into the bullpen. I'm going after a left-handed starter, and I know that people don't want to hear this, but you got Trevor Bauer out there, okay? We got Osuna on the team who choked his wife in 2021. Why can't we pick up Bauer? Why can't we pick up this dude?
Well,
we need another starter.
I know he's been doing his best to make people aware that he wants to be here, and he went to Japan for a little bit and did pretty well. He seems, but I don't know what his velocity is. It seems like every team's staying away from him. I get what your point is, but they have to make a trade to get a starter somewhere, and I've said that for a few weeks now. They cannot. They need someone who can give you a lot of innings. Specifically, I hope a left-hander. I thought Bucko might be a guy who's capable of that, but he's been erratic. And as far as the bullpen, you may have to go ahead of the trade deadline to make something happen here, because you cannot allow this to continue to leak to the point where you're 10 games out of first place and you're 7 out of a wild card. It's just hard to make that up. So there's a lot for Ben Cherington to consider.
Real quick about Jones. You know that Gossage used to be a starter? You know Chapman used to be a starter? Jared Jones would be a great closer. He throws the ball 100 miles per hour. He can't go more than 3-4 innings or he'll blow his elbow out or his shoulder out. This is the guy they should be developing as our closer, a guy that throws in the triple digits. I mean, this is what they used to do. Like, Gossage used to be a starter, and Chapman was a starter. You got to look at your guys and say, okay, I know this guy has a great arm, but I know he's not going to last as a starter. So maybe we got to develop this guy as our closer. Like, Eckersley was the same way for Boston.
That was the next guy I was going to bring up, is Dennis Eckersley. Same thing. But thanks. It was a good call, Greg.
Okay.
I appreciate it. And I think at some point, you got to be inventive. If this doesn't work in their bullpen and they continue to struggle and blow leads, 11 blown saves and it's still in May, that's a lot. And they can't allow that to happen. It's going to ruin and offset what has been a good offensive team, one that averages 5 runs a game. And if I had told you that coming into this season, they would average 5 runs a game, you would have probably thought they'd win the division based on the pitching that they have, starting pitching. But it's not worked out that way. They got to do something at some point. We'll find out what Ben Cherington does in the next several weeks. There was some good news last night that Seth Hernandez moved up to high A and was as dominant as he was in low A. He goes 5 innings, no hits allowed. He did walk 4, but he struck out 7. That guy is going to be on a fast track. He could be here next year. Back to the lines, we have Joe in Verona. Joe, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Boy, Greg, he was a fireballer. I like that.
But I think the point about Jones as a closer, or for that matter, Majinski as a closer, or something, if this continues, you've got to be able to come up with another plan that may work, may not work, but at least try. So hopefully Santana will get this together, because he's the guy they're mostly counting on, and he has been just terrible in the last several outings.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't seem to be making decisions quick enough. I mean, I think Cherington, that's not one of my favorites, but he did a decent job for the offense. But I'll be honest with you, Bob, I'm not a Don Kelly man. I've watched him maneuver these pitchers. He has a pitching coach, a bench coach, and I don't have a lot of faith in him, and I don't know why. I mean, he was one of Leland's boys, but there's just something that bothers me. And I mean, it seems like the lay people like you, me, Chuck, and that, we seem to know more about, like, Mazinski should be the closer, or Jones ain't ready yet. But they are just, last night's game, Ashcraft, he went 7 innings, you said. Is that right?
Yeah, into the 8th, yes.
Okay, I didn't get this here to watch it. I got the disaster later, so I was glad to hear that. But I don't know what they're going to do, but 11 saves. I know they should have about 6 or 7 more wins, maybe, with those saves. We'd be in first place. And it would be very sad if this goes on all year and we have this decent offense. So it's really sad, Bob, and I don't know what to say, man. They got me Don Kelly got me messed up, babe.
Well, all I got to say is they got to figure it out. And I think and thanks for the call, Joe, the biggest solution for them, for now, temporarily, is number 1, work with these guys. Whatever problem ails them, try to figure it out. Number 2, your starters have got to go longer. I know that's painful to hear in this world of metrics, and they have a lot of analytical people there who know a lot about everything. But your starters have got to go longer. Bubba Chandler today, he's had problems with walks. This is the team you do not want to walk. They have too many good bats in their lineup, as we saw last night. He's got to go 7 innings. It's time. He needs a really solid outing so that you give. Maybe rest is an issue. Maybe Matson's not playing because he needed some time. I don't know, because we don't get any explanation about why he wasn't used a lot. But the bottom line is they need less work. It's a long season. Over the course of this many games, you cannot rely on your bullpen as many times. When you blow leads and you're constantly forced to use players that you didn't intend on using, it leads to overexposure. So I think that's the number 1 thing that can change, at least temporarily, to help their bullpen, which is beleaguered at this point, and it needs some more help. 412-928-9370. That's the number to call. We have more calls on the way. Carl in New Kensington, Ricky in Blonox. There was a big debate this week about whether baseball in Pittsburgh is a good thing. Is Pittsburgh a baseball town, given what we've seen? And this was created by Bob Smizek, a veteran columnist who, even in retirement, keeps on getting some good conversations going. But on Monday night, 13,000, those are tickets sold to watch Skenes on a beautiful night in Pittsburgh, and that generated this conversation. I say it is a good baseball time, provided that you give them something to want to go out and see. And there was a decade of not competitive baseball. And when you do that on a regular basis, most people are not inclined to buy tickets in advance. They'll buy when the product looks better, and so far it has, but at the same time, you got to give them reasons. So to say it's not a good baseball town, okay, if you look at the tickets sold, given what they've done over the last 10 years, and this year I think they're second from the last in attendance, I get it. But at the same time, don't blame the fans for not showing up. It's about the team and what they're able to do or not do. And I think they're trying to change that, and hopefully by this summer you're going to see that change. And if it continues into the point where they get a playoff spot, next year is a better judgment about what people will be willing to spend on Pirate baseball. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I want to remind you the Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back on June 17th and 18th. We're looking for 25 volunteer fire departments to receive donations. Nominate your volunteer fire department today at 937thefan.com, presented by Guardian Protection, Southside Plumbing and Heating, and Gherkin Roofing. I also want to tell you about bathrooms. They're very important. We spend a lot of time in bathrooms, and the best bathrooms don't just look good. They change how you start your day. West Shore Home has completed more than 25,000 projects. Think about that. That's right here in Pittsburgh alone, 25,000 projects. And there's a reason Pittsburgh homeowners keep choosing them. They are America's most trusted home remodeler because they make remodeling fast, efficient, and convenient. They also bring luxury bath design back and take it to the next level with some new styles, and their teams of highly trained employee installers handle everything, so you don't have to worry about different subcontractors in and out of your home for weeks on end. And remember how I said they make it easy? Well, this is how. With their Memorial Day sale coming up here, when you buy a full bathroom remodel, you'll get a shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. That's right, free. A second shower for free. Plus, you get started with no money down. They have multiple financing options and make it even easier to get started right now. So all you got to do is schedule. WestShoreHome.com/fan. Call 1-800-WEST-SHORE or, as I said, WestShoreHome.com/fan. That's important for the Memorial Day savings from West Shore Home. Financing available with approved credit. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell to Philadelphia 11-9 in 10 innings. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon at 4:05. It is Bubba Chandler up against left-hander Christopher Sanchez. Coverage on the Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
When a family is going through a hardship, life can change fast, and keeping a child in hockey can become out of reach. The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams regardless of financial circumstances. With scholarship applications opening this June, your support right now can make all the difference for families in need. Join us in making hockey accessible for all. Visit assistedgoals.org to donate today. That's assistedgoals.org.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Pat Katina, and I've spent my life fighting for our communities, for safer neighborhoods, safer schools, lower taxes, and real results for working families across the 45th District. Now I'm ready to take that fight to Harrisburg. The 45th deserves experienced leadership that can deliver on day one. I'm Pat Katina, and I'm asking for your vote for state representative. Together, we'll keep fighting for the future of our communities. Paid for by the Friends of Pat Katina.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors of the program, PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1895. Number One Cochran, ride in style, go one better always at numberonecochran.com. They have some great Audi deals going on right now. And Shenderovich, and Fishman. You know them. They got your back, not your wallet, unless they take your money on the golf course, which they've been prone to do. 412-928-9370. We're getting in a lot of Pirate bullpen stuff. I get it. I'd like to expand this conversation about some other things like catcher. We've seen Andy Rodriguez this week for the first time, had a good first day. And how do you think that will play out? Joey Bart's still on an IL. He's got an infection. Henry Davis will catch tomorrow because it's Paul Skenes, and Skenes would want it that way. What about today? Does Andy come back? He did not get a hit last night. Should he play again today and just ride him a little bit? 412-928-9370. All the golf fans out there want to hear from you about this PGA Championship at Aronimink. It has been interesting to say that a lot of the big names that you know and that you would rely on are not in the field anymore. They've been cut already, which is stunning to see when you consider the amount of good players that we're talking about here, including Bryson DeChambeau. He is not in the field anymore. He got missed the cut. I don't know what he shot second day, but he was terrible. He looked awful out there. So he didn't do it, and some other big names not there as well. Victor Hovland didn't make the cut. The guys who are in the lead right now, Alex Smalley and Maverick McNeely, two names you probably wouldn't pick. Scheffler's lurking. Who's going to emerge? 412-928-9370. Any thoughts about Montreal Buffalo in Game 6 tonight? I find that to be a fascinating series. And the Spurs and Timberwolves will play in Game 1. The Spurs and Thunder. They just beat the Timberwolves, and they did it pretty handily, too. 139-109 last night. Who do you like in that matchup? I still like the Spurs, even though I think Oklahoma City will be favored and should be favored. Let's go to Carl in New Kensington. First up in this segment at 412-928-9370. Hey, Carl.
Hey, Bob. How's it going?
It's going. How are you?
I was hoping to call you yesterday, but I think you were golfing. I think the fan needs to put like a Bob Pompiani chat GPT robot, for
Well, I would not have been in a good mood yesterday how my drives were going, so I don't know what I would have said and probably had to delete half of what I said, so we can't do that.
I guess my take on the Pirates really is I was going to talk about the bullpen, but I think the real problem is I don't like the roster makeup of the team, and I think like the Pirates are still operating like I don't know if they're 100% in to win this year, because it's like, so there's three guys on the team I don't really like. First off is Billy Cook. Like, I don't think we're good enough to have a designated pinch runner on the bench also the Ozuna, like, he's not good enough to play almost every day as DH. And I know, like, Ben Cherington hit it out of the park with the Brandon Lau trade, but sometimes, you screw up a move. Like, sometimes, like, I would only play Ozuna against pitchers that aren't, like, overpowering with the fastball, because I don't think he can actually time one up. I know he had a home run last night, but he also, struck out, I think, 3 times.
Yeah.
And the other thing about the bullpen is, I don't know how you can send Wilbur Dotel down to the minors when he had like a 1.3 ERA. Like, I don't get it. Like, and then with the starters, and this is my last point, like, sabermetrics is good for a lot of things, but right now I think you got 3 horses in the team. You got Skenes, you have Mitch Keller, and you have Ashcraft, and those guys have to go 7+ every time out. And then, maybe do a little old school and just like the manager say, hey, how you feeling, instead of just going by like what it says on the sheet. And then the other 2 guys, I might do like a piggyback system, like, 6 and 3 or, 5 innings. And then, because like last night, like Mason Montgomery, I would have let him pitch the 9th and just give him the rest of the weekend off. Because, I'd rather win that game last night instead of handing it over to somebody that I don't trust as much as Montgomery.
You brought that up, and that's been one of my bugaboos. I know the opener went fine yesterday, right? So he pitches. You're trying to conserve innings, but this opener situation makes it difficult to do that. And so Montgomery had to pitch again last night. I don't know if that was part of the decision not to bring him back. I would have done the same thing. I would have brought him back. I know he gave up a home run, but I also know that the bullpen is being overused. You've got to figure out ways not to continue to do that. The opener situation, while it works, and it works certainly this week in that 3rd game of the series that we saw, I'm not a big fan of it for this very reason, that you're using up innings on players who need to be used later in games. So, to me, it's a double-edged sword.
All right, well, and also, with the Billy Cook situation, you have 2 guys in AAA right now that you could call up, right, that would be more, that'd be more valuable to the team.
Joe Stinson, Garcia?
Garcia and Esmeralda Valdez.
Valdez, both hitting the ball hard, yeah.
Both of those guys deserve to be on the team over Billy Cook. And I don't know if it's like a buddy thing or something going on.
The question is, where do you play him, though, Carl? If you're going to bring up Garcia, he has to play, I think, to take advantage of his bat.
I'd play him at DH for the days when you're going against like a guy that throws over 95. And I'd play him in the outfield. Isn't he an outfielder too?
Well, that means limited at-bats for Ryan O'Hearn, who you want to get in there. Horwitz is playing pretty well right now and hitting at first base. This is the problem when you have a lot of platoon situations going on. And you're paying guys $28 million like O'Hearn over 2 years. You want him to be in the lineup, you got to pick your spots, right field, first base.
Well, isn't Garcia right-handed? O'Hearn's left-handed. You can still do
No, I understand that. But again, I don't think they brought O'Hearn in here to take fewer at-bats.
I'm saying I'd take bats away from Ozuna.
Well, they paid him $12 million, and I don't see them doing that either.
Well, I know. I'm just saying sometimes you win moves and sometimes you lose moves. Like, if you're just going to keep wasting Ozuna, wasting that spot in the lineup, like, I get it that you paid this guy a lot of money, but sometimes you got to move on.
Yeah, we'll see. It's early May. Again, I want to make sure people understand there's still a lot of baseball left. But thanks, Carl, for the call. But these are, you're in a division now that is far more competitive than I thought it would be. I thought the Cubs would be the team, certainly, but I didn't think all these teams would be this competitive. Now, they're going to be separation time coming up. Normally, as we get to Memorial Day and into the end of June, you're going to see separation coming on. You're going to see teams jump ahead of others and extend their leads. Which teams will do it? The Pirates cannot afford to fall too far back where they're digging out from that. It's difficult to do it at 412-928-9370. I want to go down to George and Latrobe here. Jolie, if we don't mind. George is up next on the Fan. What's up, George?
Good morning, Bob.
How are you?
Hey, just a couple kind of personal questions about golf. One, I live in Lincoln. You ever play Champion Lakes?
Oh, yeah. Dick Groat's place, sure.
And the second question is, when you guys go out, get together to play golf, do you ever play skins? Because I never hear anyone mention it.
Yeah, George, we do. We play skins. We play a lot of different games that it confuses me. I'd rather just play without all these different side games, but thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Because not big bucks, like.
No. Do you have a golf-related question about the PGA or anything?
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler. Do you think he's still worth putting money on?
since you can bet absolutely right now, I don't care what the odds would be. Thank you, George. I would definitely put that on Shikati Shah. This is where he normally surges. If you look at his 2025 versus 2026 seasons, they're almost identical. Last year, he was in the hunt a lot. Did not win all that much early. Had one win early portions of the season, and then he got real hot. And even though he was in the top 5, made a lot of money, then he started to surge. This season, same thing, one win. But now, at this part of the year, he tends to take off. And as I said, he knows how to manage his game so that when he's not hitting fairways, when he's not playing well, he still somehow manages to score. That keeps him in the hunt, and then he explodes. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Al in Uniontown. Hello, Al. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
Good, thanks.
I know you're tired of talking about the bullpen, but you hit it like 2 calls ago, and that's why I'm calling. This bullpen got beat up all of April, and then on Thursday they come out with this opener stuff, and I don't get it. I mean, someone has to explain to me why. You're going to use 5 or 6 pitchers on a Thursday right before the Phillies come to town, and the bullpen's already tired. Why didn't they stay with Majinski and see what happens?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, again, the metric systems and these things that Tampa Bay tends to start, people think they're great trends. I'm just not a big fan of it. I'm not. And I was surprised, actually, if you're going to use Montgomery, they immediately brought him out and put in Siskin in the second inning. Now, those guys have a lot of metric information that they're available, and I'm not ever disputing that. All I'm saying is when you're trying to conserve innings for bullpen pitchers, that seems to be going in the opposite direction. And that's why I don't like him.
Didn't Montgomery go 1, 2, 3 in the first inning?
Yeah, he struck out the entire side.
Right, and then it blew my mind in the second inning. I'm like, what's going on around here?
Yeah, I hope and this is why Jared Jones can't get here fast enough. Thanks, Al, for the call.
Exactly. Do you have a time frame on that, Bob?
It could be by the end of this month. I'm not sure. I mean, he's been tearing it up down there. I think he has 11 innings now and 11 strikeouts, something like that. He's certainly got the velocity up, so I would imagine it's going to be sometime in the next couple of weeks. But even when he returns, it's going to be on a limited basis. So you got to monitor all that stuff too. And when you have Chandler, when you have Ashcraft, these guys are still young pitchers who've never been through 162 games. So you got to watch I get all of that. But it would be nice to see guys go longer. To me, that's the easiest way to save a bullpen, is to get your starters to go longer. And don't automatically want to get rid of them as soon as something bad happens. Sometimes you got to stick with guys a little bit in these situations. Again, Matson's the strangest example. I don't know if Matt Clement, who is very astute, and he's on our shows throughout the course of the week, former pitcher with the Cubs from Butler, PA, 87 career wins. He knows how this works, and he scratches your head about why Matson is only throw, I think, 24 pitches on the road. There's something not right there, and I don't know what it is. And I would like to think that he's in need of rest, and it's nothing beyond that. I hope it's not an injury. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting how it plays out against these Phillies. They got a lineup loaded with tough hitters, which is why Chandler has to go deep today. Sam in New Bethlehem is up right now. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Great. Great show as always, Bob.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey, want to comment on Pirate pitching and get your take on it. You talk about the pitchers going longer, but here's what I see as the problem. The guys today have been taught to be throwers. Throw it as hard as you can, as long as you can. And it's just unsustainable to go longer. And second of all, with trying to go longer, the major leaguers today, they've adjusted to the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. When the Cuban Missile was the only one throwing 100 miles an hour, he dominated. But now they see so many 100-miles-an-hour fastballs that it's not really a problem.
Well, it's funny that you brought up Aroldis Chapman, because Matt Clement's also very much, and he brought this up a few weeks ago, that if this continues and Boston continues to sputter, he may be one of the guys available. And that guy has not lost anything. He's been here in Pittsburgh. I think it would be another question is how much would you have to trade to get him? But they may have to go in that route at some point here if this continues. So hopefully it'll stop. Santana and Soto specifically will get it together.
And with regards to Matson, he's got a medium fastball, and he's successful when he throws it at the shoulder high level. Once hitters figure out that he's throwing balls and not strikes, he has to bring it down, and then he's hittable. He gave up 3 or 4 hits in that one game. He got hammered. So I think this might be one of the problems with him. Just your take. Thanks for taking my call,
All right, thank
Bob.
you, Sam. Yeah, I mean, first of all, the throwing aspect of it, they all throw hard these days. But you have to, and it's not going to be able to do what Skenes does. He's a master of this now. He can still get it up there at 100, but he knows how to, pitch. He's discovered all these different pitches that help him, and batters don't know what movement is coming their way, which makes him so elite. So I just think the number one issue is trying to reduce the innings somehow, some way. And if you can't do it, you're going to have problems. You're going to have to, Bidwell I thought did a very good job last night. He came in, and if you remember, it was 11-8 at the time. Still nobody out. Santana had given up 3 runs without getting an out. He got the meat of their order to not make it any worse. He got 3 outs. He did a very good job to keep it 11-8. Now, you may say, well, it doesn't matter because it was already won. Well, bottom of that inning, they had runners at first and second after Ozuna walked. So no outs. Gonzalez hit what looks like a sure double. And instead, their third baseman made a beautiful play, Alex Bohm. He just did. He robbed him. Otherwise, that inning, what Bidwell did could have been the saving part of their game last night. Had that inning continued and the Pirates would have gotten 3 runs to tie it or maybe more, you would have looked at that guy and said, that's the reason, because he stopped the damage at the top of the 10th inning. Anyway, we got to take a break here. Manuel, Anthony, and Ron, you'll be next up as we continue here. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Back with more of your calls after a Joel Nelson headline right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates fell to Philadelphia last night 11-9 in 10 innings. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon at 4:05 from PNC Park, and it's here on The Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bubba Chandler will take on left-hander Christopher Sanchez. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th. You can nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating, Kirkin Roofing, and Centimar on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. 84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Keeping it live and local. Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
All right, we roll along. A couple of things going on in the city that you should pay attention to. In addition to the Pirates playing today, we have the Riveters, the women's professional soccer team in action here tonight at FMB Stadium. It's their first game of the year against FC Buffalo, and the Riveters, I can tell you, have a very good roster and could very well win a championship. Last year, of course, the Riverhounds did exactly that. They won a championship. So this team, the Riveters, something to watch if you're in the town with looking for something to do. That's a great way to do it. Also, the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival is going on this weekend at the David L. Lawrence Convention Centers. Halls B and C, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And it's the second year, I believe, it's here. And they have some tremendous bodybuilding events going on, as well as a strongman competition. If you're into that, check out the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival today and tomorrow at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. In the meantime, we're talking about Pirates and some of the things that have gone on here. And honestly, there are a lot of areas of concern. Probably the biggest one that stands out for me is the bullpen, as we know. But to think of it this way is really putting it in perspective. This is a statistic that came up from Jason Shetler, who does a lot of research in baseball. And he says since April 27th, that's the day Dennis Santana had a blown save with St. Louis. You might remember that game. The Pirates have allowed 46.5% of the runs in the seventh inning or later. That is all you need to know about how this bullpen has gone. You know, and listen, they had David Bednar here. They traded him for a catcher who was supposed to make an impact. So far hasn't, so I'll wait on that before I say that was not a good deal. But Bednar heads to New York. If you look at the makeup of their bullpen right now, a lot of these guys are not exactly guys that you look at sort of like Aroldis Chapman. I mentioned that name because, again, Matt Clement brought it up, and I think if you're looking for a quality guy to end games, he still can do it. He's on a team right now that's struggling. He may be available at the right price. But Dennis Santana's been around. In his history, he's been DFA'd 3 different times. Gregory Soto does not have the best of career ERAs, but a lot of guys don't these days. He still, to me, is a good left-hand pitcher. Lawrence is a guy that really has struggled, and they count on him to do these kinds of things on a regular basis. Matson, we just talked about him, the fact that he's not throwing right now for whatever reason. These guys have got to do better, especially seventh inning on, based on that number I just showed you. 412-928-9370, Pirates and Phillies today. It's a good matchup, too. Bubba Chandler. Just imagine this pitching staff, if he gets it together, potentially. The starting staff is outstanding. It's just this end of game. Try to find the right guys to close out games. And right now their choices are kind of limited, and both are struggling. Soto and Santana, specifically Santana. What would they do when Jarrett Jones gets back? That's going to be one of the great questions that Donnie Kelly has to deal with. Let's go to Emmanuel in Carnegie, who joins us right now. Hey, Emmanuel, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Bob?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I agree with everything all the callers been saying pretty much, especially Greg from Youngstown. I think what he's alluding to is we need to start playing games with a sense of urgency. We can't be so fixated on these analytics and metrics. The last time I checked, I think Brandon Lau again hit another home run off of a lefty
last night,
and it's unforgivable that he was benched for York, who's not even in the majors right now. When it comes to the catching situation, I'm sorry, Davis is going to have to see playing time maybe once or twice a week at best. You cannot have a 151 batter in your lineup on a daily basis. So we're going to see what Andy does. And with our bullpen, I agree with Matt Clement. Joe Starkey mentioned it as well. We're going to have to probably trade with Boston, do what we can to bring Chapman up. We cannot afford to lose games now in mid-May into June. This is a playoff or bust for us. And winning 81, 82 games is not good enough for me.
No, and this year it may take 90. You remember that one year with the Pirates where they had over 95 wins or whatever it was and were in third place in their division. This is one of those years. I'm not predicting that. What I am saying, it's going to be a very crowded field for especially wild card. I still think the Cubs are going to win this division. So that leaves wild cards. And that brings into play a lot of other teams you're going to have to worry about, including maybe the Padres and or Dodgers, whoever doesn't win that division, and then the teams ahead of them in the Central Division.
And that's why we have to play with a sense of urgency. Our pitchers got to pitch longer. We're going to have to put in their best lineups. We cannot keep going with metrics because oftentimes there is wrong also. You got to go with the feel of the game. Lau should be an everyday starter. I don't care if it's against a lefty or righty. And this metric stuff is we're losing games because of it. Our pitchers need to pitch longer, and we need to keep our best lineup on the field. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I agree. The metrics serve a purpose, but they shouldn't be the end-all, be-all when it comes to decision-making. Not at all. You've got to figure out, what's best for your team, your gut reaction to it. If you have a hunch, you've been around, you've seen things, sure, looking at numbers and averages against other opponents or seeing what your pitcher can do against specific guys. But if he's on, he's on. And that's a complaint I have not just with the Pirates, but with a lot of teams where you'll see guys who are just pitching and they all worry about the third time through the order. I understand that. But if the guy's pitching well and he seems to be, not out of gas, but you're going to take him out because you're worried about the third time through an order and what his lifetime average is. If you look at Majinski, for example, Carmen Majinski last year, second time through or third time through the order, that is getting into the fifth or sixth innings. His numbers were not good at all, which is why he didn't last too much longer. This year, they're improved. Yet, many times it's the same outcome. They're getting to the third time through the order, and they're going to take him out. I would suggest letting him in. He seems to have gotten better in that department, and those numbers will tell you that. So, again, to me, the simplest solution right now is just to extend your starters to take some pressure off your bullpen, even if you're risking an inning or two more than you have on your metric sheet. 412-928-9370. We got Jay in Pittsburgh. Jay joins us right now on the hotline. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Bob. I have a golf question. Justin Thomas is one of the greatest ball strikers in PGA Tour history. Why doesn't he have more major wins?
Why doesn't Ricky Fowler have more major wins? There are guys like that. Why doesn't a guy like Tommy Fleetwood have no major wins? It's competitive out there, and you've got to be able to putt better. The team, the guys who always putt the best are always lurking somewhere in there. And Justin Thomas has been erratic putting. I think the same can be said for Ricky Fowler. I think at times, even though he's great at what he does, Rory McIlroy has putted himself out of some potential wins. So whoever's hot, McIlroy when he's taking on DeChambeau back at that U.S. Open, whenever it was, and he missed a 2-foot putt. It was a tough putt, downhill, little bend to it, but it opened the door for DeChambeau. So when you're looking over stats, these guys are all great ball strikers. Metrically, they're all similar. But when it comes to putting efficiency and short game acumen, that's what's going to do it, I think, in most cases.
Okay.
That's why Scheffler, when Scheffler's on his game, he's going to close everyone out. He's really good at doing that, especially when he hits fairways. And if he doesn't hit fairways, he'll still scramble. He won't post 64, but he'll scramble enough to be in contention. All right, Jay, thank you very much.
He has a good shot. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. Harry is in Findlayville, and now he's on the fan. Hello, Harry.
Larry, Bob, how are you?
Oh, Larry, I'm sorry. What's going on?
Great show. Appreciate it. Hey, Bob, I'm calling about the Pirates relief pitching.
Well, you join a list of about 300 others who've done the same. What's your take? How does it get better?
Well, here's the problem, Bob. Don Kelly is bullpen happy. The starters, they're throwing 67, 70 pitches, and he's such in a hurry to get to that bullpen. It's unreal. He manages like he has one of the best bullpens in baseball, and he has one of the worst. They've blown 4 games recently after the 7th inning. They got, according to my take, if I remember right, so far this year that bullpen has blown about 9 or 10 games.
11 blown saves.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just uncalled.
Well, and I understand that, Harry. Let me just throw this in, and thanks for the call. I'm up against a break here in a headline, but I will tell you this: that if you think it's just Don Kelly, I think you need to think again. This is also metric stuff that comes down that they take into account, and they have to at times adhere to. I don't know if it's specifically Don Kelly every time he's making these decisions. I think it's a collective effort. Used metrics quite a bit to make those decisions. So. Again, I get it. You know, you have guys who are you're trying to not overdo them so their arms don't fall off and they need surgery and everything else. But the simplest solution, unless they make a move at some point, is to extend starters. And I'm not talking about 50 more pitches. I'm talking about an inning here, 2 innings here. If the guy's going, you just let him go. 412-928-9370 is the number. We got a break. We have a headline coming up from Joel Nelson. Then we have more calls on the way until 1 o'clock. In the meantime, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You're looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We have a chance of rain late this afternoon. Small chance. Otherwise, temperatures in the 70s. Believe it or not, we're going to hit the 90s come this early part of the week. More with your calls, your opinions on not just the Pirates, by the way, as I said, NBA, you're getting down to the brass tacks here. You got a good game tonight between Buffalo and Montreal in the NHL. Evgeny Malkin, what's his future? And what about the Steelers' schedule? What do you like about it? What you don't like about it? All coming up right here on the Bob Pompiani Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Colony Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. If you're looking to save more on a new Ford, you don't need to know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Just visit any one of the 5 #1 Cochran Ford stores where employee pricing for all is back. You pay what a #1 Cochran team member pays for a new Ford without ever having to clock in. This includes many of their best sellers, including the 2026 Escape, Explorer, Bronco, and F-150. Plus, when you join the #1 Cochran Club One Rewards program, you'll earn an extra 50,000 reward points, which you can redeem for dollars off future service visits and more. With more locations, more vehicles, and more rewards, it's time to get your employee pricing at #1 Cochran Ford store near you. Shop now at Cochran.com. Applies to eligible new 2025 or 2026 Ford vehicles. Prior purchases not eligible. Ends 7/6/26.
Calling all dog lovers and craft beer fans. Get ready for the 4th annual Barks and Brews on Saturday, May 16th from 4 to 7 p.m. Join the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh at their Eastside location for an amazing afternoon of local craft brews, food trucks, and live entertainment. Bring your furry best friend along for a positively good time, all while supporting animals in need. This is a 21 and over event. Grab your tickets today at humaneanimalrescue.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. There is a lot going on at Schultz Ford now that we've drifted into the warmer months. How about this? Employee pricing. It is back, and man, is it a big deal. So, ask for it. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. People love employee pricing. Man, how could you not? So go check out what you want. Maybe you want an Explorer. Maybe you want a Mustang. Perhaps that Expedition for some family vacation time. Oh, yeah. So get there. And the service cannot be beaten. You know that, right? Schultz Ford is the place. All those great locations, all those wonderful people, and employee pricing is back. Oh, that's something. So go online, check out the vehicle you want right now at schultzford.com.
Summer's right around the corner. Is your air conditioning ready to keep you cool? At Impact HVAC, they're a family-owned local business that's been serving Pittsburgh for years. You can call them at 412-297-1852 for your air conditioning check and cleaning. And if you need a new system installation, they've got you covered. Impact HVAC. Second opinions and estimates are always free. Call today, 412-297-1852.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates last night fell to Philadelphia 11-9 in 10 innings. The Pirates and Phillies have Game 2 of their series this afternoon at PNC Park, a 4:05 first pitch, and it's here on the Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bubba Chandler takes the mound for Pittsburgh up against left-hander Christopher Sanchez for Philadelphia. More headlines at 937thefan.com right now. Hour number 2 of the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Things are heating up, not just in the sports world, but also in the weather world. We're going to get into the 90s coming up. This week, it's about time, I suppose. 412-928-9370. Bob Pompiani is my name. Joel Nelson is his name. He's behind the glass taking your calls at 412-928-9370. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Big thanks to our sponsors, PNC Bank. Number One Cochran, Shenderovich, and Fishman. We have a lot of stuff to get into today. We're talking about, of course, round 3 of the PGA Championship, currently led by Alex Smalley, Maverick McNeely. Scheffler is lurking. McIlroy's 4 out the lead. We're also talking about the Pirates and one of the more devastating losses of the year. They've had a few of those. They led, you might remember the Chicago game where they up 5-0, end up losing that game. Tampa Bay, they're up late in the game, 4. They lose in extra innings, 8-7. And then last weekend, the San Francisco game, they had multiple leads, only to watch that evaporate and go away, 7-6 loss, and they lost that series. And last night, up by 6, up by 5, late in the game, all of a sudden it's tied, and then 8 straight runs for San Francisco, or for Philadelphia, as they win that game, 11-9 last night. Just a terrible bullpen effort. A lot of people are commenting about that. Love to hear from you on it. Also, we're going to get into tonight's big game between Buffalo and Montreal. I'd like to hear what you think. I like Buffalo. to lose that game. I actually thought Montreal would win this series, and they would take on Carolina next. And that's an interesting Eastern Conference final if it happens that way. In the NBA, you had the Spurs advancing and setting up what should be a great series. To me, this will be the NBA championship. San Antonio against Oklahoma City. All due respect to the Knicks, who've been good in this postseason, and the Pistons and Cavaliers, who play Game 7 tomorrow. I don't think whoever wins the East will win, no matter who it is, out of the West. 412-928-9370. We also have the Steelers schedule release this week. Your thoughts on that and Evgeny Malkin's future, all of those topics available to you at 412-928-9370. Let's get right back to it. Ron in Latrobe, Pennsylvania joins us first. Hello, Ron. What's up?
Hey, Bob. How are you doing, man?
Doing good. Thanks.
Hey, thank you for taking my call, sir. I'm probably going to say something that has already been said 5 times, just maybe a little bit of a different take on it. I really see Don Kelly as not having confidence in his starters, which sounds crazy, but I also sense frustration with the starters when I hear them commenting after games. Again, I understand the whole thing about the metrics, and it might not be Don Kelly's decision on his own, but at some point in time, you got to recognize we're giving games away here right and left that we have no business losing, and at some point, we got to just stick with our starters and let them go further. My goodness, that magic number of 100 pitches or whatever, I firmly believe that, and nobody can know this, I firmly believe that Schwarber doesn't hit that second home run. You know, Montgomery comes in, throws one pitch, and it's over the fence. I think Ashcraft gets him out, and we're not talking about this at all today. Thank you for taking my call.
And thank you very much, Ron. That's part of why we have decisions like this, and we have segments every day on decisions that managers make, that teams make. And in baseball, it's day after day. I don't blame him for going to Mason Montgomery against Schwarber. He's a left-hander who can bring the heat. He's going to hit home runs. 2 last night, so it gives him, 20 now on the year, whatever he has. He's on pace to go into the 60s. And last year, he had a hell of a year at 126 runs batted in. But I don't blame him for that. My biggest problem with using him a day after, he pitches an opener in a game. These openers bother me, and I understand in the logic why some teams do it. But when you do it and you use a bullpen that's already kind of out of gas and been used a lot, you're asking for trouble. Now, what are they going to do today? Let's say Chandler continues to have walk problems. I hope he doesn't. I hope he pitches 7 strong innings or more. But if he does, then what? You got to keep using him over and over again. They have a day off, I believe, on Monday, so that would help. But they got some pitchers who are struggling. I don't know if you trust them to come in the games right now without some work, on the side. So with regard to starters, to me, it's, as I said before, it's the easiest solution, starting. Just make sure guys go longer. Yeah, they're worried about all these pitch counts. Yeah, innings, all of that. I get it. But an inning extra sometimes could be the difference instead of using bullpen guys in an overexposed fashion. And I think that's part of this problem here right now. Santana's got to figure it out. His ERA after April was 0.69 and outstands at 4.42. He has not struck out a batter in 31 straight batters. You can't have that from a closer. And if he can't be your closer, who will it be? Soto? It seems like a committee approach right now. How big is that committee got to get? Do we try Majinski when Jones comes back? Do you try Jones when Jones comes back? Some people looking at it say, no, he's a starter, but whatever. At some point, and I think Greg and Youngstown made it a good point, that some of these guys who've been starters, and that includes Aroldis Chapman, end up as closers. Dennis Eckersley ends up as a closer, even though he was a starter. And many others fit that bill as well. Sometimes you have to make decisions best for your team, even if they're not in the best interest of a player specifically. 412-928-9370. Let's go out to Rich in Forest Hills. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Bob. I think I'd like to make a comment about the Pirates and then a hockey comment if you have the time. I think the issue with the Pirates right now is just in general is roster makeup. They should never have spent $15 million on a designated hitter.
12, but your point is what? Listen, looking back, just real quick, can I insert something there? Because if this had been, I don't know how hard they looked at that. Reynolds would have been a good DH. If you felt you had a guy like a Garcia who was capable of taking what he's done in AAA to move into the off, but nobody knew that answer. Ozuna came off a bad year, but he has a history of.
Cruz could have been a good DH.
Well, but that's my point. They had options, but they had to do more. I understand. I have no problem with what they did because I thought at the time they needed it. But go ahead.
Well, see, I disagree completely. You and I are old enough to remember the days when the games would be 100 pitches, that'd be 2 hours. Now it's 170 pitches a game, okay? You get all these guys that are trying to throw 100 miles an hour. It doesn't lend itself to control. If you remember last year, everybody was clamoring for Chandler to come up. The reason he didn't get called up is because he was throwing 115 pitches through 4 innings, okay? And he needed to cultivate that. I don't know that you learn that at the major league level expeditiously, okay? They have a young staff. They have a bunch of hard throwers. They're going to throw a lot of pitches. The last thing that this team needs is to lose a starting pitcher. There is nothing in the minor leagues that's going to come up and present itself if one of their starters goes down. So in that sense, they have to baby their pitchers. I think the roster makeup, again, you could have gone out and spent money on proven bullpen arms, knowing that you have a young staff and you have a couple of guys that are coming back off of injuries, okay? But, the other thing is they're just very lucky that the left side of their infield hasn't caused them ulcers like a lot of people thought was going to happen based on neglecting it. But that's my thing about the Pirates. I agree with you about the Sabres and the Canadians. I think that's a heck of a series, and it was very refreshing to hear Dubas's comments when he used those two teams as a metric for where the Penguins are and where they hope to be. They're nowhere near that, okay? It was great they got into the playoffs, and I think it was an exciting season, but they're nowhere near those teams. And the offseason, I think, hopefully, moves will reflect the desire to become the Sabres or step
What
up.
would you do? What would you do with Evgeny Malkin, Rich? What would you do with him? If he wants 2 years and you're only willing to give him 1, do you just let him walk? I don't know what the holdup would be. Well, they've spoke glowingly about him. It's not an easy negotiation, you would think.
I think you draw the line at a year. If it wasn't for such a fan backlash, I don't think Dubas would be considering this maneuver. Plus, as I said before, there's just nobody that's going to take his place, especially if he ends up as a second-line winger or eventually a third-line winger or whatever. But that's going to be the exciting part of this next 4 months is just seeing what Dubas does. And can I make 2 other comments about the NHL real quick? I think it's either embellishment or it's a penalty. I don't think it can be both.
Can be both.
I think that's
totally
terrible.
Agree.
And I think it's terrible that great teams face each other in the first round of the playoffs, and some great team has to go home. It's possible the Penguins could be in the second round of the playoffs, which they ain't a great team. Okay, I think one of the leagues did it where the playoffs teams were ranked by their records, and the top-ranked team got to select who they played. And then after it's like a draft, but a playoff draft. And I think that would add an element of excitement to this sport that would draw in another 25% fan base.
Thanks, Rich. Good points. I totally agree with the embellishment thing. It can't be both. If the guy commits a penalty, then it's not embellishment, period. It isn't. Yeah, those guys try to but if that's the case, then rule off the penalty, and it's not a penalty. He's embellishing something that didn't exist. I don't get it. I hate when those calls are made like that. Let's go out to Mike in Beaver County. Hey, Mike, how are you? Make it quick, please, if you don't mind.
Hey, Bob, I'll make it quick. I want to join you in your talk about the openers. Carmen Mazuski is not a starter if he needs to burn 2 bullpen guys to get through the first 2 innings. That just doesn't work, and our bullpen is even thinner than our starting rotation. So I really hope Jared Jones comes up and takes that spot. Then Carmen goes to the bullpen, and he can start games at that point as an opener.
Well, first of all, I don't think the opener's done. I think it's done to try to, change an order of a batting lineup from another team. I think you're doing that to you have a lot of left-handers, for example. You put a left-hander out there; those guys are in the lineup, and then you bring in somebody else who's not. So, but also it does go to show you how short-staffed they are in the starting pitching. And I think we've been talking about this from the beginning of the season. It would have been nice to get one more veteran guy who can give you a lot of innings. I thought Urquidy may be that guy, but that's not to be the case. I don't think he even pitched since he missed a year or 2 or whatever. So they brought him in. I would rather have gotten, Quintana guy, Anderson, anybody who can give me the kind of innings that can get through tough stretches where my other starters are either injured or not pitching well.
What would it have taken to get Quintana?
I don't know, but it couldn't have been that much.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, would you?
Yeah. All right, Mike, I got to run along, but thank you for the call. Let's go out to Guy in Southern California. Guy joins us on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hello, Guy. How are you?
Hi, Bob. I'll be real quick, too. Listen, one quick Penguin thing and then a question for you. One, as far as the Malkin contract, it's not the money that kills you. It's the term. It's the length. Mm-hmm. And, 1 year, whatever they can get him for would be fine. 2 years, it would be disaster. The Penguins are already tied for the fourth oldest team in the league. And you think about Letang, he'll be 40 next season at the end of the season, and he still has 2 years left on his contract. You're going in the wrong direction if you sign Malkin for any more than 1 year. Yes, he was a point-per-game guy, but he only played 56 games, for goodness sakes. He's going to need load management. And then my question for you, as far as hockey goes, what do you think about the Tortorella Knights situation where he was fined $100,000 and the Knights lost their second-round draft pick because Tortorella refused to meet with the media? And remember, this is a league that fines someone $4,000 for slashing someone in the mouth. Yeah. And I know in the media, it's a media-driven business and all.
You have an obligation. It's simple. He violated the obligation. He should, that guy thinks he can do whatever he wants. And listen, it's not that difficult, Guy. It isn't. You just got to go in there and you're going to face questions, answer the questions. It's not that tough. Your players should be mature enough to handle questions. I found this the most ironic thing. The Vegas Golden Knights sent out a tweet after this whole issue became, very public and people knew what was going on. Here's their tweet. The Golden Knights are aware of today's announcement regarding the NHL regarding the post-game media availability following Game 6 in Anaheim. The organization will have no further comment. Isn't that ironic? I'm not going to comment, which has got them in the first place. They were supposed to comment. It's not that hard. I tell people, we do these kind of drills with young players. They have these seminars where, you can answer any question however you see, but it doesn't have to be, I'm not taking questions, just answer it. You can say, look, I don't have a comment at this point, whatever. Next question, whatever it may be, answer it. If you're going to lock people out, they have a job to do. The media has a role to play here. You are the intermediaries between the players, the team, and the fan. You have to have access. If you deny access, then what's the point even going? How about stop covering their team? Would they like that in Vegas? Nobody goes because guess what? You guys don't want to cooperate with us. We're not going to cooperate with you. I don't know. I just think it's a simple thing, and he made it into a big problem that I'm glad became very viral.
Well, his being fine is fine because he may not be with the team much longer, but the Knights losing a second-round draft pick seems a little bit steep. But
well, you know what? You know how you control things from happening like this again in the future? You make it a tough consequence. This not only holds for hockey, it's about society. If you want things to change, there got to be consequences. And if you violate something, the consequences are stiff. To me, it's a simple solution. And they're doing it, and I applaud them for doing it.
Okay. And then, what I'll just finish up by saying that, although I like Montreal, they have the two American players, Caulfield and Lane Hudson. He's the great American D-man.
They had Dobson to that group. It's unbelievable. Their blue line, and Mike Matheson's played his best hockey since going to Montreal.
And they also have Suzuki, who used to be a former Vegas Knights player.
And Slavkovsky is one of the best in the game. He was the number one overall pick. And then you put Demidov, who's 20 years old. It's an embarrassment of riches of young, good hockey players in Montreal.
But I don't think it'll matter because it'll be Carolina in 6.
Maybe not.
Maybe this.
Okay, thank you, Guy. You might be right. That's what I picked at the beginning of this. But it could be the year for the Carolina Hurricanes, no question. Ryan in New Jersey, make it quick, please, and then we'll take a break. Kevin in North Hills, hang on, we'll get to you. But Ryan, you're on the air right now.
Very quickly, Bob. I don't know why Vegas is playing the villain. They just play that role as a franchise, and Tortorella is such a jerk. I mean, he won a gold medal, and he got a job he shouldn't have gotten this year. I don't know why the guy's still angry. He's just perpetually.
Well, they did go 7-0-1 down the stretch to get into the playoffs, and they're still alive.
Yeah,
so there's a lot to be said for that.
They should have fired their coach prior. That's just Vegas being Vegas, and so they get Tortorella. Who's always
by the way, I think Bruce Cassidy will end up in Edmonton.
He will probably. Well, I don't know about that. Let's see who's still on the team. Anyway, I can't do the Malkin thing because it's the same narrative for 20 years. The usual suspects are on the radio banging away at him. The team's not that close. Crosby's not going to win a cup on his own. I don't know why that's insistent that that's going to happen. It's not. So whatever. They've got the money. Pay him or don't. At this point, I don't care. Just overpay him for 1 year or cut ties. At this point, it really doesn't matter. I'm just getting tired of hearing about it. And I have Montreal not only winning, maybe not tonight, maybe in Game 7, but I have them taking down Carolina too. There's something about them when I watch them, and I've been glued to them.
Me too.
There's something about that team on the come.
Yeah.
And it's going to be crazy in Montreal tonight. All the red waving, hockey night in Canada.
Ole, ole, ole,
yes,
ole.
Yes,
I love
that.
that. Yeah.
Thanks, Bob. Have
Thanks,
a good
Ryan.
weekend. Enjoy the golf.
I will. It's a very intriguing team. I love that team to watch. Charlie Bourgeois was taking over for Joel Nelson. He's behind the glass. Do you like watching the Montreal Canadiens? I do. I think that's a hell of a series. I thought Tampa Bay Montreal was a hell of a series.
I despise the Montreal Canadiens and everything.
Why? Because you're a New Jersey Devil fan?
They just make me irrationally angry. Yeah,
why?
Isn't there that one? Is there one team that you just every time you see them?
What have they done to offend you?
I just can't explain it. You don't have that one team that like the Steelers or the Penguins play or the Pirates play. Every time you see their logo, you just like, I hate seeing that logo. I
think their uniforms are spectacular.
I think they're the most.
And I'm glad
it is a toilet seat with an H in it.
Oh my goodness! I didn't expect to hear this.
If you look up their logo,
if you don't like the Canadians, you like the Devils uniforms.
If you look like because there's a hidden NJ with the pitchfork and it's much better. If you look at the Canadians logo, it is a literal toilet seat with an H in the middle.
That's your interpretation of it.
It is my interpretation of it.
I like that team. I think that team will win tonight. And even if they don't, they'll win Game 7. I still feel very strongly about that. And then the next series will be interesting.
I want Buffalo to go. Give me a 7-game series in the second round.
By the way, that previous caller made a good point, too. I don't like the current, and I didn't like it when they first instituted it. I thought I would warm up to it. Having division matchups right off the bat, I don't like 2 versus 3. And again, I'll cite the example of the Minnesota Wild. Their first round was against Dallas. Those are the top 3, 2 of the top 4 teams in the NHL. They're playing in the first round, and the reward is to take on Colorado in the next round. There's got to be a better way. 412-928-9370. We're a little bit behind here. That's my fault. Don't mean to do that because I know a lot of people want to talk. So call the number. We are on till 1 o'clock today. I want to remind you also about West Shore Home, because the best bathrooms don't just look good, they change how you start your day. And I can attest to this because that's how you start your day. That's how I do it. West Shore Home has completed more than 25,000 projects right here in Pittsburgh. Did you know that? And there's a reason Pittsburgh homeowners keep choosing them, because they are America's most trusted home remodeler. They make remodeling fast, efficient, convenient for you, the consumer. They also are bringing this luxury bath design to the next level with some of their new styles, and they got some great ones too. And their teams of highly trained employee installers handle everything, so you don't have to worry about different people, subcontractors coming in your home for weeks on end. That doesn't happen with them. And remember how I said they make it easy? Well, this is how. With their Memorial Day sale, you'll buy a full bathroom remodel. You will get a shower in a second bathroom, absolutely free, free, baby. That's right, second shower for free. Plus, you can get started with no money down. They have multiple financing options to make it even easier to get started. Schedule now, westshorehome.com/fan. Call 1-800-WEST-SHORE for Memorial Day savings from West Shore Home. Financing available with approved credit. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates in action later tonight. First pitch scheduled for 4:05. Well, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli beginning at 3 o'clock after Austin Bechtold from 1 to 3. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
Doran Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. And that's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile. Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Check out Xfinity Mobile today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Across our community, families are gathering, flags are flying, and summer's starting. If you've been thinking about a new vehicle, now's the perfect time. During the Spitzer Memorial Day sales event, lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $188 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. TSRP 24,789, then TP 453388, rear-wheel drive model 1852, $49.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit with TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, and 6/1/2026.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. This is the Bob Pompiani Show.
I'm turning it up.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Couple of things going on around town tonight. We got the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival over at David L. Lawrence Convention Center today and tomorrow. You'll see all sorts of things: powerlifting, martial arts, strongman competition, arm wrestling, all there at the Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival today and tomorrow at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. And then tonight over at F&B Stadium, formerly Highmark Stadium, it's the Riveters. The ladies are going to open up their regular season with FC Buffalo in town. That's a 7 p.m. kick. Riveters are championship material. They had a really good team last year in their inaugural season, and they are positioned, I think, to be a championship team, and they get it all started tonight at F&B Stadium. All right, we've been talking a lot about, the Pirates bullpen ad nauseum, so we all mentioned different solutions. My simple one for now would be just extending starters a little bit more. It doesn't have to be by 5 more innings or 30 more pitches, but just another inning if you can squeeze it out, just to take a little taxing off of that bullpen. In the meantime, the Steelers came out with their schedule release. Charlie Bourgeois, gorgeous Charlie Borges, is in for Joel right now. I will get your take as I go along. First of all, we were happy at KDK TV. We have 3 games all on our air, preseason games, and I think they'll be must-watch. The ratings are always good on that. This year will be bigger than ever just to watch, potentially Aller versus Howard. Could that be for a backup job? Could that be for more than that, depending on what happens with the Rodgers situation? You have Green Bay at home, Jets at home, and then at Buffalo with their new digs. We get into the regular season, and this is my takeaway, Charlie. I'd like to see what yours would be. The first half of this season is very doable for them. Now, we'll go to New England. That's not going to be easy. At Cincinnati, or Cincinnati at home, won't be easy. The key game to me is this Cleveland Thursday night game. We talked about on our show we did the other night that the Steelers have had no success on Thursdays in Cleveland whatsoever. It comes early this year. It's an 8:15 prime video game in Cleveland. But after that, they should get the first 8 weeks of the season. And if they get 6-2 record, that's what they need to do to take advantage. They have Cleveland twice in here. They have Indy at home. They have Tampa Bay. They have New Orleans in Paris, and that should make it easier for them. You have Atlanta at home. 6 wins. And if you don't, you look at the second part of that schedule, that's the killer part after their bye week.
You know what the best thing about the first 8 weeks of the schedule is? That you get Cleveland out of the way. So there's not a week 17 or week 18 playoff implications on the line.
Yeah, but week 4 could hurt them.
And the Steelers are favored by at least a touchdown and a half, and then they lose in a snow game to a partially blind quarterback like Jameis Winston. But you're right. I mean, get your wins in early, especially when the later part of the season, that's when you get into the gauntlet, if you will.
And it is a gauntlet because it starts after the bye week with at Cincinnati and at Philadelphia. 2 teams. Now, you're going to have Joe Burrow, presumably. They didn't see him last year at all. This year they will. And that's an improved defense, I think, maybe slightly, but it is improved. Philadelphia, they haven't won there since 1965, and that's a game that is going to be challenging.
Both of my parents were born.
And then after those 2 road games, the next 2 home games are Denver and Houston, arguably 2 of the teams in the AFC. Now, Houston obviously beat them in the playoffs last year 30-6, and that's even with C.J. Stroud looking to win the game for the Steelers at times. But those are going to be tough home games. One is on a Friday. You like Black Friday games? First one ever here, 3 o'clock. in Pittsburgh?
Honestly,
on a Friday?
I did not even notice that.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. Normally, Giant Eagles are wide open when Steelers play because everyone watches the game and nobody shops. This is the premier shopping day of the year, which is interesting.
Do you think at some point in the future we will have an NFL game every day of the week?
It's pretty much that way now with the exception of Tuesday. And I don't see Tuesday being, unless it falls on a Christmas day. I mean, I don't think they're going to try to do Tuesday games. But right now we have Sunday, we have Monday, Wednesday, we've already been down that road, Thursday, of course, now Friday, and they're going to have 6 Saturday games this year, 6 weeks in a row.
So we're going to have, I think at some point we're going to have a game every day of the week on a different streaming service.
Listen, if it's up to them, they would, because they're trying to get as much money, and they've been good at it. They're one of the best marketing
That's
teams.
why it's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
It's unbelievable how well they do it. And everything's become a big event. The draft we saw here in Pittsburgh. The draft started out so modestly in a room in New York, and now here it is. It's the second biggest event of the Super Bowl. The end part of the schedule is interesting, too, because you have Baltimore twice in the last 4 weeks. December 20th here, and then whatever the last day is, 9th or 10th of January, at Baltimore. In between, Carolina and Tennessee. Carolina is not going to be an easy team. They made the playoffs, albeit at 8-9 or whatever they were, 9-8.
NFC South was terrible last year.
But they're an improving team.
Very true.
And down there could be interesting. They normally play their preseason games down there, but this year we're not going to have that.
You know what I would love to see?
Yes.
Week 16, playoff implications on the line. Bryce Young goes down with an injury the week before. And who starts
Kenny Pickett comes
in his return to Acrisure Stadium?
Well, no, that's oh yeah, it is here in Pittsburgh, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because Tennessee's away. All right. Wow. How about Kenny Pickett starting for Carolina? That would be interesting.
I can imagine a scenario where the Steelers' playoff hopes and the Panthers' playoff hopes
come down to
down to Kenny Pickett versus Drew Aller.
It's crazy to think what this situation is. Still time to figure it out, but right now we're going into this with 3 signed quarterbacks, 1 unsigned. Where it goes from here, we'll find out. We're going to take a break here. When we come back, try to squeeze in more calls all the way up till 1 o'clock when Austin Bechtel takes over from 1 to 3. Also want to remind you, the Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for the Youth Softball and Baseball Showcase. Parents and coaches, all you got to do is send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register 12 and under teams. 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details 937thefan.com. All right, we got about 10 minutes. Call. Any topic you'd like to talk about is good by me. 412-928-9370. We'll take a break in round third, heading home right after this on the Bob Pompiani Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
No NBA tonight, only one NHL playoff game. It will be Buffalo and Montreal in Montreal. The Canadiens with a 3-2 series lead. Puck drop scheduled for 8 o'clock, so that's about 8:10 when they do all the anthems and whatnot. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for May is Lincoln Avenue Brewing's Jalapeno Machete Cream Ale. And the charity sales will benefit Save Our Strays Pittsburgh, an organization dedicated to rescuing abandoned, neglected, at-risk cats.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Joe Ball GMC celebrates America's 250th anniversary with a special thank you. Get a $250 gas card with every new in-stock GMC purchase. Explore trusted service and a full lineup of GMC models. Hurry in today or go to joebalgm.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos, sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. If you're looking to save more on a new Ford, you don't need to know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Just visit any one of the 5 number 1 Cochran Ford stores where employee pricing for all is back. You pay what a number 1 Cochran team member pays for a new Ford without ever having to clock in. This includes many of their best sellers, including the 2026 Escape, Explorer, Bronco, and F-150. Plus, when you join the number 1 Cochran Club One Rewards program, you'll earn an extra 50,000 reward points, which you can redeem for dollars off future service visits and more. With more locations, more vehicles, and more rewards, it's time to get your employee pricing at number 1 Cochran Ford store near you. Shop now at Cochran.com. Applies to eligible new 2025 or 2026 Ford vehicles. Prior purchases not eligible. Ends 7/6/26.
When a family is going through a hardship, life can change fast, and keeping a child in hockey can become out of reach. The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams regardless of financial circumstances. With scholarship applications opening this June, your support right now can make all the difference for families in need. Join us in making hockey accessible for all. Visit assistedgoals.org to donate today. That's assistedgoals.org.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to more.
Please, Seth.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
In case you missed it last night, Seth Hernandez, the 19-year-old phenom who went from low single A to high single A, made his debut there. And just like in low A, he dominated high A. 5 hitless innings. He did have 4 walks. He had 7 strikeouts, but still, nobody got a hit in 5 innings against Seth Hernandez. He's a guy down the road. Like to have him now because I still think they need another pitcher now to help them with 162 games. Pirates today against the Phillies. A tough one last night as they had a 6-run lead, a 5-run lead, and they couldn't get it done. Went to 10 innings. They lose 11-9. And today it's going to be Bubba Chandler against Christian Sanchez, a very good pitcher right now. And tomorrow, another good matchup, Paul Skenes against Zach Wheeler. And the Phillies have brought not only a big lineup, but a lot of their fans with them. Today's game is 4:05. You're here coming up here later after Austin Bechtold is joining you at 1 to 3. And then it's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. In the meantime, a lot of stuff going on today, including a big Game 6 between the Sabres and the Canadiens. A team I love and Charlie doesn't. Montreal's loaded with talent, and it's really flexing its muscle or, spreading its wings, whatever you want to say. They're doing a great job with some young guys, and they're pushing Buffalo. Buffalo has to respond with 2 wins to take on Carolina in the Eastern Conference Finals. Also this week, it's going to be interesting to see Spurs and Oklahoma City. Charlie, I look at that as the real NBA championship because I don't think the Pistons, the Cavaliers, or Knicks are going to be able to beat either one of these two teams. I like the Spurs to win it. How about you?
You like the Spurs to win it?
Yep.
I will disagree. I will take the Thunder. I think the Pistons take that series in 7, and I think we'll get a Thunder-Knicks final.
I think it'll be Spurs-Pistons final.
See, the cohesion's not here today.
No, it's not. But that's okay because I think there's cases to be made for everyone.
But I think we can agree on one thing in the NHL. Can we just fast forward to Colorado, Carolina in the finals?
I don't know. Montreal may, if they win, they can give Carolina all they can have. I think sometimes all these rest days are going to hurt a team. Eventually, it didn't do it in the last series because they swept the Flyers, but it may in this series coming up, no matter who they play, Buffalo or Montreal. Back to the lines we go. Let's go to Joe in downtown Pittsburgh. Hey, Joe, thank you for waiting. What's going on?
Yeah, great to talk to you, Bob. Just a couple of thoughts. Before the season began, some of the folks, including on your station, commented that a couple areas of concern would be defense and also the bullpen. So that turned out to be the case. And it just seems to me that when you have those young pitchers, maybe after you get past Skenes, who's built up, and Keller, who's a veteran, that you already know that you're going to have to go to the bullpen a lot sooner because those guys just don't have the innings built up yet in their career. And so I think, maybe some oversight there, and hopefully there'll be some help on the way with Jones and whatever moves they can make there.
Yeah, they need him to, eventually be a big part of their rotation. Again, I think, Joe, they need another starter there. I think the other day where Keller was cruising along 4 hitless innings, no hit innings, and next thing you know, they get 6 runs and he leaves the game shortly thereafter. You expected him to go 7, 8, maybe even 9. I know that the days of the complete game are probably in the past. You'll get one here and there, but you got to get more innings out of these guys right now, and that's the challenge they're going to face. Their bullpen is it was good in the first month of the season. It has just tailed off ever since, and that includes everyone from Soto to Santana to Matson. I'm not sure what his problem, if it's injury or just overuse, whatever the case may be. Lawrence has not been all that good, to be honest. Montgomery's been probably the most consistent, although he can be wild. It's not made up of these, the kind of bullpen they had 3 years ago when they had a really good bullpen. So trying to improve your offense, improve your starting pitching, improve your bullpen is hard to do year to year. And right now, that weakness is the bullpen. So it's got to get better somehow, some way.
I'm just afraid that at the end of the season, when they end up, let's say, 85 wins, just saying, and that's not going to be enough because of all the other teams in the division being better.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Right, currently, they're 2.5 out of the last wild card. You don't want that to slip any deeper than that. And I don't know about winning this division. That's going to be hard for them to do with the Cubs, I think, still being the best team.
Especially with all 5 teams above 500.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a separation here, Charlie. At some point, we're going to see.
You would think.
Well, you're not going to have 5 teams over 500 at the end of the year. That just doesn't happen. It was hard enough to happen in the first month of the season. I don't think. What teams, if you had to take a guess, which teams would tail off? Which would they be?
Off the top of my head, probably the Reds.
Reds, and I have another team in there, I think, just because I didn't expect them to be this good.
I would say no to the Brewers, no to the Cubs. I would say the Cardinals.
That's what I'm saying.
Or you know what? If the bullpen persists, I think the Pirates could tail off as well.
Absolutely. But I'm assuming they're not going to. If they do, and then it's going to be fait accompli. Scott is in Louisiana, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Scott, what's up?
Hey, Bob, thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
Love going to Pittsburgh.
Well, good. We love having you, Scott, especially with that delivery. You sound to me like somebody who's got life figured out. You're just laying back, letting things happen. You don't stress about anything. I like the tone of your voice because it's a soothing approach.
Oh, well, thank you, Bob. Hey, look, I'm watching the game last night, and I told my wife when they were up 8-3, I said, they're going to blow it. She said, there's no way. I said, you don't remember 2 weeks ago? I said, it's a shame we got these great starting pitchers now. It's coming, and we getting some great hits. It's building, but my God, you just concede a failure as soon as you get a relief pitcher in. And anyway,
it's up to them to correct this somehow, some way. They have Dotel, who, the one time I saw him, he looked pretty good. Like he's an innings eater. And this Bidwa, who pitched well last night. I don't know if you can count on those guys right now. There've got to be some veterans out there who they can pry away. You know what they need? They need a guy with a Gumby arm, somebody who can just come in there and take 4 or 5 innings whenever they need it the most, and be decent at it.
What does their farm league look like, Bob? Is there anything coming out of AAA or maybe AA that you're looking at?
I don't think any immediate help there. Barco's a guy they hoped to get up here. He's been a little erratic. Who else would be down there? I mean, they've traded away Burrow. They traded away Oviedo to try to get more offense, and that was good. But you do sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Burrow's off to a pretty good start with them. I don't know what Oviedo's been doing. Luis Ortiz, I think, is in trouble.
Bring back Jose Urquidy. I mean, there's really nothing.
Urquidy's not the answer either. That's another guy they brought in expecting to get magic out of, and it just did not happen. Thanks for the call, though. I appreciate it, Scott in Louisiana. Keep calling. Let's go to Bill in the airport, and he'll be our last caller today. Hey, Bill, how are you?
I'm good, Bob. How are you?
Good. Are you flying somewhere, Bill?
No, actually, I live out this way.
Oh, okay.
But every time I say Bill from Clinton, they think that I'm joking with them.
Or I would think you're joking. That's exactly right. Thank you for changing your handle a little bit, because that's what I would, if I had seen Bill from Clinton, then I knew it would either be Starkey or Filipponi, although he's down in Disney with his daughter Stella and wife, so I hope they have a good time. But what's on your mind?
That doesn't mean he couldn't call you.
Well, if he's doing that while on vacation, then there's something wrong with him, but go ahead.
Well, he's not. This is really Bill from Clinton. I was wondering, do you think that Thomas Harrington might be an option here?
Harrington's a guy who's been up, but when he was up, didn't look all that good. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's a guy. I mean, they drafted him. They obviously liked him at some point. Could he be a guy to come up? Perhaps.
I'd like to see more of Hunter Barco.
Yeah, me too. But if you're going to get him, you need him to be productive. And he's been a little wild. I still like him. I'm not going to sour on these guys. I just don't know what the role is. At this point, though, they're going to have to – we'll see how the rest of the series goes. They have a day off Monday. If they're going to make a move or two, maybe on Monday. They have Cam Sanders up here. He hasn't been very good. Johan Ramirez has had good and bad. But, again, most of these guys have been through other teams, either DFA'd or let go.
Bob, you are one wild and crazy guy, I must admit.
How so? I wouldn't describe myself that way, but why would you?
I met you and your lovely wife, Lisa, about 9-10 years ago at the Scalo 60.
I was wild that night, yes. That was your impression? So that's the current.
Yes, you were lap dancing with people.
No, I wasn't doing it. Bill, that's enough. I wasn't doing that. Come on now. That was a nice birthday for the Scalo family and their business, and I don't remember that. Wild and crazy. You're laughing.
Maybe it's because it was wild and crazy. That's why you don't remember it.
No, I listen. If I do that, my wife and I like to dance a lot. I was probably getting a little too much on the dance floor, but
we'll talk about lap dances later.
No, we're not going to talk about that at all. All right, that'll shut off the phone lines for the day. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. 412-928-9370. Coming up for Austin Bechtel. He'll take your calls. He's got 2 hours to fill. That's going to do it for me. We're going to have a very interesting weekend of games, and I love that. The games are what it's all about. And some very impactful games in this series as well with the Phillies and the Pirates. So for Joel Nelson, who was here for the first hour, and Charlie Bourgeois, we appreciate it. Even though he's a Devils fan and hates Montreal for some reason, I'm Bob Pompiani. Have a great rest of your weekend. Look forward to the temperatures in the 90s coming at you next week right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I had a cologne that I am very proud of. I think it smells good, and everybody says I smell like pancake. It's not a pancake.
He does. He smells like syrup. Did you sniff him on the way by?
Yeah, I sniffed them.
I've never been sniffed this much before in my life.
Can you
Like
release
you're-
what this? I like it.
It's called House of Pancake. He does smell like syrup. It was like a dog walking and everybody was sniffing him. It was unbelievable.
I miss those days.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all four of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. There is a lot going on at Schultz Ford now that we've drifted into the warmer months. How about this? Employee pricing. It is back, and man, is it a big deal. So, ask for it. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. People love employee pricing. Man, how could you not? So go check out what you want. Maybe you want an Explorer. Maybe you want a Mustang. Perhaps that Expedition for some family vacation time. Oh, yeah. So get there. And the service cannot be beaten. You know that, right? Schultz Ford is the place. All those great locations, all those wonderful people, and employee pricing is back. Oh, that's something. So go online, check out the vehicle you want right now at schultzford.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Cardinals start time around 4:05. What? Phillies, sorry. Yeah. Red. I was talking.
You all right, Charlie?
No, I'm not. I was looking outside and I actually saw a bird, so that's why I thought.
Was it a cardinal?
I don't know if it was a cardinal, but it's something with wings.
Birds have wings.
They could be government spies. You never know.
Could be. If you look into the bird's eyes close enough, you might see a camera.
We'll talk more about that later. First pitch scheduled for 4:05. Bubba Chandler on the mound for Morgan 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Nola sets and a 2-1. Swing fly ball, deep right field. Brandon Lowe hits the seats. It's gone. 2-run homer for Lowe. Pirates up 4-0 here in the third. Who dominates Pennsylvania? The Pirates striking first.
Oh, well.
Give you extra opportunities. Take advantage.
3-2 is soared into deep center field. Crawford back, and there it goes into the cone. Johan caught it with the cone. Marcell Ozuna homers into the cone, into the Pirates bullpen. 438 feet. And the Pirates putting a walloping on Philadelphia. You go back east, it's 6-0.
Well, they're going to go back, but at least taking one, right?
2-1 now on Schwarber. When does that pitch get dangerous?
Yeah, you leave it up middle. That's about it.
Another set in the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, hit deep out to right center. O'Hearn back along the wall, and there it goes. Schwarber has left the yard. Turned around a 2-1 fastball at 98 for home run number 19. He has struck out about half the lefties he's faced this year. Schwarber, no ordinary lefty. Swinging the ball cracked out to center. Deep, Cruz back, still back toward the notch. It's home run. Another home run. This one about where the notch is into the bullpen. And Schwarber makes it an 8-5 game.
And it kept getting worse.
Just now, a right-hander getting up, pitch swung on and hit high and deep out to right center. And Reynolds at the wall. It's off the top of the wall, backed up by Cruz. One run is in, and the tying run comes home. Throw comes to third from Soto, and the runner overruns the bag. He's out for the second out, but the Phillies have tied the game on the 2-run double by Bryce Harper.
And they'd win it in extras.
11-9 Phillies. 2 outs, 3-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out.
Foul ball.
Foul ball.
Oh, no, then he said it wasn't. I thought it was a foul ball.
He took it away. So the call was initially made, and then the strikeout. The Phillies win 11-9 in 10 innings.
I wish they'd go back to Philly. I wish they'd go back to the worst part of the state, or at least the west side, the best side of the state. But no, after what was supposed to be a shellacking of Philadelphia, putting a foot down for the city that watched Philadelphia jump in front of the football team and take the wide receiver that the team was already on the phone with, and watch the hockey team go down 3-0 and ultimately lose in the first round of the playoffs to that dreaded-looking, weird orange mascot and the Philadelphia Flyers. Now it's the Phillies that put a whopping on the Pirates in the late innings, come down 3 in the 9th inning, score another 3 runs in the 10th inning to win it, and the Pirates lose their worst game of the season. A phrase that I feel like I've said now already 10 times. Austin Bechtold with you at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Charlie Borges is producing Behind the Glass. I feel like we all need to take a breath after that one. So I was at the game. I was hanging out with our Steelers insider, Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live. And it was a tale of 2 days, basically. A tale of 2 games, a tale of 2 Pirates teams. It was the once again dominant performance by Braxton Ashcraft through 6 innings. Yes, he did end up giving up 4 earned, 3 when he was in the game. 1 was a run given up on the 2-run homer that Montgomery gave up to Kyle Schwarber. But the Pirates were in the driver's seat for a majority of the game against Philadelphia after sweeping the Phillies at home, Yinzerpalooza weekend a year ago. They put up 6 in the 3rd. Philly gets a couple back in the 4th and the 5th. Then the Pirates score again in the 5th, again in the 6th. Brandon Lowe with 2 home runs. O'Neal Cruz on 2 RBI base hit in the 3rd. Marcell Ozuna goes 440 into the bullpen. They catch it in a cone. Vibes are great. You're wearing City Connects. You're crushing the other side of the state. It was just a beautiful scene. 30,000 witnessed it, and 30,000 watched one of the biggest disasters and nightmares that the Pirates have had all season long. I say one of because there's been a collection of them thanks to their crummy bullpen. Look, maybe, and I've said this for a while, that this bullpen, I don't see it. I didn't see it in spring training. I didn't see it at the start of the year. I don't understand why so many people were trying to make this thing out to be a lot better than it truly was. And I had concerns. I had a lot of questions because, look, Dennis Santana was good last year. Dennis Santana was good the year before that. But you were pitching for a team that wasn't in contention, wasn't fighting for the playoffs. The games were not as meaningful. Yes, I know every game has meaning, every game has reason. The games feel different this year. We're living and dying on every pitch. It's a different season compared to the last 7-8 years of Pirates baseball. And other than maybe 2018 when they finished 2 games over 500, that's the reality. This is the new world that you live in when you're a good team, when you're a team that is over 500 in a really good division as well and keeping pace, trying to keep pace with, yes, all other 4 teams in your division that won yesterday, that didn't blow big leads or at least not come back from them in some teams' cases. This bullpen is just flat out terrible. It's terrible. And what I mean it's terrible for a contending team. Like, it's not the Rockies bullpen, but they're not any good. It's not the Mets bullpen, but they're not any good either. Sorry, Charlie. For a team that is over 500, that is supposed to be, based on their offense being top 5 in baseball in multiple statistical categories, averaging over 5 runs per game. They put up, 9 last night, 8 before they went into extras and had the automatic runner on second base. Right around the top in the league in average, on base percentage, they're doing great. They've had the most runners in scoring position of any offense this year, the most at-bats with runners in scoring position. Kind of hard to believe considering what we've watched for the past, decade. Since 13, 14, 15, haven't been able to watch a competent offense outside of a couple of anomalies. Josh Bell hitting close to 40 home runs that one year, and O'Neal Cruz with a great start to the year last year, hitting bombs. No, Brandon Lau's already at 12. Cruz is at double digits. This offense is in a great place. This rotation is a playoff caliber rotation with Ashcraft, Keller, Skenes, all with ERAs either right around 3 or in Skenes' case, well below it. With Carmen Mlodzinski, who's been good enough as a 5th starter. Bubba Chandler, who has the stuff of a number 2 or maybe even a frontline number 1 starter. They've been good. The Pirates bullpen has let them down in a significant number of games. A 4.23 overall bullpen ERA for a team that is in the race, that is supposed to contend for a playoff spot with Paul Skenes, with Brandon Lau on an expiring contract, with Reynolds and Cruz playing very well, with Connor Griffin here as a young rookie of the year phenom type player. And their bullpen sucks. Their bullpen has completely let them down. Led by their closer, that they didn't want to dub the closer at the very start of the year, Dennis Santana, who has a 4.42 ERA that just continues to balloon up and up and up. And the craziest stat that you can think of, and when I said on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, I had the whole, and these are my friends, so hopefully they'll be okay with me saying this, the whole, nasty boy crew of Donnie and my guy Joe Smeltzer and others coming out and ripping me on Twitter saying, how could you go after Dennis Santana? He had a .69 ERA. He just gave up a couple runs. There is nothing to fear with Dennis Santana. He is completely fine. Don't worry about Santana. What the heck are you saying right now, Austin? Dennis Santana over his last 15 games, an ERA of 6.08. He has walked 7 and struck out 7. Dennis Santana over his last 7 games has a 13.5 ERA. In 5 1/3 innings, he has allowed 13 hits, 8 earned runs, has walked 3. Guess how many he struck out? As many as you and me. None. His whip, 3. insane number that North Shore 9 put out there on Twitter last night. Dennis Santana has not struck out any of the last 31 batters that he faced. Dennis Santana has not struck out any of the last 31 batters that he has faced. Last night, takes the official L, didn't even record an out. 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them were earned. His whip is now 142 for the season. Okay, well, Gregory Soto's been very good, right? And I've been, I was wrong on Gregory Soto. I didn't think that he was going to be as good or as effective as he's been this year. Soto, 2.42 ERA. What does he do? Loses control, walks Schwarber. Harper hits a 2-run double that was about a foot away from being a home run off the really top of the wall in right center field. In that, where it's kind of odd how the wall is in between where like the Pirates hedges symbol is and where the wall meets the Clemente wall, where there's like one little elevated notch, I guess you can call it, and that's where the ball hit. If it hit anywhere else on that short little wall, it would have been a home run. Soto's been good. He had 1 bad outing. What about everyone else? Isaac Madsen, Western PA guy from Pitt, great story, 4.67 ERA. Johan Ramirez has great stuff. He doesn't know where the ball is going half the time he throws it. ERA of 7 over his last 7 games. Johan Ramirez, 3.96 for the season. Well, how about Justin Lawrence? I mean, he had 14 great games for the Pirates last year before he was injured. His ERA was in the 2s. 6.06. Jose Urquidy, who they started the season with, 8.53 ERA before he was demoted. They tried to do the Braxton Ashcraft plan with Hunter Bucko and the Bubba Chandler plan, which worked for those pitchers. It's got to work for Hunter Bucko, right? 7.71 ERA in the bullpen. So then you got to call some guys up, right? You got to figure out who in AAA can make a difference. And Evan Sisk has 1.56 ERA. Cam Sanders, 6 earned runs over 5 innings. Brandon Beddois gave up a run in his major league debut. Anyone else want to step to the plate? This bullpen has been bad. And there's no other way to say it. Like, I've been trying to say this for a while. Maybe I was just early. But it seems like the disappointments that we predicted at the start of the year are coming true.
Who's going to be the biggest disappointment on the Pirates this season? Limits, we'll start with you here. Wrong.
Gregory Soto in the bullpen. I just don't see it, man. Didn't really like the signing. I think he'll move from what could be their 8th inning guy to more as a middle type reliever. I'm not as high on their bullpen as a lot of other people are.
So I was wrong on the Soto point so far. But the bullpen, the more and more people started to praise it, the more and more I thought, are we really sure about this? Think about who they've had. Santana's been DFA'd 3 times in his career. Madsen once in his career. Justin Lawrence, a 6.06 career ERA. Mason Montgomery last year, who's been good, a 5.67 ERA in 2025. He gave up a bomb to Schwarber. Other than that, has been pretty good. But Barco's a rookie. Dotel's a rookie. Beddois' a rookie. Johan Ramirez has been DFA'd 6 times. Cam Sanders is a rookie. Jose Urquidy hadn't pitched more than 2 innings since 2023. They did not do a good enough job of building up this bullpen. It was a hope and a prayer with so many of these guys. And it's costing them. It is completely costing them. But they asked Ben Cherington earlier this week, hey, do you truly believe in this bullpen, Ben?
The left-hand side of the bullpen's been pretty consistent, and right-hand side hasn't been as consistent. And particularly the last 2 or 3 weeks, struggled a little on the right-hand side of the bullpen. So that's an area that we know needs to improve going forward for us to win at the level we need to. Believe in the guys in that group. Believe that the guys in that group are capable of just performing more consistently and better than we've seen the last 2 or 3 weeks. There's no shortage of effort or accountability. They're working on things. There's a plan for all of them, but we know that to be the team we want to be, we've got to get more consistent performance out of that bullpen group.
And what have they done this entire month? Great note from Dom Campbell. Pirates starters in May, 69 innings, 25 earned runs. It amounts to a 3.26 ERA. The Pirates bullpen in May, 39 2/3 innings, 26 earned runs, a 5.90 ERA. And you can tell, Don Kelly does not trust this bullpen. They ran Braxton Ashcraft out there for the 7th inning with a 5-run lead. A 5-run lead. You would think that they'd have enough confidence for the bullpen to get 9 outs with the bottom of the order, eventually flipping to the top in the 9th. But you didn't have to face Harper again. You didn't have to face Schwarber again if you were just effective enough. And Montgomery was good in the 8th. Here comes Soto. And yes, Connor Griffin deserves some blame as well for the error. That's what got the ball rolling with everything. But the fact that the Pirates could not get out of their own mess and their bullpen is once again to blame, what do you do other than just put your hands up in the air and say, they did not do nearly a good enough job in the offseason of trying to fix this and find an established pitcher. There's no established guys in this bullpen. There's no Chapman who's been around for a long time. There's no Jason Grilli who had a long established career. Yes, had some bumps in the road, but they've had in previous years more established pitchers who you knew you could fully trust. But they're just banking and hoping on guys that have previously been DFA'd that they can fix. They can change them. They can be better. Not like, I don't know, the starting staff that they have right now. When they get Jared Jones back as another fireballer, Skenes #1 pick, Keller first-round pick that you've developed and has been consistent for a long time, Braxton Ashcraft, who has always been known to have significant potential. The case with Chandler. And obviously they went out and added significant bats. They didn't do anything. They really didn't touch the bullpen other than Gregory Soto, who of course has been their best arm, and acquire Mason Montgomery, who's been their second best arm. Everything else they kept the same and hoped that it would work out. And it hasn't. 412-928-9370. We're going to take your thoughts on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We will also hear what you have to say on the Fan Text Line, presented by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I was at the game, all a part of the 30,000 that were there, and the Pirates gave their own little fireworks show before the actual fireworks show, with multiple home runs being hit, including 2 from Lau, a crushed ball into the bullpen, the Pirates bullpen, from Marcell Ozuna. You have emotions about this. You have frustrations on this. Air them out next at 412-928-9370. We're going to take your calls throughout the entirety of the day. We could talk Steelers schedule, but I feel like people just want to talk Pirates today. We'll take calls the whole entire show to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Austin Bechtold with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 6 in Montreal tonight between the Canadiens and Buffalo Sabres. The Canadiens with a 3-2 series lead. If they win, they go on to the Eastern Conference Final to take on the Carolina Hurricanes, who remain undefeated in the playoffs so far this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Across our community, families are gathering, flags are flying, and summer's starting. If you've been thinking about a new vehicle, now's the perfect time. During the Spitzer Memorial Day sales event, lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $188 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 24,789, VIN TP 453388, rear-wheel drive model 1852, $49.99 do it signing. 36 months approved credit with TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, and 6/1/2026.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The Motor City Madman, Ted Nugent, hits the stage at Timber Rock Amphitheater on Friday, September 11th. Experience blazing guitar, high-energy hits, and an unforgettable night under the stars. Ted Nugent Live. Tickets are on sale now at timberrockамp.com. Don't miss Ted Nugent Live at Timber Rock Amphitheater, Friday, September 11th. Another Drusky entertainment event.
I'm Pat Katina, and I've spent my life fighting for our communities, for safer neighborhoods, safer schools, lower taxes, and real results for working families across the 45th District. Now I'm ready to take that fight to Harrisburg. The 45th deserves experienced leadership that can deliver on day one. I'm Pat Katina, and I'm asking for your vote for state representative. Together, we'll keep fighting for the future of our communities. Paid for by the Friends of Pat Katina.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the clubhouse leader for betting major golf, because right now all customers can get a 25% profit boost every round of the second major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tourney matchups and so much more. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download FanDuel and take your swing at boosted winnings. Some of the golfers I like as long shots this week. Min Woo Lee. Keep an eye on that guy. Min Woo Lee. Justin Thomas. He's a 2-time winner. I think he can do it again. Justin Thomas at 50-1. Check him out in the second major of the year. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief.
Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think that what we see typically with bullpens that improve inside a season, it seems like it's almost always three things coming together. It's guys who are on the team now improving or getting back to what they're capable of doing. Believe that's gonna happen. Some of that's gonna happen. Number two is other pitchers in the organization maybe that aren't in the bullpen right now emerging as good options as we get into the season. Believe that can happen also. We have guys that are capable of that. And then the third thing is external. And of course we'll keep an eye on that. It's pretty early still, but those conversations are happening with teams, not specific to the bullpen, but just generally we're having those conversations, and so we'll monitor that market also.
Well, your internal options so far have not worked. Your options that you've had on the current bullpen on opening day, Urquidy, Bucko, Lawrence, Madsen, Ramirez, haven't been good. Cam Sanders gave up 6 earned runs in 5 innings. Brandon Beddois showed some potential, but didn't have that great of a debut. Wilbur Dittel, he might be an answer, but they have him in AAA trying to stretch out as a starter. They just don't have the depth that they need. And there was a lot of talk in spring training. Oh, yeah, they'll add a left-handed starter. They'll definitely do that. It'll put Majinski back in the bullpen. They need a left-handed starting pitcher. Jose Quintana made sense, but he chased the money. I think it was $6 million to go to Colorado, which is a good deal for him. When he signed with the Pirates a couple years ago, it was only right around $1.5 million, $2 million. The Pirates have acquired a pitcher. They have made a trade and have acquired a pitcher. The Pirates today, according to Alex Stump, have acquired right-handed pitcher Kyle Robinson from the A's in exchange for Alika Williams. Kyle Robinson is a 22-year-old pitcher, was taken in the 11th round out of Texas Tech in 2024. He is pitching in high A. He's not going to help solve any of your problems. 412-928-9370. I was at the game last night. I didn't think that they were going to lose until Kyle Schwarber came to the plate against Soto. Soto walked Schwarber, and then Harper hit a ball off the very top of the wall in right center. It scored 2 runs. They were able to get an out at third, sending into extras. But you knew once it went into extra innings, the game was over. Terry's in the car. Hi, Terry.
Yes, Austin. I just wanted to say I don't know baseball and the rules and stuff. I just listen to this station. And there's an old saying, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. Why don't they just reverse the lineup then and put your problem childs in innings 1 through 3 to see what kind of hole you're going to be in, and then let your ace hold it still and let the batters get you out of trouble.
Wait a minute. So Terry, you're proposing an opener, 3 openers for every single game then? You just start the game with relievers and not starters?
Well, not just instead of having 3 openers, why don't you just start one of the 3 bullpen people for 1 to 2 to 3 innings to let them either do good or get you in whatever hole that you're going to be in. And then that way you know what you're working with to get out of it. And then you could use your Skeneses and whoever else that you have to at least have good pitching to finish the game instead of letting them blow it for you at the end. I mean, it's about winning. It's not about individual stats.
It's definitely an obscure idea, Terry. Like, I don't entirely hate it. Like, I'm not in favor of it, but so you're saying use Gregory Soto, Mason Montgomery, and I guess Madsen in the first 3 innings. What if Bubba Chandler then goes out there and then can't get you through like 3 or 4 innings because he's walking too many guys, or Carmen Majinski's giving up too many runs, and then you have nobody to carry you through the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning?
Well, that's true still, but I mean, just kind of thinking outside the box. And like I said, I don't really know baseball very much, but if we're going to keep playing like Moneyball, where we don't want to spend money to get good people in here, then I think you have to start thinking outside the box of what you can do, because I would be heartbroken if I was at that stadium and watched these guys have a lead, and then errors can happen, stuff like that can happen, but to have some guys come in and blow it for you in the last, 2 or 3 innings is just terrible.
Yeah.
I'd rather know what hole I'm in and then, and try to score my way out of it than to, score and then have your best people not out there to finish the game,
Yeah, thanks, Terry. I saw another nugget that was put out there by Alex Stump a couple of days ago that I thought was very fascinating, because it speaks to, and this was at the very beginning of the week, so these numbers have gotten worse. The Pirates bullpen has a 5.70 ERA in the 5th through 7th innings this year. 5.70 ERA through the 5th and 7th innings this year. Now, that is before what transpired throughout this week, when they had that series against the Rockies, where on Tuesday, they were good, but they did give up 1 run in the 9th inning. On Wednesday against Colorado, lost 10-4. We talked about the 5th through 7th innings. They allowed 5 runs in the 5th inning. Now, that was Mitch Keller. But the bullpen allowed 1 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th inning against, yes, Colorado. Last night's game, Braxton Ashcraft, overall, only allowed how many runs? 4. The bullpen combined for 3, 6, 7 runs between Montgomery, Soto, and Santana. Brittany is in Gibsonia. Hi, Brittany.
Hi. I'm a huge Pirates fan, but I definitely watch it more often when they're doing well and when there's excitement. So I've been watching almost every game.
You're locked in, Brittany. You're locked in.
Yes. And I'm a busy mom, so I have to be able to, it has to give me some payoff to watch, if I'm going to choose to watch it. So yeah. I've been excited this year, but what I've been noticing now that I'm watching a little more often is just, and this doesn't apply to last night's game, but if someone comes in as a relief pitcher, I've been noticing that sometimes they do really well. Like, say they come in the 7th or 8th inning and they pitch 1, 2, 3 outs. And then the next inning they put someone else in. And I just wondered, do they always need to have that closer? Like if someone's having a good day, because sometimes I'm noticing, some of these pitchers have good days, sometimes they have bad days. If someone's on it, why couldn't they just leave them in? I feel like there was a few games where they could have won if that would have happened.
Yeah, I agree with you overall on that, Brittany, and I appreciate the call. A lot of it comes down to pitch counts and let's say, for example, Gregory Soto pitched on Thursday, and then he's going again on Friday. They don't want him to pitch too many pitches because then he's going to be either completely unavailable on Sunday or pitching back-to-back days. They just don't want to run the pitch count up to affect his arm, because they look at these metrics and numbers and beholden to what the tablet says about pitchers, and not just what a feel for the game is. They're trying to prevent injuries instead of just letting a guy go out there and work for multiple innings. We've seen at times Gregory Soto in one game where the Pirates lost this year, pitched to one batter, and it took one pitch to record an out. Soto, why didn't he just go in for the next inning? Can't remember what specific game it was, but they took him out. They eventually lost. I think that might have been a game that Santana ended up blowing in the bullpen. The Pirates this year have 8 blown saves. They've lost 21 games overall. 8 of them have come in the blown save variety. So right around what, Charlie? 35, 40% of your games that you've lost this year have been because your bullpen has blown it in opportunities that you've had to win. Steve is in Wexford. Hello.
Hey, talking about the bullpen, I'm going to make a couple comments and ask a question, hang up and listen. So at what point, how long is Cherington going to wait to fix this? He did a masterful job of building a team. We have a 100-plus win offense.
Yeah.
We have a 100-plus win starting pitching staff, and our bullpen is just awful. How long is he going to wait? And the other thing is that bullpen arms, it's the easiest thing to acquire. We have the prospects to acquire it. There's teams that are already out of it that have decent relief pitchers. We need to overhaul the relief staff, man. How long are we going to wait?
Well, I think, and it obviously takes two to tango here, Steve, and I appreciate it, where you need other teams to trade with you. And what are you giving up? Is the prospect capital? I don't think it is. Do you have to give up Edward Florentino, who's a top 25, top 30 prospect in baseball now, a 19-year-old outfielder who can also play first base, a left-handed bat that can really swing it, 263 in the minors this year, already 7 home runs in just 20 games. Is that the return for a bullpen arm? No. I don't think it is. And I know some people might think that it is, but I find it very hard to believe if you're going after a guy that's not like Mason Miller, that's what you'd have to give up for a one-year rental, like a Aroldis Chapman or a David Bednar-like player. And wouldn't it be nice to have David Bednar still here? But instead, they traded Bednar for a catcher that is blocked by Andy Rodriguez and Henry Davis because of how good he is defensively, and Joey Bart still being here. Where Flores is the fourth catcher basically on their depth chart. Henry Davis and Bart, any reversible order you put them in. Andy Rodriguez, who has spent time in AAA and is now here because Bart's injured. And they called up Rodriguez before Flores, so they clearly don't think Flores is ready. He's the fourth catcher. That's the guy that you got back for David Bednar, where you're in a win-now situation. And Bednar is one of the main arms in the Yankee bullpen, and I think is their closer. Great trade. You need two to tango here. That's another big part of this problem. If you're going to trade for a Chapman or any other type of reliever, other teams in baseball have to truly think that they're out of it. And the Red Sox are 18-26. They've lost 2 in a row. They've just had a bad year. They fired Alex Cora. The Royals are 19-26. The Angels are never good. They're 16-29. The Astros are 10 under. Are those teams willing to sell? Are the Mets willing to sell at 18-26? I don't think so right now with the amount of capital they've put into their team. We know how good the entire Central is over 500. I guess the Rockies, are the Rockies ready to sell? The Giants? I just don't think at this point in the season on May 16th, over 2 months until the deadline, that teams are going to be willing to give up significant bullpen help unless you trade significant prospect capital. I talked to Faribault about this yesterday. Does the cost of doing business for a rental reliever go from Edward Florentino or Jostinson Garcia now to Wilbur Dotel or Levi Sterling, or just name your middle of the pack prospect once we get to July? I don't think the gap, I don't think it starts with Florentino right now, or somebody saying, yeah, we want Seth Hernandez. No, unless you're acquiring Mason Miller back, who's on a multi-year contract. I don't see it. That's another part of the problem. Who's going to make a deal with you right now? It's very infrequent that we see this. The Patrick Bailey trade to Cleveland, the Gold Glove catcher from the Giants. You don't see that trade that often. They give up a first-round pick and more to do it. You would need to overpay. But if you're talking about Hernandez or Florentino, you don't overpay to that strong level. But Termar Johnson, that's on the table for me. Wyatt Sanford at shortstop, Antoine Kelly. Even if somebody wants Flores, that would be on the table for me. Steve is in Johnstown. Hi, Steve.
Hi, how you doing, Dan?
Good, man.
Good. Hey, you made a lot of really good points. I think one of the things that I wanted to talk about is that piece from Alex. I don't know if it tells the whole story as far as from the 5th to the 7th inning, because a lot of needs to be determined there. Is that the second or third time through with the starter and they're not making adjustments, or is it in fact that middle relief? Additionally,
no, that number, Steve, is just the bullpen. When the bullpen is pitched, the 5th to the 7th inning, that's just a bullpen number. Yes, nothing to do with the starters.
then that is telling a lot. I'm wondering if when Jones is healthy, if Majinski sliding back to the bullpen will help that. I think what you're probably going to see, because of what the cost of bringing in a quality reliever, and again, that's bringing in a quality reliever, a proven reliever, not somebody who's been an experiment like we've been bringing up. I think bringing in a quality reliever, the price is still going to be high, because I don't know how many teams are going to want to admit they're already out of the race. And I think, to your point, is you announced the trade right when you came on. It took somebody, a shortstop with big league experience, to get an 11th round high A reliever.
Just a high A reliever.
I think the price of that's going to still be pretty high.
Yeah, it's going to be high, Steve, and I appreciate it. Where, look, Alika Williams is he's a quad A player. He can't hit in the majors. He's got a good glove, but he can't hit in the majors. When you're trading and acquiring prospects, there's more upside there. You haven't seen what they've done in the major leagues yet. There's still the curiosity factor. Could we change this guy, or could we put him into our system and have him pitch in our AA affiliate or our high A affiliate or our AAA, and have our pitching coaches work with him and be able to find something? That's not fully the case when you're talking about guys that have already debuted and have played a season in the majors or 2 years in the majors, and we already know what they are. You're not changing Alika Williams now. We know what Alika Williams is. He's a 26 man on a roster that can play a good defense and can, bat ninth in your lineup and play in a pinch. Josh is in New Brighton. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man.
Good. I just wanted to say, we see Lawrence just slowly degrading, getting worse. I don't understand why they keep putting him back in and letting them beat us up like that,
Well, part of the problem is, Josh, they did not do a good enough job. Charrington did very well adding to the lineup this year. He deserves pats on the back for that. But the moves that they made in the bullpen, are really the lack thereof of being able to acquire true depth at this point, that's what's significantly hurting them.
Yeah, well, it's just like you were talking about earlier, when we had Geraldus Chapman, he had the speed, but he just didn't have, he wasn't throwing the strikes we needed him to throw as a closer,
Right, and even if you did acquire a Chapman-like player right now to be able to fill a role, whether it was in the bullpen where you still worry about walks a little bit, but you have a guy that can throw the ball 100 miles an hour that it consistently can get out and is proven in the major leagues. And I appreciate it, Josh, where right now they don't have that. They don't have somebody as proven as Chapman or as proven as Bednar was. Or think about 13, 14, 15. Their bullpen was Watson, Melanson, Grilly for portions of it, not the entire run, but Justin Wilson was good. They had guys that were coming out of nowhere, like Vin Mazzaro having good seasons. When you look up that, let's just go to the 2014 Pirates roster. And you want to talk about the team that won 88 games. It wasn't the 98 win team. It wasn't the team in 2013 that won a significant amount of games as well. The bullpen during that year, Vance Worley even pitched well for them. Their bullpen was Melanson, Watson, Jared Hughes, Jemar Gomez, Justin Wilson, and then they mixed in other guys like Brian Morris. Grilly was a part of that team, but wasn't nearly as effective. Vin Mazzaro. Remember John Holtzcomb in 9 games, get a 2 ERA? Their bullpen that year, Melanson, 190, Tony Watson, 163, Jared Hughes, 196, Jemar Gomez, 319. Tony Watson won 10 games out of the bullpen for them, pitched 77 innings. Justin Wilson had a 4.20 ERA in 70 games, but he still won them their fair share of games. Brian Morris, a 3.80 ERA. They found guys out of the bullpen where, some guys didn't work. Ernesto Frieri that year. John Axford didn't really work as a bullpen acquisition that they had at the deadline. Stomy Pimentel. You're going to get guys that don't work. But the upper echelon guys, the Melanson, the Watson, the Jared Hughes, Jemar Gomez, Justin Wilson, the guys you had pitching in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, every time that you went out there and you had an opportunity with the lead in the 7th inning to win the game, the Pirates bullpen locked it down 90% of the time. It's just not happening nearly as much this year. 412-928-9370. Let's hear from Don Kelly next. We'll continue to take your calls throughout the show at 412-928-9370. Watch the show on Twitter as well. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We hear Don Kelly's thoughts as well as Braxton Ashcraft. How disappointed was Braxton Ashcraft in the bullpen's performance last night? How upset did he sound after the loss? We'll also continue to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Charlie is a headline. We're back in a moment. Austin Bechtold with you on a Saturday afternoon, leading up to Pirates-Phillies Game 2 on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
PGA Championship as of right now, 2 men atop the leaderboard, Maverick McNeely and Alex Smalley, 4 under. Rory McIlroy, 1 stroke back, as well as Scotty Scheffler and Cameron Young. They are 2 strokes back. From Oregon 93.7 TheFan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Must finance HMF, low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition fee, title and plates. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Tucson rebate. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 5/31/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for Memorial Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Summer's right around the corner. Is your air conditioning ready to keep you cool? At Impact HVAC, they're a family-owned local business that's been serving Pittsburgh for years. You can call them at 412-297-1852 for your air conditioning check and cleaning. And if you need a new system installation, they've got you covered. Impact HVAC. Second opinions and estimates are always free. Call today, 412-297-1852.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Between hybrid work schedules and getting pretty much anything delivered to your doorstep, it feels like there's no reason to leave the house anymore. But some of the best deals are still in store for you, literally. At Omaha Steaks, they're known for quality meat delivery, but they also have stores right in your neighborhood. At the streets of Cranberry and Cranberry Township and Settlers Ridge and Robinson, now is the time to stop by and pick up their Burger Perfection Stack. This bundle includes premium 6-ounce patties made from 100% aged, single-cut steak, filet mignon, ribeye, and more. Plus, come in today and get 8 free smash burgers with the stack. While you're there, also ask about the manager special, 4 USDA certified tender top sirloin fillets for $29.99. These beauties are aged for over 35 days and are just as tender as a grocery store filet mignon. Grab dinner from your local Omaha Steak store in Cranberry Township or Robinson tonight.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Here's a 1-1. Swinging the ball golfed to deep right field. Reynolds along the wall has to play it off the wall at the very top of the wall, and he'll play it on 2 hops around third. Boom. He'll come in to score on that double that narrowly got out of here, and the Phillies have their first lead of the night. It comes in the 10th inning. It is 9-8 Philadelphia. Tying run at the plate. Griffin grounds it to third. Bohm again gloves and collects and throws on to first for the second out. 11-9 Phillies. 2 outs. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out.
Foul ball.
Foul ball.
Oh. No, that he said it wasn't. I thought it was a foul ball.
He took it away. So the call was initially made and then the strikeout. The Phillies win 11-9 in 10 innings.
11-9. Final of yesterday's game for the Buccos as the bullpen just continues to pitch poor for the Pirates. They just continue to shoot themselves in the foot. And then Donnie Kelly even showed yesterday, and we're going to hear from Donnie Kelly coming up, that he doesn't trust the bullpen. They sent Braxton Ashcraft back out there for the 7th inning, knowing that Ashcraft has already thrown over 53 innings, and they're going to have him on a pitch count this year. It's only the middle of May. He's going to be on an innings limit. A year ago, Braxton Ashcraft, he did not throw, and he's a guy that has dealt with injuries, and it's a reason why they haven't been able to fully build him up to like 160, 170 innings where you want him to be. Last year, Braxton Ashcraft threw 70 innings in the major leagues. In the minor leagues, he threw 48. So when you combine what he did between the two levels, he threw 118 innings. What they like to do is add 25, maybe 30 innings. Let's say they add 30 innings to Braxton Ashcraft this year. He's going to be at 148. Ashcraft right now is pacing to throw right around 170, 180 innings, maybe more than that. He's not going to be a 200-inning type of pitcher, but when you're talking 180 innings, as long as he stays healthy, they're going to start limiting his innings. And I thought it would be in that situation in a 5-run game. Donnie Kelly shows he doesn't even trust his bullpen up by 5 against Philadelphia's good offense. Against a team that is, playing hot baseball, won 7 out of their last 10. But still, there's just no trust factor. And a lot of that falls back on the general manager not acquiring good enough arms. They trusted guys that, look, and Kelly's got to be better with the way that they manage these arms. But what else did you expect them to do than throw Montgomery out there, lefty on lefty against Schwarber? I didn't hate that decision. And Soto to get the save. I didn't hate that decision either. Griffin had a bad error. That's a part of this too. But Soto's control is also very poor. He walked in a run. I understand that you don't want to walk in Soto, but he doesn't want to walk in Schwarber. Soto doesn't. But he walked the batter before that to load the bases. And then Harper with not the most well-struck ball, but almost got it out there with a ball to right field, and they were able to get it out at third and send it to extras, but then you go 1, 2, 3 in extra innings. Carol is in Wexford. Hi, Carol.
How you doing?
I'm good, Carol.
I was really, really upset about the game last night.
Carol, were you at the game?
No, but I listened to every single game at home, and I watch it on Sportsnet.
I was just sad being there.
Blew me away.
Yeah.
I think they definitely need to get a new pitcher, a starting pitcher, or at least have some of them pitch more than 7 innings. I think if they got Aroldis Chapman back, that would be helpful. But I love that Andy Rodriguez is back. I think we really needed him. And Mason Montgomery's one of the greatest relievers. Why the heck they took him out after 1 inning, I do not understand. But my major question to you is, why didn't Nick Gonzalez start in the last 2 games?
Yeah, so I have a theory on this, Carol, and I appreciate the call. Thanks for listening. Call back again. Is that Gonzalez, people are saying, whether it's on Twitter, and I don't think this was confirmed by Don Kelly, that Gonzalez is hurt. Now, maybe it's just something that he's fighting through. As Tomlin liked to say, bumps and bruises associated with play. But everyone knows Jared Triolo can't hit. And the 2 hits that he had was, I think, like an infield single and a little flare to left field that dropped in. That was hit like 70 miles an hour. Like, Jared Triolo is only out there for his glove. And I think part of this also with Gonzalez is you got to look at what happened in the 9th inning. There was a ball that I think they did get actually one guy on in the 9th inning. I was mistaken. But Nick Gonzalez did not run out a ball to first base with good enough effort. It didn't look like it was full speed. And I even questioned, what was going on with Gonzalez there? Like, there was a play that Bohm made at third where, he made an error earlier in the game. Bohm isn't that great of a defender. It was Reynolds that singled and then ultimately stole. We're talking about in the bottom of the 9th inning. Maybe I'm talking about the 10th. I got my innings confused, but you get what I'm saying here. When Nick Gonzalez was pinch hitting for Billy Cook in the 10th inning after Marcell Ozuna walked, and he grounded out. Ozuna went to second. O'Hearn went to third because O'Hearn was automatically at second base. It seemed like Gonzalez, where he could have been safe, didn't fully run out the ball. And I think it was because he's hurt. And that's what some people were speculating on Twitter. I didn't know what it was at first. It didn't look like it was 100% speed. And then he kind of gingerly went back into the dugout. And I think that's why he hasn't started, to answer Carol's question over the last couple of games. Fan weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Currently 75 degrees in Pittsburgh. The low of 48 was from last night. It's going to be a low of 64 tonight. Anthony, Mark, Zach, we hear from you up next, as well as Donnie Kelly. People want to talk Bucko baseball. Game 2 against Philadelphia is tonight. Well, is today, I should say. We're 2 hours away from it. 4:05 first pitch as Bubba Chandler takes the mound opposite Christopher Sanchez, one of the best pitchers in the National League, at 2.11 ERA. We'll preview that game. Continue to hear from you at 412-928-9370 and hear from Donnie Kelly as well. 412-928-9370. 1 hour down, 1 hour to go before the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Austin Bechtold with you on a Saturday.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Maybe you heard 40 by the 4th last year and you thought, yeah, I should probably do that. 40 pounds gone by July 4th, that would be huge. And then you didn't. Life got loud, the calendar started moving, and the next thing you knew, it was the 4th. You're standing there in the same body, feeling the same way, wondering why you didn't call Awaken 180. That's the part that gets you, right? Knowing you had a window, just let it sit there. So this year, do something about it. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180 weight loss. Because 40 pounds is not just some number on the scale. It's better sleep, less pain, more energy, clothes fitting right. And for me, it's my shirt off by the pool on my honeymoon. I dropped my first 40 pounds in under 9 weeks. The results are real, and we are real proof. And when you hit your goal, Awaken 180 Weight Loss gives you free support for life to help keep it off. Medication-free by the 4th is doable. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First pitch between the Phillies and Pirates scheduled for 4:05. There are thunderstorms in the forecast. If there's any delays, we will obviously let you know. From Oregon937thefan.com, fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Fly ball, deep right field. Brandon Lowe hits the seats. It's gone. 2-run homer for Lowe. Pirates up 4-0 here in the third. Who dominates Pennsylvania? The Pirates striking first. And the pitch. Swing, fly ball out to deep right. Marsh back, turning around. There it goes. Lowe is homered again. His second tonight. And the Pirates leading the Phillies 7-3. That's the first extra base hit off a lefty Mays has given up all year.
Oh my gosh. Seth Davis just came in here. One of our incredible producers, works promotions, and it's here. The City Limits fan trading card is here. How about that? Charlie, it's finally here.
So not only,
my gosh,
so
it
not
looks
only
awesome.
Do you have your own baseball card where there are things back here behind the scenes that are in motion?
I didn't even know about this. What other things are behind the scenes in motion?
You're going to need new pants.
Oh.
And shorts.
It says Austin Bechtold, producer of the Pomp and Joe Show, Baseball Card Castle.
What if you get
picture?
What if you get traded to a different show?
I hope that doesn't happen. I like my show.
Do they have to update the new cards? Could be a limited edition.
Whoa, there's an error on the back of the card. It says the Pomp and Joe Show is weekdays 10-1. Wait, is something going on here?
Maybe that's the thing
behind
the scenes.
Are we changing 10-1?
Maybe.
Is the PM team going 5 hours? Would you like to guess my fun facts?
Let me guess. Wiffle ball?
Baldwin Wiffle Ball champion?
I knew it. You were so predictable.
You know the second one?
Penn State fan.
Big Drew Aller believer.
Oh my God.
And I had a nice little note about Joe, but I guess they couldn't fit it on the back. It just says producer of the Pomp and Joe Show. I had nicknamed City Limits by the incrinculant Joe Starkey and frequently sings with Joe during breaks off the air.
Too wordy for a baseball card.
Yeah, I know. But I got my card. Oh my gosh, I got my card. That's awesome. I'm so excited to see that. All right, 412-928-9370. Anthony's in Oakland. Hi, Anthony.
Well, the error made it a collectible, so you better save it now.
That's true. That is true.
Hey, I'm an old school baseball guy. And I baseball started losing me with all the analytics and mumbo jumbo. When I heard this one analytics guy talk about batting average and RBIs mean nothing. I mean, I said, goodbye. I can't watch that.
I don't agree with that either.
But here's what I found key. I was watching sports and I don't get to watch the games like a lot of the folks do. I don't have that kind of setup. But what I saw was on those, what's his name, Schwarber?
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber.
His 2 home runs he hit. I look, in the corner I saw there were 2 out. They had favorable counts on him. And I'm saying, well, you don't give him anything to hit. And he hits a homer.
And they threw the ball right down the middle. Montgomery threw that ball legitimately right down the middle on the second home run.
And I said, well, even on the first one, I'm saying, you've got 2 outs. Why are you allowing him to take you out? You don't get, that comes from, that's coaching. That should come from the bench.
Well, don't you think it's just a miss though by the pitcher, Anthony? Like they're not trying to throw the ball right down the middle to the guy that's hit a home run in the last 8 games. I think he's hit 9 in the last 8. I think he's hit 9 home runs in the last 8 games. Schwarber, he's that hot.
Right. And what did pitchers do when they used to see Barnes? They didn't give him anything to hit. But when they did make a mistake, he tore it up. But these guys, come on, that has to come from the bench. If back in my day, it would have came from the bench. You don't give nothing to this guy. And for him to hit 2 homers off of you, it's inexcusable.
Would you have had the same approach with Soto? What Soto did, basically just giving him a free pass with the bases loaded. That was the Bonds treatment.
Well, no, I don't know if I'd have went that far, but I'm just talking about at the time of the game where that should have been taking a precedent. You don't give him anything to hit, especially when you had 2 outs. It's not like there was no one, there was no outs. There were 2 outs. So you don't mess around with him, fiddle around with him so he could do what he did. But I tell you what they need to do. That Brandon, this may be similar to the Brian Giles trade.
Yeah.
You better sign this kid up. I mean, he's been their offense.
Well, that's why I played the Wow clips. That's why I played the Lau clips to start there, Anthony, because he has been by far the most impactful addition that they've had of any player, not counting like a drafted guy, but somebody in free agency or trades since Russell Martin or A.J. Burnett. It's not close.
Yeah, no, and you know what he's done? He and the other guy they got from San Diego, they've made the whole lineup better.
Oh, they've lengthened it. They've lengthened it, plus Connor Griffin. Like, they've actually given the lineup some credibility that they haven't had in years.
Yes.
You can't, you can't as a pitcher, as an opposing pitcher, go against them and just pitch around Reynolds or pitch around Cruz, give them a couple of pitches, but knowing that, Kai Tom is coming up next, or Josh Van Meter, or, Jared Triolo batting 6th instead of 9th in your order or something like that,
And that's good to see. So they have made some good acquisitions, and then they've made some holes here with the pitching. But the catcher that's having the struggles. I can't think of his name.
You talking about Flores?
No, the catcher here for the Pirates. So,
Joey Bart? There are a lot of catchers having struggles here, Anthony. Henry Davis?
Henry Davis. Back in the day, they used to teach batters to choke up and hit the other way and move the runners over. That's part of the baseball you don't see anymore, and that's what's frustrating to me. But Limits, you saved that card, buddy, because that's collector's item city.
Will do, Anthony. I appreciate it. You're gonna have to get your hands on one. 412-928-9370. Mark is in Fort Lauderdale. What's up, Mark?
I can't understand why the Pirates have two guys in their farm system that might be able to help in the bullpen. They just don't seem to get a shot. One is Jaden Woods, who had a tremendous Arizona Fall League season last year. And this year in Altoona, he's averaging over a strikeout per inning. He played in the SEC, a left-hander, throws 93 miles an hour.
Don't you think they need to move him up to AAA, though, first, Mark, before they just bring him right to the majors?
Other teams use AA as their prospect league and AAA as being there. I know Ben Cherington doesn't see it that way, but a lot of teams do promote from AA historically in baseball.
Yeah, they did that with Sawinski. But, it's different when you're a bat compared to a pitcher. But I get what you're saying.
And in AAA, you have two guys that they're Grizzly veterans, they're AAA veterans, but I think they could be a stopgap. I don't think they're a permanent solution. One is Noah Davis and Michael Darcy Hicks. They're both averaging over a strikeout per inning. I think you need to give one of these guys a shot to just be a stopgap until you can make a trade.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So some of the options that they do have in AAA, where do you go from here? Where do you go internally? Mike Clevenger is hurt. You're not going to be able to call him up. Bo Burrows in 14 games with a 2.08 ERA. Is that your answer in 17 and a third innings, 14 strikeouts? Joe La Sorsa, who I think had a movement clause at the end of spring training if he wasn't on a major league roster that any other team could pick him up. None did, so he went back to AAA Indianapolis, 2.79 ERA. He mentioned Michael Darrell Hicks, 5.63 ERA, has given up 10 earned runs in 16 innings. That's not a guy you're calling up. Cam Sanders was bad in AAA, a 5.40 ERA. Now, at the start of the year, it was fine, but he has given up 6 earned runs over 10 runs. You could call up Brandon Neck, 2.38 ERA, 3 earned over 11 and a third if you really want. Bethel Park's own Justin Mice has a 3.86 ERA in 21 innings, 17 strikeouts. He could be a guy that you call up, but, they called up Brandon Bidwell, who had been struggling, but was one of the more major league ready guys in terms of how he's skyrocketed through the system. Noah Davis is a starter, so and his spring training wasn't good with the Pirates. Your internal options are not that good. Antoine Kelly has a 5.50 ERA in AAA. Jose Urquidy, you think maybe he'd go to AAA and be a little bit better? No, 5.61 ERA. So I guess the ERA is a little bit better from the 8 that it was, but it's still not any good. Zach is in Punxsutawney. What's going on, Zach?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, you got it.
Listen, I'm kind of in agreement with you that the answer is not in AAA for the bullpen specifically. What we need to do, and it's difficult, obviously. We saw the Patrick Bailey trade to Cleveland. That's a whole other story. But what we need to do realistically is go get one of these catchers or primetime relievers, like whether it be Chapman or someone like Adley Rutschman, Adley Rutschman is sitting there with Samuel Basello, who's just come up in the Baltimore Orioles area, and Basello is taking a lot of his at bats and his games. Go pay for someone like Adley Rutschman to come in. I know it's a huge deal and it would be a massive trade, but they need to make a splash like that.
Yeah, but
whether
Zach,
it's him
is
or
that,
whether it's Chapman.
Is that move is like adding Adley Rutschman going to help the problem here of the bullpen? They're getting by with getting no offense from catcher, but getting good enough defense. Like, the offense is not the problem here. If you're going to add anything, it has to be either in the rotation to bump somebody to the bullpen, or just add even if you go 6-man rotation, or to add a bullpen arm. No. They need 3 bullpen arms. This keeps going up. At first, I thought it was 1 like a month ago. Then I thought it was 2 weeks ago. After last night, they need 3 bullpen arms.
Yeah. No, listen, I'm totally on board with you there. We need bullpen arms. Whether it's one guy that's just the anchor, so you bring someone in like Chapman, or, there are other guys that are available, but he's obviously the big name on a bad team that could be brought back in. He was already here. And he kind of pushes everybody down. Majinski moves to the pen when Jones comes in. I think there's a lot better situation if you get just one solid anchor at the back end of the pen.
Yeah, the only problem with that is, Zach, who's trading that right now? Who's trading their closer? Because teams are just going to convince themselves and say, hey, it's May. Look at what the Washington Nationals did years ago when they went on to the World Series. And were they like 8 games under 500? That's right around the range that, I'm not saying Colorado thinks this, but like the Mets can convince themselves of that. Or Boston, look how much money we put into our payroll. We're the Red Sox. We can be better than this. Or Houston, our projections had us maybe as a wild card team, or maybe even winning our division. So I don't see those. Colorado would be the only team that I would see doing that. And how well do you trust Rockies' bullpen arms? They pitch in Colorado. You got to look at basically their road stats.
I totally agree with that. And the fact is, yeah, you're right. Like a team like Boston, even though they're last in their division right now, they're still a team that, they have the legacy. They're gonna always try to say, oh, well, it's just a slow start, right?
Yeah, until you get to like July
20th
or something, the 25th, and then they decide, okay, we're actually bad. Like, we're not going to actually contend here. We're going to trade pieces.
100%. And that's the thing. It's a really tough time of year to try to make these trades. But if you're the Pirates, you can see the writing on the wall with what we have in the pen and also a catcher. We have to make a move. But again, to your point, yeah, it's a difficult time of year. People aren't trying to dish these solid players this early in the season.
All right, Zach, I appreciate it. Good talk. 412-928-9370. We've had good discussions on the Pirates so far today. I mean, there are some guys that are available, and I don't know the full injury status of some of these guys, but like Justin Wilson is out there. We talked about him, the reliever with the Red Sox. I think he might have retired. But there's not Giovanni Gallegos. You're talking about guys that are either 1, hurt, 2, not nearly as effective, and that's why they're still available in free agency on May 16th, or they just don't want to pitch anymore, or the money is not right. Like, you can't just go out there and sign a reliever to a contract right now and he automatically comes into your bullpen. No, you got to build him up. You have to sign him to a minor league contract and basically build him up with, 5 games that he pitches in the minor leagues before he's ready. Then you feel comfortable enough with him in the majors. I was just looking at the error from Connor Griffin last night where even still with that bobble, he still had a ball went through his legs and bounced off him a couple of times and still made an accurate throw and, man, just missed Sosa by about half, not even half a step, by about, quarter, half, it was about half a step. But, that error is what started it off. That's what started the rally for the Phillies with 3 runs off Soto. They scored 3 more in the 9th, or the 3 more in the 10th. And that was all she wrote on the day for Braxton Ashcraft, who should have received the win.
All right. Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, there's games that you feel like you lose, and there's games that you feel like you got beat, and this is definitely one that we lost.
And doesn't it feel like there's been plenty of games this season that have been exactly that way? Like, I tweeted out yesterday, I would say that this is the Pirates' worst loss of the season, but I feel like we've already said that 10 times already. Look at other games that they've had. The disaster 7-6 loss in San Francisco when they had the lead throughout the game against the Giants, or when they scored 2 in the top of the 10th. Oh, should be able to beat the Giants. And then the Giants come back in the 10th inning and tie it back up, and Justin Lawrence takes the loss in the 12th inning. Or how about the 5-2 loss in San Francisco on that Friday? That was a game that you thought, man, they really could have won. Or against the Cardinals in the first game, that Monday game of the 4-game series. A 4-2 game. Dennis Santana botches it in the 9th inning. The Pirates had a perfect game going in that one, I think, in the 7th inning. Or the 5-4 loss on Wednesday against the Cardinals that week, where the Cardinals, the Pirates did battle back and try to win it. The Cardinals had the lead 5-1 in the top half of the 7th inning, but the Pirates scored 2 in the bottom half and 1 in the 8th. There have been plenty of games, especially that Cubs game that they lost in Chicago, looking to sweep the Cubs, who are first place in your division. You lose 7-6. Your bullpen implodes. I think it was Hunter Bucko, it was Jose Urquidy actually that took the loss, but Bucko gave up a run. Lawrence gave up 2 runs, one of them earned. Urquidy took the loss. There have been games out there. I saw North Shore 9 say that 10 of the losses have been on blown saves. So that's half your losses have been on just blown saves. Half of them. You have 21 losses. So, don't flummox the math on your calculator there to make it exactly the 50%. But that's where we are. Half the losses have been because the bullpen has lost them the game. Not because the offense wasn't good enough. Not because the starter wasn't good enough. Half the losses because the bullpen.
Can't throw middle heaters to Schwarber. In the 7th inning there, 1-1 count to Crawford, the middle fastball. That's like looking back on my outing, like those are the 2 pitches that really went bad. And, it's like I said, it's just tough to swallow.
Right.
As a group.
Braxton Ashcraft sounds like a guy that wants to cry after that game. Like someone ran over his foot, or like someone, stole all his Halloween candy. Or what other analogies can we come up with here, Charlie? Any others that you can think of? Like, I don't know. It was his birthday and it rained all day. Braxton Ashcraft sounded completely dejected after that one, which I understand it, but he pitched a good enough game, 6 2/3 for them to be able to win it. Like, he does not take any responsibility in this. You score 8 runs for him. He gives up 3, eventually 4 because of the home run that was hit by Schwarber, a 2-run shot. He deserved to win that game. And like you said at the beginning, that's not a game that the Phillies took from them. That's a game that they handed to Philly. It's a game they gave away.
This isn't the first time he sounded like this after one of his losses. He takes them hard.
He does, but it seems like this one he's taken extremely hard.
Like, he took it personally.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't have.
No, he shouldn't have. He should be looking at his bullpen and wondering what's going on with them. Not good.
Now, if you blow a game, do you owe the starter a steak dinner?
I feel like you should. They took a win away from Braxton Ashcraft. That W goes out of his column, where you're looking at a guy that maybe, I don't know, has how many games do you think he can win? He could definitely win double digits this year. Is that the difference from Braxton Ashcraft winning 10 games to 9 games? I mean, he's only won 2 so far through 9 starts. Possibility there. I mean, I know that win stat. I mean, how much do pitchers really look at that? But still, you could just hear the dejection in his voice. That's the dejection in every Pirates fan's voice following that game. 412-928-9370. More Bucko talk coming up. We'll also briefly touch on the Steelers' schedule. We'll preview today's Phillies-Pirates game. You're driving to the game. How are you feeling going to this one? It's a Saturday at the ballpark against Philadelphia. That's going to be a well-attended game. I'm sure you're going to the game right now thinking, man, Bubba Chandler has to put together a great outing against Philadelphia. Do you trust Bubba Chandler? How do you feel about this game today for the Pirates? We'll get you ready for it and lead you into the North Shore Tavern leadoff show in half an hour as well. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters. You can also text us as well on the fan text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter says, what happened to Wilbur Dotel? They're trying to stretch him out as a starter. He should be in the majors at some point. In the bullpen, why not? But Thomas Harrington's a starter. They want him to start. They want Bucko to start. And we saw with Bucko earlier. You mess with some of these guys, not good things can happen with their routine. And then their season spirals. And it's just not good. Maybe Dotel, you're okay with that. But they need some help. And what they currently have isn't good enough. What they have internally in the minors isn't good enough. And externally, no one's willing to trade yet. So they're in an impossible situation where everyone just needs to pitch better. Austin Bechtold with you on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins in about a half an hour before the Pirates take on the Phillies. Christopher Sanchez will start for the Phillies, while Bubba Chandler goes for the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Across our community, families are gathering, flags are flying, and summer's starting. If you've been thinking about a new vehicle, now's the perfect time. During the Spitzer Memorial Day sales event, lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $188 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 24,789. VIN TP 453388. Rear-wheel drive model 1852. $49.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit with TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, and 6/1/2026.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for May is Lincoln Avenue Brewing's Jalapeno Machete Cream Ale. And the charity sales will benefit Save Our Strays Pittsburgh, an organization dedicated to rescuing abandoned, neglected, at-risk cats.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. The 3rd annual Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is back June 17th and 18th. Nominate a deserving volunteer fire department at 937thefan.com. Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Impact HVAC, Contos, Mangine, Killian, and Hassan, Kirkin Roofing, Keystone Custom Apparel, and Junk Luggers. Get to Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their 24-pack Crazy 8 Madness sale. Get Bud Light, Coors Light, Yuengling Flight, or Budweiser 24 packs for just $18.98. Michelob Ultra 24 packs, $19.98. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township. Add a spark your guests won't forget. Bring the Fierce Mom Energy pop-up selfie station to your next event. Unlimited photos and dance videos, instant sharing, fun props, and custom photo keychains. Your guests will love it. Book now at fiercemomenergy.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's Memorial Day all month long at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Stand proud and save big with stars, stripes, and offers you can't miss on our lineup of new Outlanders. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000 and ask about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Text line's been jumping all day. Love to see it. Love reading your text. Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Want Secure Money Advisors to get your retirement on track? Good day for a ball game in terms of the temperature, but there's currently an 85% chance of rain over the next hour that could affect when first pitches at PNC Park. There's also a 35% chance of rain at 5 o'clock. So if you're going to the game or you just want to watch the game or listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, there is a chance that rain could affect the beginning of this game and push the start time, even if it's back by, I don't even want to speculate how much time it would be, but that possibility and that potential is there. A couple other things going on in the world of sports this weekend. PGA Championship at Aronimink. That's on the other side of the state. And look who's in first place now. He's in a four-way tie. Rory McIlroy, 5 under for the day through 15 holes. He is 4 under overall. He is currently in a 3-way tie with Maverick McNeely, also with Max Gracerman and Alex Smalley, who's been right around the top of the leaderboard throughout the day. Gracerman just teed off. McNeely and Smalley are all 4 under. They will go at 2:40 to tee off, so in just a moment, they are going to tee off. Steelers schedule is also released. Joe and I broke it down yesterday. 6 standalone games for the Steelers, including a 9:30 game in Paris against the Saints. They will play on Black Friday, a 3 o'clock game against Denver, and then your Thursday night annual tradition in Cleveland. What can go wrong? Week 4 game, plus a couple of home primetime games for the Steelers. They have a road game in Cincinnati on Sunday Night Football, and they also have a road primetime game against the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. I saw 7-10 on the schedule. Now, I know the Steelers are right around 10-7 every year. It's what they've finished the last 3 years. Maybe it's 9-8. Their roster is better. But does that mean that the team is going to be better? Does that mean with a new coaching staff, things are going to work immediately? That is something that I'm concerned about, and I truly wonder about. And I think this could be the year that they finally finish under 500, that they actually do finish under 500. Maybe that sets them up for a quarterback. Maybe that sets them up for maybe Drew Aller plays. Maybe Will Howard plays. Maybe in the final couple games of the year, if they're out of it, Aaron Rodgers isn't starting, and it's Aller or Howard that ends up playing. I think that's a possibility this year, more so than any other year that they've had in quite some time. Ryan is in Florida. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, man. How you doing?
I'm good. What's up?
I just really am interested to hear your comp. Who is Drew Aller going to be? I listen to you guys religiously. I'm a teacher, so during the day I'm busy, but I listen to you guys on the app. And I haven't heard you guys compare him. And for me, if it's okay to kind of give you my comp.
Yeah, I haven't made a comp for him yet, Ryan. I'll let you give it. But I haven't given a comp yet for Drew Aller. So that's an interesting question. I haven't quite pondered it that much.
Yeah, and I really have been. And I'm a Pitt guy, graduate down here. But I see his ceiling maybe as like a Sam Darnold, if he can get his footwork and figure it out. But is that going to be when he's with us still?
Yeah.
And I don't know what the floor is.
Well, I think the floor is NFL backup quarterback, or like journeyman NFL player who bounces around, plays for X amount of teams. Like that would be the floor. Like a career for a third round, like a Mason Rudolph-like career, which from where they took him, I think the same exact pick as Rudolph, but better upside, better traits, the tools are better, just everything about the 6'5" frame and build you would think is going to be better than what Mason Rudolph's career has been. I would say that.
Sorry, not to cut you off. I don't know why I like Will Howard, but I do. It's just because we haven't seen Drew do it. And
I feel like a lot of people have said that about Will Howard. I don't really know why I like Will Howard, other than the fact that he won a national championship, but I really like him.
Come on, we don't want Aaron, brother. Like, come on.
I don't either, Ryan. I agree. Like, I want Aller or Howard to start. Like, I don't want Rodgers to come back. It's just delaying the inevitable of figuring out who the next quarterback is. And you're not going to win a playoff game this year with Rodgers. And if you do, congrats. You won one game, and then you advanced and got blown out in that next playoff game.
I know, and I'll say this just, because you're the man. Like, if Mr. Rooney, you're listening, like, it's okay, brother. We can lose a couple games. Steeler Nation is going to be okay.
Yeah, Ryan, I think the ultimate ceiling might be a Josh Allen-like player. I'm not saying that he is Josh Allen, but that was a lot of the same criticisms of Aller out of college were the criticisms of Josh Allen out of college. The accuracy was wildly inconsistent.
And like Arnold, it takes time sometimes.
Right, and he didn't have a good coaching staff in New York, and I appreciate the call. Like, coaching matters. And, like, if it was Mike Tomlin and staff developing Drew Aller, I wouldn't feel nearly as good as I do with Mike McCarthy and Brian Angelico developing Drew Aller. They've already torn him down to the studs pretty much and are rebuilding him from scratch. One, that's a huge indictment on the coaching staff at Penn State and how poor it was in quarterback development. James Franklin and Andy Kotelnicki. Two, yes, it's also an indictment on Drew Aller as well. I don't think nearly as much. Like, Aller was being told a lot of those things in terms of the development process of how to play the game and what your footwork should be. Like, Drew Aller's not just going out there and, creating his own footwork in the dirt. Like, that's being coached. Danny O'Brien and multiple others on that staff. It is now a quarterback project for Mike McCarthy to take on and to entail. Jim is in Monroeville. Hi, Jim.
Thank you for taking my call.
You got it, man.
I don't know that I can give a comp for Drew Aller, but for Will Howard, I understand that a national championship doesn't necessarily mean anything when you get to the NFL, and I think that's fair. But what I look at, I think of Kenny Pickett, and I know that's not really someone to compare any quarterback to, but I'm just going to say it. I look at it like this. If Kenny Pickett were on that national championship team that Will Howard played for, they don't get to the national championship, okay? So when I think about Will Howard, I'm like, okay, he's definitely better. And I mean drastically better than Kenny Pickett.
Are you sure about that, though, Jim? Because Pitt won the ACC with Kenny Pickett. That hadn't happened before.
No, don't get me wrong. I don't want to completely short Kenny Pickett's college career. I look at how long he was in college. I look at Will Howard, how he went from, I believe it was Kansas State to Ohio State, two totally different offensive schemes. And all he did was win and put up really good numbers. And we didn't see that from Kenny Pickett in college. He was there like 6 years or something. But if I had to give Will Howard a comp, the best that can come to mind as far as, and I mean a comp as his ceiling, I think he's a bigger version or could be just as good as like a Baker Mayfield. I know they're not the same quarterback, but I look at Baker Mayfield and think it didn't start out great, but it didn't start out bad. He had good coaching around him. We have Mike McCarthy, offensive-minded, a nice staff, an offensive-minded, driven staff. And I think that's a positive for Will Howard or any quarterback coming in.
That would be a win for Will Howard. Thanks, Jim. If he became Baker Mayfield, who was a number 1 overall pick, a Heisman Trophy guy, like, that would be exceeding all plausible expectations if he became Baker Mayfield. But the sizes are considerably different. I think Mayfield's like 6 foot 6'1", and Howard is 6'4". You're talking about a big difference there as well. Here's what Don Kelly said post-game yesterday.
You've seen Soto be so good this year. What did you see from him in the ninth inning?
Yeah, he has been. He's been really good this year for us. It was a tough inning. Just looked like at times lost the plate with a couple walks. But like you said, he's been really good for us.
How do you back a game like that when a lot of good happened early, had a 6-run lead, had a 5-run lead, and all kind of unraveled late?
It did, and I think, getting the lead and then continuing we scored a couple more there to add on. Lau hit the home run, and then to get another one, go up 8-3. I thought offensively swung the bats pretty well. We're able to push across 8 runs, and, just unfortunately wasn't enough.
And how did they bounce back tonight? Or today, I should say, with first pitch an hour and 20 minutes away. All the regulars are playing, including Nick Gonzalez. So Gonzalez, who we thought, is he hurt? Is he banged up? Is he dealing with something? He is in the lineup today after not being in the lineup the last 2 days against a left-hander. Spencer Horwitz, who notoriously is not very good against left-handed pitching, he is the only regular that you would consider, but they're going against the lefties, so not a regular against lefties. That is in the lineup. Cruz still leading off today and playing in center field. They moved Connor Griffin up to second in the order. and playing at shortstop. So Reynolds will bat third. Ozuna will bat fourth. So you wonder, is Brandon Lau playing? Is Ryan O'Hearn playing? Ryan O'Hearn is at first base and batting fifth. Nick Gonzalez will bat sixth for the Pirates and play at third. Brandon Lau, who homered off a lefty yesterday. That's been such a big discussion and talking point. Brandon Lau against lefties this year, the numbers are true. He's not very good against left-handed pitching. But he hit a home run off of a lefty yesterday. I think it was his second home run off of a left-hander this year, 12 on the season. And if it's a playoff game, you're not, and there's a lefty on the mound, like let's say you're playing, Christopher Sanchez in the playoffs for Philadelphia, or you're playing Shota Imanaga on a big game against the Cubs for divisional standings, you're not benching Brandon Lau in that type of big game situation. Like when they sat Pedro Alvarez in the playoffs a couple of years ago, when they faced Madison Bumgarner. You don't do that. So Brandon Lau is in the lineup, batting seventh and playing at second. Jared Triolo is in right and batting eighth. So O'Hearn plays first. Triolo plays the outfield. Henry Davis catches Bubba Chandler. So Henry Davis is going to catch back-to-back days. The 4:05 first pitch today, the 1:35 first pitch tomorrow. So Endy gets back-to-back starts. And now it's Davis who will catch Chandler. And Chandler's numbers much better on the season when he is going with Henry Davis compared to anyone else. Joey Bart, the only other catcher that has caught Bubba Chandler this year. So he gets Davis, and then Skenes, of course, tomorrow will have Davis catch him as well. That's a great matchup. Skenes, going up against Zach Wheeler. Today, it's Christopher Sanchez against Bubba Chandler. Chandler 1-4 on the year. He has statistically been the Pirates' worst starting pitcher. 39 innings, a 4.62 ERA. His whip is 1.46. 27 walks in 39 innings and 34 strikeouts. This is the game that you need Bubba Chandler, and I mean need Bubba Chandler to have his best start of the year. At least like a top 2, top 3 start. And over his last 2, he's been better. Walks were a problem in the second to last game against Arizona. 6 walks, 4 strikeouts, 5 innings. Gave up just 2 runs, though, on 2 hits. 5 against San Francisco over the weekend. 5 hits, 2 runs, gave up a home run. 3 strikeouts, just 1 walk. So the strikeout numbers are down a little bit for Chandler. Trying to fine-tune some things, get more contact. He's trying to get around the zone more often because this is the walk totals for Chandler in his starts so far this year. 6, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 6, and 1. So only 3 outings where he's had 2 or fewer walks, and he's made 8 starts. Christopher Sanchez goes for Philly. He's 4-2 on the year with 55 innings pitched, a 2.11 ERA, 67 strikeouts compared to just 14 walks. And the regulars are out there for Philadelphia. JT Realmuto back behind the plate catching. He will bat 8th. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, the big 3 at the top with Bohm, Marsh, Garcia, Stott, Realmuto, and Justin Crawford rounding out the lineup for Philadelphia. Pirates at 24-21. All 4 other teams in the National League Central won yesterday. They all won. So currently as it sits, Cubs 29-16, Brewers 25-17, Cardinals 26-18. The Pirates and Reds are tied at the bottom of the standings, 24-21 overall in the National League Central Division. Thanks to Charlie Borges for producing Behind the Glass. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is coming up next with Dan Zangrilli as the Pirates play against the Philadelphia Phillies, looking to bounce back after an 11-9 loss yesterday where the Pirates led 6-0 early in the game, had multiple leads, multiple opportunities, not able to fully capitalize and win it. Can the Pirates bounce back? They need it. With Skenes going tomorrow, a chance to take 2 out of 3. Got to start out today, though, to be able to have any opportunity of that. Austin Bechtel signing off. Have a great Saturday. Enjoy your baseball Saturday here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli begins in 8 minutes. I'm excited. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. In May of 1986, Bobby Rahal took the checkered flag at the Indianapolis 500, and a legend was born. This year, we celebrate the 40th anniversary of that victory and the beginning of the Bobby Rahal Automotive Group. For 10 days only, May 14th through the 23rd, the Rahal 500 sales event is on with every new BMW and Mercedes-Benz, only at Bobby Rahal Motor Car Company in Wexford, Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh, and Bobby Rahal BMW of South Hills. Visit rahal500.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's
your difference. Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You crushed that hill workout today. Coffee on me.
Thanks.
Never mind. Left my wallet at home again.
Did you know, with a Dollar Bank checking account, you can pay with your phone?
You're kidding.
Nope. You can add your card to your mobile device in minutes to make purchases, so you don't have to carry a wallet.
I owe you one.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Message and data rates from your carrier may apply to Dollar Bank mobile banking.
I'm Pat Katina, and I've spent my life fighting for our communities, for safer neighborhoods, safer schools, lower taxes, and real results for working families across the 45th District. Now I'm ready to take that fight to Harrisburg. The 45th deserves experienced leadership that can deliver on day one. I'm Pat Katina, and I'm asking for your vote for state representative. Together, we'll keep fighting for the future of our communities. Paid for by the Friends of Pat Katina.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So how do the Pirates respond to the worst loss of the 2026 season, which occurred less than 24 hours ago? Now, those are the sights and sounds that we'll describe here as Pirates baseball readies for Game 2 of a 3-game set against their crosstown rival, the Philadelphia Phillies, who look to win their 6th consecutive series and have been on fire since Don Mattingly took over at the helm. They're 13-4 with Don Mattingly as interim skipper following the dismissal of Rob Thompson, and the Phillies look to get back to 500 for the first time this year, now at 22-23 in the National League Eastern Division. They're still 9 back of the Atlanta Braves, and the Pirates, they join the Cincinnati Reds in the basement of the NL Central, despite now being 3 games over 500 in the tough division in baseball that is the Central. 24-21 the Pirates. Our fast look at the standings brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. They're behind the Cubs, who have a 2.5 game lead on both Milwaukee and St. Louis, and then it is Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, both 5 back in the Central. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Good afternoon. We're presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. An on-time start is anticipated regardless of what the skies may tell you. Our weather forecast presented to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. When disaster strikes, call
call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. 4:05 first pitch. That's what we are expecting. The tarp is off the field. The grounds crew looks like they're doing all the work that they need to do. They have the home plate circle and pitcher's mound covered. The tractor is ready to go with the tow rope on the back of the tarp, just in the event we get a pop-up shower. And, well, we may have something come through during the afternoon, but we were just told a moment ago, on-time start for Pirates and Phillies if you're making your way down to PNC Park. We hope you are, because it's otherwise a beautiful night for baseball. Mid-70s, it'll get warmer even tomorrow as the Pirates look to draw even. And on the mound, it's Bubba Chandler who will take the ball for the 9th time this year. A 1-4 record with a 4.62 ERA against the runner-up for the National League Cy Young, DePaul Skenes, in 2025. Christopher Sanchez looks like he may make another run at it in 26. He's off to a 2.11 ERA start. He'll make his 10th start of the season. A 4-2 record for Sanchez. We'll get into that pitching matchup at length, and we'll also hear plenty from Don Kelly and get you the starting lineups. It's a unique one with the left-hander on the mound. We'll take a look at our farm report, give you a few keys to victory before we send you over to Joe Block and John Wayner for the call of the game. That's what's on tap from Hampton Beer Outlet, where they have White Claw variety packs, 24-pack cans at just $29.99, and that's a terrific price. But before we completely look ahead to this afternoon, let's take a look back on the 11-9 loss that the Pirates sustained. It actually turned out to be, for Philadelphia, the largest comeback victory by a team in Major League Baseball this year. And it was their 13th victory in their last 17 against the opposition. So one of the hottest teams in baseball was able to overcome a 6-0 deficit, which the Pirates had after 3 innings of play, and the Buccos would build that to an 8-3 lead at the end of 6. Braxton Ashcraft, 6 2/3 innings, just not good enough because the Pirates bullpen has continued to struggle. The Pirates bullpen right now, in their last 60 innings, have given up 42 runs. That's a 6.27 earned run average, and they have been the clear Achilles heel for this ball club. The starting pitching, 6th best ERA in the game, collectively at 3.50. Offensively, they're getting it done. A 7.32 collective OPS, which is 7th best in the game. But it is the bullpen that has been an absolute liability for this ball club. And when you look at some of the key characters in it that have underperformed, none sticks out more perhaps than Dennis Santana. The closer coming into the year for Pittsburgh has given up 9 runs in his last 5 1/3 innings, and this is over a 7-game sample size. Santana likely will be down today because he's thrown in back-to-back games. Mason Montgomery likely will be down because he too has thrown in back-to-back games, going an inning and a third yesterday after he opened in the final game of the Colorado series. And Gregory Soto, a rare blip on the radar yesterday in the 9th inning, gave up 3 runs, allowing Philadelphia to tie, accounting for the 10th blown save by the Pirates this year. The 30 pitchers could also render him unavailable, so there's 3 key arms in the Pirates bullpen that may not be available to pitch for manager Don Kelly. And despite all that, I asked the skipper to give an assessment of his bullpen, why he's convicted, why the general manager a few days ago, Ben Cherington, said they believe that the issues and the ills that are in that Pirates bullpen can be cured internally. Here's the full question and answer segment on the Pirates bullpen from skipper Don Kelly a few hours ago.
Donnie, speaking of just the bullpen collectively and the overall performance, I mean, what gives you the faith that everything is going to go according to plan, and what conviction do you have in the guys down there that, you know, all the solutions are indeed internal to, you know?
Yeah, they've done it before, and I think it's that confidence that you see with the hitters. Sometimes you see hitting's contagious, and when you're in a little bit of a slump, one guy starts to get out of it, and then it becomes the collective gets out of it. And I think the same thing can be said for the bullpen. You know, everybody wants to come through. They want to be the guy that slams the door, and we go out there trying to do it. Your stuff lightens up a little bit, and it's not as good. And we have guys out there that have gotten huge outs for us, and they're going to again. It's just, you know, the group is working hard. We were in there this morning trying to beat up different things, whether it was from mechanics, pitch usage, are we tipping anything that's giving stuff away, just trying to figure out any way to help them get back to being who they can be.
Do you consider overusage part of the problem, or has that not been the issue?
I don't think so. I mean, for me, in recent, our starters have been going deeper, and guys have been pretty well rested, I think.
Well, they have been able to, and that is statistically true, curtail some of the appearances, which in April seem to be in a red line area. And again, starting pitching has done a much better job in the month of May. So that is true that some of these outings and the overusage, again, have been curtailed. Looking at some of the appearances, Gregory Soto has been used in 22 of the Pirates' 45 games. Dennis Santana, 20 of the 45, 19 for Isaac Mattson, and they have really pulled back on him of late. More on that in a moment. 18 each for Justin Lawrence, Mason Montgomery, and Johan Ramirez. And about Mattson, you talk about pulling back. Boy, did they yank the reins back on Mattson. It is May the 16th. Mattson has thrown 24 pitches in the month of May. He appeared on the 7th of May against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and he's yet to appear on this 6-game homestand at PNC Park, last coming out against the San Francisco Giants. That is 2 appearances for 2/3 of an inning for Isaac Mattson, who had 14 innings at the end of the month and now has 17 1/3 on the entire year. So I asked Donnie, why pull back? Is it by design that Isaac Mattson has essentially been in witness protection?
Mattson, you've really curtailed the appearances in May. By design?
Not by design. I think it's been, we've had starters going deeper into games in May. We've had some stretches where guys just haven't had to pitch as much, and it's not by design at all. Hopefully we'll get them in there today.
And again, the Pirates are going to need volunteers, not hostages, to appear, based on what I mentioned earlier, that Santana and Montgomery, you would assume, are likely down for today, having appeared in back-to-back games, and Gregory Soto with the 30 pitches. You would think that of each of those 3, assuming that they are down, that'd be the logical arms, one of those 3 to close. So does that sort of default to Mattson? Again, he has not appeared yet on the homestand, just 2 times all month, Isaac Mattson. Taking a look at the injury report, brought to you by Robert Pearson Associates, Pittsburgh's premier injury attorneys. I'll question Dennis Santana's health or what's going on there, though the velocity seems to be okay. It looks like a guy that is maybe doing some of the things that Don Kelly was popping the hood on and reviewing, as he told reporters earlier today. Tipping pitches, maybe is the arm slot a little bit lower? It appears so. But he is active, available, and has been used. But we still know that soon to come off the injured list for the Pirates will be outfielder Jake Mangum, who is eligible to return today, though he has not. The Pirates have gone 3-4 in Mangum's absence. It looks like Joey Bart still may be a little while with that left foot infection. And there's your injury report. Jared Jones will have his next rehab assignment in Altoona coming up before too long. We'll also take a look at our farm report when we come back. Plus, Don Kelly on Christopher Sanchez, the Philadelphia Phillies starters, some keys there. And how do the Pirates approach Kyle Schwarber? Schwarber and Harper absolutely killed Pittsburgh. 7 for 10 yesterday, with 7 of the 11 runs driven in from the 2 and 3 spots in the Philadelphia batting order. Schwarber had a 2-homer, 5 RBI game, and Harper with a 2-run double in the 9th inning to tie things up at 8. That sent it to extra innings, where Philadelphia would score 3 in the 10th and eventually go on to an 11-9 Game 1 victory, flushing away a Pirates 6-0 and then 8-3 lead to grab again the first of a 3-game series. They look for their 6th straight series win. Pittsburgh looking to even things up here and force a rubber match with Paul Skenes on the mound tomorrow. Bubba Chandler, what does he need to do to curtail some of the issues that have really hampered him with his control? And that's something that the Bucko skipper Don Kelly will speak on as we continue on with our North Shore Tavern leadoff show. So do stay with us here from the ballpark. 4:05 first pitch, on-time start. Tarp is off the field. Dan Zang really coming back after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Zero Res Commercial Cleaning is helping businesses stay cleaner longer. Their residue-free processes uses no soaps or detergents, so your carpets, tile, and upholstery don't just look clean, they stay clean longer. That's why offices, apartments, medical facilities, and retail spaces trust Zero Res to help maintain their spaces, not just clean them. Check out this limited time offer. Get 15% off carpet, tile, and grout, or upholstery cleaning. And when you bundle air duct cleaning, receive 20% off your entire commercial service. Visit zerores.com/commercial. Mention 93.7 The Fan. Commercial services only. Not valid with other offers.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's baseball season. Summer is near. You need beer. Hey, that rhymes. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, the best prices, and right now, great specials. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans are just $19.99. That's right, Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. And Busch Light 30-packs, just $19.99. Busch Light 30 packs, just $19.99. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Great this year, second in the Cy Young last. He's a really good pitcher. We need, the sinker is huge. We need to get it elevated and try to get the ball in the air.
So there's Don Kelly, his thoughts on Christopher Sanchez, the really tough left-hander. You would think that he's an all-star, maybe even a candidate to start the All-Star Game, Midsummer Classic 2026. It is in Philadelphia after all. He makes start number 10 in 2026 here this afternoon against the Pirates. And you look at his numbers against Pittsburgh, he is not very good, but in fact, he has been. 0-3, you're going to say, all right, that's good stuff that the Pirates are 3-0 against Christopher Sanchez. But here's the other side of the equation. 1.75 is the earned run average Sanchez against Pittsburgh. Pirates have won some really tight games against Sanchez. He's struck out 22 and 25 and a third all-time against Pittsburgh. And last year, the Bucks were able to win a game that Sanchez threw 7 innings of 2-run baseball. So he has been a tough luck loser a lot of times against the Pirates. In the last 4 games, Philadelphia has an 0-4 record. A 190 earned run average for Sanchez in those 4 starts. 0-3 record with 5 earned runs allowed in nearly 24 innings, just 8 runs of support for Christopher Sanchez in those games. As we take a look at who's got the ball this afternoon, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball for the middle game of this 3-game series against Philadelphia. Sanchez squaring off against Bubba Chandler. More on him in just a moment, but let's stick to Sanchez here. Comes in third longest scoreless innings streak in Major League Baseball, nearly 21 consecutive innings for Christopher Sanchez. So he's on a roll right now. If you remove his Chicago Cubs start, where he pitched very poorly and he gave up 6 earned runs, Sanchez has given up just 13 all year. So essentially one outing, he's given up over almost half of his total earned runs on the season in his 9 starts. 12 hits in the Cubs start, 5 1/3. This was back on April 23rd. So you remove that, Sanchez has been just as good as Paul Skenes. A 126 earned run average in his other 8 starts that are not the Chicago Cubs starts, including the 2 in the month of May where he's rolling in here with a full head of steam. 15 innings of scoreless baseball against the Athletics, a 9-1 win, and then the Rockies, a 6-0 win where he has struck out 17 in those 15 innings, and he's given up just 9 hits. He's walked just 1 batter. So he is feeling it right now, and he comes in with one of statistically the most devastating changeups in the game. And if you're looking for an early key to victory, it's going to be how the Pirates handle this changeup. And I know Don Kelly mentioned the 2-seam fastball, which he throws about 45% of the time. That's the primary pitch. But the changeup in the arsenal is about 38% of the time. Of the 67 strikeouts that Sanchez has racked up this year in 55 1/3 innings of work, 45 of the 67 strikeouts have come from his changeup. He's limiting hitters to a 152 batting average against the pitch. Just 14 hits all year in 92 at-bats against the changeup, which comes with a 50% whiff rate with it. So yeah, the changeup whiff rate is first among Major League changeups. A put-away rate of about 33%. That's tops in the big leagues. So if you want to say who has the best changeup in baseball, it's the guy on the mound tonight. So that begs the question now. How do the Pirates fare against changeups? The hitter that I think could be a pick to click, and if I have to go ahead and lock a prediction in stone, brought to you by our friends at Precision Pointing and Restoration, brickpointingpittsburgh.net, I'll go with O'Neal Cruz, because Cruz against changeups this year is hitting .273, and we know his left-on-left numbers have improved substantially. I'm going to go Cruz with the changeup, because that's pretty good left-on-left numbers against changeups. And O'Neal Cruz also has some pretty good numbers on a 2-seam fastball, the sinker as well. He's hitting .367 against. So the 2 pitches that Sanchez has in his arsenal, I think will bode well against an O'Neal Cruz matchup. And you take into account that Cruz, I think, just overall is seeing it well. He's putting together some good at-bats. He's hitting .367 over his last 7 games, coming off a 2-hit game, also drew a walk. He scored 10 runs for the Pirates. So Cruz really being that catalyst overall, regardless of who is on the mound. And it's crazy to think back, if I were doing a show at any point in 2025, that against Christopher Sanchez, that not only would Cruz be leading off against Sanchez left on left, that I'd be picking him of all the other right-handed hitters that are in the Pirates lineup this afternoon to be my pick to click. But that's how I'm going to go, and those are the 2 reasons why. Numbers for Cruz against not only left-handers overall, they're vastly improved, but in the 2 particular pitches that are the bread and butter for Christopher Sanchez, the sinker, and then this elite changeup that has baffled just about everybody. So there you have it. Pirates, for whatever reason, have been able to win these close games against Sanchez, 0-3 with a 190. The last 4 times he's faced Pittsburgh. Phillies are 0-4 in those matchups, and the Cruz numbers as well. So hopefully those outliers can help even this 3-game series at a game apiece. Well, the other side of the equation now. Let's get to Bubba Chandler. Chandler has not been good. The Pirates have lost each of his last 4 starts. His ERA is .616 to accompany the 0-3 record. The walk rate is the second highest in Major League Baseball at 16%. That is unsustainable. Can't do it. The ERA in May, believe it or not, though, is still somehow just .360 for Chandler. And that's because of the elite stuff. We're talking about an average fastball velocity of 98.5 miles an hour. That's the 3rd highest in the game. And while he makes his first career start against the Phillies, I just think that the Chandler will be up for the task and the occasion. So here's what Don Kelly had to say about Chandler, who has walked 7 in his last 10 innings and overall has authored 27 free passes in 39 innings this year.
Bubba knows he's been working hard at it and staying in the zone and using his stuff. I think his changeup has gotten a lot better, and being able to mix up his pitches is going to be a big key too.
You mentioned a desire to see that fastball play down in the zone a little bit more because you think it could be effective. Is he making any strides in that respect, do you think?
I think it's a fine line to use it down there at times to stun, because when he's right, his fastball is going to be most effective up to get swing and miss. I just don't think that we can consistently live at the top. Right. You know, he's got to mix it up and throw some down. But when he is doing what he does and pitching effectively, he'll use it at the top more than he will at the bottom.
Donnie, where has Bubba grown the most in this past month and a half? This first little season starting. Where has he grown the most, maybe maturity-wise? What have you seen from him, maybe off the field? You've seen?
I think it's the self-awareness and the understanding of what he has to do in between starts to stay in the rhythm that he needs to be in. Sometimes I think that, we can't, I don't know who I was talking to about yesterday, but we can't go out there to not walk guys. If we go up there with the mindset to not walk people, our brain doesn't understand don't. And we have to stay in attack mode of throwing strikes, attacking in the zone, and not trying to not walk people. And I think that he's learning through that of how to stay in a mindset of attack and attacking the strike zone.
Well, a key to victory for Chandler is going to be the left-handed hitters in the Phillies lineup today, particularly Kyle Schwarber and particularly Bryce Harper. That 2-3 punch, 1-2 punch is going to be just something otherworldly of a challenge for Chandler. And, when you look at what Schwarber did last night, what he's done here over the last week plus, he has 9 homers, 15 RBIs in his last 8 games. He is essentially Barry Bonds right now. He's on a 72 home run pace, which would be the all-time single-season Major League Baseball record if he continues on this pace. Now, there is swing and miss in the Schwarber game, but I don't think right here, right now, at this moment, he's so locked in, and that was really apparent last night, even though he did strike out, going 3 for 5 with the 5 RBIs and the 2 home runs. And what we just heard Don Kelly say, the mindset that Chandler has to have as the mind it doesn't understand don't. I followed up a question as it pertained to Schwarber, right? Do you go into that at bat, and is it a potential trap when somebody is just so locked in, the best hitter and power threat in baseball, especially when you have runners on base? You, as a pitcher, I would think, get in your own head. Don't do this. Don't make a mistake. Don't leave a cement mixer breaking ball middle because he's going to hit this thing off the bridge. And that's something that Don Kelly was asked about, and Kelly then gave us a kind of an insight into how they may approach Schwarber the remaining 2 games of this 3-game series.
Execute your pitches, and that's the big thing. I mean, we were talking earlier about Schwarber, and do you pitch around Schwarber, or last night with Soto, are we trying to walk him in that? It's kind of tough because you got Harper right behind him, which makes it, extremely difficult in that moment. That's a lot of protection, and then, Bohm, maybe not off the start that he would like, but he's a good hitter, and then you got Marsh right behind him. So it's a really tough lineup to navigate, and I think to focus on the execution of pitches is the biggest key.
Yeah, it's a good point because Harper, over his last 8 games, we talked about the Schwarber numbers, 9 homers, 15 RBIs over his last 8. For Harper, 322 with 4 homers. While it's not Schwarber-esque, certainly it's ample protection, so you can't just automatically and just be so free and easy with the pitch around, which I essentially last night suggested, and I'm not necessarily certain I still wouldn't do, and I'll just take my chances with Schwarber. Well, then Kelly brings up Alec Bohm, and you look at Bohm, and it's not necessarily something that blows your skirt up, right? 195 with 3 homers and 20 RBIs. However, he is hitting .300 over his last 14 games, is Bohm. He got off to a terrible start at 143 through his first 27 games, but he's very much turned it around. So you just can't look at the surface level numbers and say that Alec Bohm, he would be your matchup of the three. But you can't just walk the first two guys and then go to Bohm because, believe it or not, he still is plenty capable. All right, let's get into the lineups when we come back. We'll also take a look around Major League Baseball, in particular the National League Central Division, and give you an update on our farm report, our look into the future. We got a glimpse of it that Seth Hernandez can give us at High A Greensboro. He made his Grasshoppers debut yesterday. Also, the Pirates made a trade from somebody that, well, it's a name that you'll know and recognize, and we'll tell you about that when we return. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show live at PNC Park. We're all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates, Phillies, Game 2 coming up at 4:05. I'm Dan Zangrelli, back in a moment on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And its sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Dorn here to tell you about the huge success of the Keystone Custom Apparel Fan Club T-shirt fundraiser. Each player gets a custom shirt with the names of their supporters printed on the back. Supporters go online, donate $20, type their name, pick the player they want to support, and that's it. No order forms or money collection required. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. More than a dozen local organizations have raised over $65,000 with Keystone Custom Apparel. Want in on this? Then I highly recommend getting started at KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the cost of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for steak on the stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back as we get you ready for the 4:05 first pitch between the Pirates and Philadelphia Phillies. Dan Zangrelli on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. A look at our farm report and peek into the future from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future at AllegiantFCU.org and check out first position home equity loan rates as low as 5.25%. Seth Hernandez's debut with the Greensboro Grasshoppers complete. 5 innings of no-hit baseball And scoreless baseball, though he walked 4, struck out 7, 18 swings and misses induced in his 70-pitch outing that included a 41-strike performance. So Seth Hernandez, after just getting off to the right start, shooting out of the cannon with the Bradenton Marauders, has now taken to fish like water in Greensboro. So when is AA Altoona? I think everybody's asking that question. I'm sure it's going to be at least a month. They have Hernandez, and they're going to be very judicious, by the way, with the pitch count, essentially throwing him just once a week. It's not going to be the traditional every 5th day. So Hernandez is going to be a once a week guy. We'll see if they eventually tweak that, move it all around. But so far, so good for Seth Hernandez. Okay, a trade was made, a minor league trade. Alika Williams not on the 40-man roster, but he was sent away to the Athletics in exchange for a right-hander, Kyle Robinson. We're told that he's a really hard thrower. 22-year-old Robinson, selected by the A's. He's a Texas Tech guy, would have perhaps crossed paths with Mason Montgomery, 11th rounder, 2024. 1-1 with a save, 362, 19 strikeouts, 6 appearances, 5 of those being starts, but this is in High A Lansing this year. Mississippi guy, then went to Falls Church, Virginia, so kind of bounced around as a kid. 6-12 with a 4.54 last year, 87 strikeouts in 25 games with the A's, and he split that time between Lansing and Midland, which is basically High A and AA. Don't know where he's going to go. Will he head to Greensboro? Will he head to Altoona? But the trade for Alika Williams, which does raise some questions, and you do wonder, and you knock on wood collectively, the shortstop position here at the big league level is just fine right now. But as we saw, there's not much behind it defensively, whether it be Triolo or Gonzalez. And interestingly enough, and I have no idea if it's related or not, there's some video surfacing on social media from batting practice earlier today of Spencer Horwitz taking some ground balls at shortstop. Now, does that have much to do with anything? I don't know. But I think it is important to note that Alika Williams is essentially the only major league ready shortstop that can play the position defensively on an everyday basis. And Williams was hitting really well for AAA Indianapolis, one of their better offensive players. Now, would that have translated here to the big leagues? I think it's reasonable to be skeptical on that front. But I do bring up that the Pirates' shortstop depth, at least from a defensive standpoint, has been significantly eroded with this trade. And it does, while there's some upside here with Robinson, that upside is, I think, a long ways away. And what we talked about at length last night, Pirates do need some big-time options, and I'll go as far as saying external acquisitions to supplement this bullpen. And while everybody, and it's great to see, and it may be the case that the answers remain internally, but from the short-term standpoint, I don't know how much longer that you could frankly wait on that. So the depth at the minor league levels and the upper levels, to me, just doesn't look all that great from a pitching standpoint, and now from a defensive premium position standpoint with the trade of Alika Williams. And Robinson might be fine, and this may long-term be a big win for the Pirates, but in the short term, I'm not sure that the organization is better, especially, heaven forbid, should Connor Griffin go down for a period of time. But let's not think those thoughts. Okay, let's get to the starting lineups, shall we? Pirates and Philadelphia Phillies. And the lineups are brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center. Cure your Hep C. No insurance necessary for care. Don Mattingly, shortstop. Trey Turner leads off. Kyle Schwarber, we told you, on the 72 home run pace. Left-handed hitting DH, one of 5 left-handers in the lineup against Bubba Chandler this afternoon. And left-handers have a 999 OPS, 281 batting average against Bubba Chandler, as opposed to the right-handers, 4 of those, 176 batting average, 661 OPS. So there is a pretty big disparity. So after Schwarber, the DH, it's Harper, the first baseman, and Alec Bohm at third base, followed by left-handed hitting left fielder Brandon Marsh. Adolis Garcia, the right fielder, hits 6th. Left-handed hitting second baseman Bryson Stott. Stott had an RBI with a sac fly yesterday, also singled. He's in the 7th spot of the batting order. JT Realmuto, the veteran backstop and Philadelphia Phillies fan favorite, hits 8th with Justin Crawford, the left-handed hitting center fielder, who went 2 for 5 yesterday in the 9th spot of the batting order. So Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Marsh, Garcia, with Stott, Realmuto, and Crawford for Philadelphia. Meanwhile, O'Neal Cruz, 367, 10 runs scored in his last 7 games. He leads off in center field, followed by Connor Griffin, the shortstop. 367 career hitter against Christopher Sanchez is Brian Reynolds. He hits 3rd in left field. Marcell Ozuna, over the last calendar month, a 12-14 OPS against Southpaws. Put that in there with a 385 lifetime average against Sanchez. The DH hitting 4th, and he hit an absolute moonshot yesterday, the 2-run homer, part of the 6-run 3rd inning for Pittsburgh. He cleans up. First baseman Ryan O'Hearn remains in the lineup against the left-hander, hitting 5th, and that makes sense. Nick Gonzalez, for the first time in a few games, gets a start. He's at 3rd base, hitting 6th. Brandon Lau is on a 43-homer, 112 RBI pace in 2026. Both would be career highs. He'll hit 7th. Jared Triolo, 3 hits and 7 at-bats against Sanchez, plays right field today, and he'll hit 8th with Henry Davis doing the catching and hitting 9th. And that's what's at stake for the Pirates against Sanchez, to get these right-handers on track, and for Cruz and Ozuna, maybe even Triolo, to continue their success against Christopher Sanchez. What's at stake? Brought to you by your home for steak on a stone, the North Shore Tavern, and this has been your North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Coming up, the call of the game is brought to you by 811, the Pennsylvania One call system. Contact 811 before you dig. It'll be Joe Block and John Wayner with all of that, so we invite you to stay tuned for all the happenings, and there'll be plenty of them today in the middle game of a 3-game series as the Pirates bullpen looks to rebound, Bubba Chandler looks to throw strikes, and the Pirates offense looks to continue chugging on and putting up some pretty good numbers in 2026. Dan Zangerli signing off, sending it over to the guys, and I'll talk to you on the Og Murphy and Perkowski postgame show. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know Hep C has a cure? Central Outreach is the #1 center for curing Hep C in the U.S. You do not need insurance to get cured. Walk in any Central Outreach Wellness Center or visit HepCMyWay.com to get cured from home. Call us at 866-WE-CURE-HEP-C. That's 866-WE-CURE-HEP-C.